He gently threw a punch in the direction of Sasuke, and to my astonishment, the 25 colossal mountains behind him vanished in an instant. Witnessing such formidable power emanating merely from the force of his punch left Naruto and Sasuke utterly speechless. Yet, when they observed me reclining comfortably on a sun chair, basking in the sunlight, their expressions suddenly shifted drastically. With astonishment etched on their faces, they gazed skyward. However, as soon as they lifted their heads, they plummeted to the ground with a thud. Just moments ago, the sky had been overcast, threatening rain, yet it had abruptly transformed into a clear, cloudless expanse. That moment, the way they looked at me changed entirely. Since my arrival in the world of Naruto, I had awakened a peculiar physique akin to that of a superhero. To my further surprise, I discovered that I was the elder brother of Nara Shikamaru. Despite possessing unparalleled strength and an astoundingly brilliant intellect, I yearned only for a languid, unambitious existence. This desire stemmed from an incident 3 years prior, when I, at the tender age of 3, had curiously tested my destructive capabilities by lightly punching the mountains behind Konoha, inadvertently causing a minor collapse of some structures. Fortunately, my restraint had kept the damage to a minimum, and fully aware of my own strength, I embraced a life of leisure, opting to sit whenever possible and to lie down rather. Then my parents, the Nara couple, found themselves at a loss with me. For not only was I intelligent, but I also learned swiftly and had a keen sense of situational awareness. The moment I sensed something amiss, I would flee faster than anyone else. However, on this particular day, as the ninja school reopened, my father, Nara Shikamaru, forcibly dragged me to school to ensure my brother and I did not become lazy at such a young age. After breakfast, we encountered several parents escorting their children, including Ino and Choji from the Ino Shikacho trio. After exchanging lackluster greetings with my brother, Ino curiously inquired about our apparent lethargy. Upon hearing her question, I let out a resigned sigh. What else could it be? Our mother insisted we achieve full marks in the entrance exam, otherwise we would be deprived of meat for an entire week. Yes, we chatted idly. We soon arrived at the entrance of the ninja school. A glance around revealed this year's exceptional talents, including Sasuke and Naruto. Just then, Hinata, who had been quietly standing amidst a group of girls, suddenly caught sight of a familiar figure out of the corner of her eye, a warmth blossoming within. Her heart on the other side. As I idly gazed at the sky, I felt the weight of someone's gaze upon me and instinctively turned to look. The moment our eyes met, Hinata gasped. Her face flushed crimson, and she quickly averted her gaze. Observing her bashfulness, I couldn't help but smile knowingly. It seemed that I had inadvertently usurped the moment when Prince Akihito had rescued Hinata in the snow, having previously engaged in a mundane stroll that day. Soon, half an hour passed that a group of mischievous children, aged 5 to 6, gathered at the Konoha Ninja Academy, the atmosphere filled with a cacophony of noise. Uchiha Sasuke, possessing exceptional mastery in ninjutsu, shuriken techniques, and physical combat, emerged from the center of the playground, his demeanor cold and indifferent. Amidst the astonished gasps of the surrounding students and the announcement of the supervising teacher, next, Nara Shikamaru heard his name and, with a resigned sigh, hastily made his way to the center of the playground. Attention, candidates! You are now to utilize your chakra to perform your most powerful ninjutsu, or simply gather your chakra, instructed the supervising teacher. Upon hearing this, I adeptly formed the necessary hand seals and proclaimed, shadow imitation technique. Instantly, my shadow surged forth under my control, invading the teacher's shadow. In the next moment, the teacher's body trembled as he felt himself lose command over his own movements. The corners of his mouth twitched involuntarily, astonished by the prodigious skill displayed by the son of the infamous Lugio. Remarkable, he mused, noting my proficiency with the shadow imitation technique at such a tender age. The supervising teacher recorded a perfect score of 10 for ninjutsu on my evaluation sheet, while Sasuke, who had just completed his examination, gazed at my performance with a mixture of surprise and awe. Only Ino observed me with keen interest. This really the eldest son of Uncle Lugio, so different from what my father described? Next came the Shuriken test. The supervising teacher regarded me with anticipation and gestured to a nearby instructor. 3 wooden boards adorned with targets appear before us. However, as I prepared to throw my shuriken, I noticed the eager onlookers positioned behind the targets, causing me to frown slightly. Having spent the last few years as a seasoned slacker, I had hardly engaged in any physical activity, thus lacking control over my own strength. After a moment's hesitation, I addressed the supervising teacher Would it be possible for the individuals behind the targets to step back a bit? I fear I might inadvertently injure someone. The teacher glanced at the targets and, dismissively smiling, reassured me, "Do not worry, you are far enough away from them to cause any harm." "Very well," I replied, taking a deep breath, my nerves beginning to surface. I constantly reminded myself to throw gently. With that, I released the shuriken with a delicate flick. Yet, as the 3 shurikens soared from my hand, I realized something was amiss. That, oh no, I've thrown too hard. The sound of a shuriken slicing through the air produced a faint sonic boom, and the wooden boards were instantly cleaved in two. The shuriken continued their rapid trajectory towards Asuma, who watched with keen interest. His heart raced, an icy chill surging from his feet to his head, his pupils constricting to perilous pinpoints. Without a moment's contemplation, he instinctively dove to the side. Just as he hit the ground, the 3 shuriken whizzed past him, vanishing from sight. Asuma gazed in astonishment at the scene before him, noticing my apologetic expression directed towards him. The 6 celestial beings were present, and in that fleeting moment, this fellow had unwittingly placed himself in peril. Asuma shook his head in disbelief, yet soon broke into a self-deprecating smile, attributing his reaction to the recent multitude of clandestine missions he had undertaken. It appeared that it was time for him to grant himself a respite. Meanwhile, although no one in the arena had perceived Asuma's unusual behavior, the sight of the wooden plank cleaved in two by a shuriken plunged the atmosphere into a profound silence. That plank was as thick as a finger, and to have severed it with a mere shuriken required immense strength. Even the proctor's gaze towards me had shifted dramatically. With a swift flourish of his pen, he inscribed a score of 10 for shuriken proficiency on my report card. Following, that was the physical training segment. He suggested that I engage in a test against the physical instructor opposite me. Having just sparred with Naruto, Uzumaki, and Sasuke for 2 rounds, a chunin from the Akimichi clan stepped forward. The examinee was permitted to launch full-force attacks against their opponent, with scores awarded based on the application of physical techniques. However, from the school's perspective, the notion of an examinee defeating a chunin was utterly implausible, especially given that the Akimichi clan was renowned for their exceptional resilience. Yet, as this Akimichi chunin faced me, he inexplicably felt a wave of intense unease. Observing the proctor's expectant gaze, I let out a quiet sigh and uttered a statement that left the entire arena in shock. "Teacher, I forfeit." The proctor was taken aback. This was merely a test, not an unreasonable demand. "Is it truly necessary to forfeit?" he inquired patiently. "Could you perhaps explain your reasoning?" I certainly would not divulge the truth, so I feigned embarrassment, scratching my head and murmuring, "Teacher, I sustained an injury recently and require rest. I cannot engage in combat." Upon hearing this, the proctor's eyes lit up with understanding. "Ah, I see. Then we shall forego the physical test for now. Your physical condition appears commendable. I will grant you a score of 5. "Thank you, teacher," I responded politely with a nod, departing the training ground. The Akimichi chunin wiped the sweat that had mysteriously appeared on his brow, releasing an unexplainable sigh of relief. As I observed my brother approach, I discreetly gave him a thumbs up, whispering, "Brother, when did you develop a penchant for seeking the limelight? To forfeit like that, wouldn't it have sufficed to simply go through the motions?" "How could I merely go through the motions? I couldn't resort to using my chakra fingers like last time. That would be far too ostentatious." Leaning comfortably against the wall, I replied with utmost seriousness, "I'm genuinely afraid I might inadvertently harm him." "Do you believe me?" "Haha, brother, you truly are amusing. Prepare yourself to explain this to mother when we return home." Noticing that Shikamaru and I were engaged in a hushed conversation, Ino could not help but approach, her pure, curious eyes observing me with interest. "Well done, Luyu. I usually see you with less drive than during the exam. Yet you've proven to be quite formidable." "That, oh, it's merely luck," I replied, chuckling, just trying to navigate through the situation. It was finally Ino's turn for the test. Shortly, approximately an hour and a half later, the proctor announced the admission results by ranking. However, Naruto Uzumaki was eliminated. Observing him sitting alone on the swing, I could not help but offer a few words of comfort, mentioning the possibility of a retest. After all, he was the child of the 4th Hokage. I could hardly believe that Yuenfei would truly deny Naruto a chance. The next morning, my mother forcefully roused me from sleep. Arriving at school quite early, I found that only a handful of new students were present in the classroom. Therefore, I chose a seat by the window and fell asleep. As time passed, students trickled in, quickly filling the available seats that a cursory glance revealed approximately 40 individuals. Shikamaru Nara and Choji Akimichi sat beside Ino, who was seated directly in front of me. She glanced back at me, her expression weary, yet she refrained from disturbing my slumber, despite her slightly wrinkled nose. Hinata Hyuga, on the other hand, shyly took the seat beside me, stealing glances in my direction, her heart swelling with satisfaction. However, I remained blissfully unaware of these happenings as I drifted deeper into my dreams. At that moment, Irika slowly approached. Upon noticing the teacher's arrival, Ino instinctively turned to glance back at me. I, resting peacefully, adjusted my chair slightly, inadvertently shielding myself from Irika's line of sight. Shikamaru, meanwhile, was roused from his slumber by Choji, who yawned with a look of drowsiness. Yet, at that moment, he unconsciously noticed Ino's actions and could not help but mutter, "My brother truly is impressive." Ino, realizing her small gesture had been discovered, felt her cheeks warm slightly, and shot Shikamaru an indignant glare, causing him to shrink back in fear and silence. Soon, as Irika announced the commencement of self-introductions, Naruto's earnest words elicited a wave of laughter from the crowd. I was awakened by the uproar, gazing around in confusion. When I caught sight of Hinata curiously stealing glances at me, I instinctively offered a sunny smile. The moment our eyes met, Hinata resembled a startled rabbit, her face flushing crimson, nearly fainting from the surprise. With a resigned sigh, I redirected my gaze to Ino, who was seated at the front of my desk, and softly expressed my gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Ino. You needn't shield me any longer, I am awake." However, upon hearing my voice, Ino's body trembled imperceptibly, and she instinctively cast her lovely eyes in my direction. Just as she was about to respond with a polite "You're welcome," she was taken aback by the sight of my smiling face. An unexpected flutter surged within her, quickening her heartbeat. Yet, as she lost herself in daydreams, Irika's voice abruptly pulled her back to reality. In what felt like the blink of an eye, 2 months had passed, during which my life underwent a seismic transformation. This change was sparked when both my parents were assigned missions, and Shikamaru and I overslept. However, upon our arrival at school that afternoon, we discovered that Irika showed no reaction to our tardiness. In an instant, I realized that the situation was far from simple. A few days later, the two of us finally came to a consensus. Irika must have received instructions from the Hokage. He showed no restraint regarding our attendance after all. Our laziness was undeniable. Even skipping classes to wander outside seemed preferable to dozing off in the classroom. Aware of this, I couldn't help but chuckle with delight alongside my brother. Consequently, he sought a pleasant spot in the mountains to rest, while I ventured into the forest, indulging in the fishing lifestyle I had always dreamed of. It was an exquisite comfort. Despite 2 months of skipping classes, my brother and I still ranked first and second in the theoretical examinations, which left a group of habitual informers speechless, temporarily abandoning their pursuits. However, on this day, the training ground was set to host its first practical examination. At that moment, Irika surveyed the students before him, holding a form in his hands, and earnestly announced that the first assessment would be a physical skills test. In simpler terms, it meant there would be no practical evaluation of ninjutsu. Upon hearing that this was a competition for the top spot, the students couldn't help but murmur among themselves, though ultimately, most of their gazes fixated on Sasuke. As for me, aside from Ino and Hinata, my low-profile existence over the past 2 months had led everyone to forget the stunning performance I had delivered during the entrance exam. Observing Naruto, with a provocative demeanor, ready to challenge Sasuke, Irika coughed lightly to interrupt the commotion and addressed the students seriously. The physical skills assessment was not a free-for-all, it would be determined by a random draw. With that, Irika produced a box, swiftly retrieving 2 slips of paper. After glancing at them, he smiled and announced the first match of the physical skills test, Nara Shikamaru versus Hyuga Hinata. In the team, I raised my eyebrows slightly, surprised to find myself called first. Just then, Irika approached me and whispered, "Are you considering surrendering again?" How did you know?" "Of course not. No surrendering allowed. If you don't impress me today, you can forget about enjoying these carefree days ahead." His words sank in. My previously lackluster demeanor was instantly invigorated, igniting my fighting spirit. Soon, Hinata and I entered the arena. However, as she smiled at me, she couldn't help but shyly lower her gaze. Observing this, I scratched my head in exasperation. It seemed I would have to resort to a provocation. "Hinata, unleash your full potential. Only then will I remember you properly." These words struck Hinata like a heavy blow to her heart, causing a tumult in her mind. Was Shikamaru implying that I should battle him with all my strength? He doesn't favor timid girls, so I must not continue in this manner. With that thought, a look of determination blossomed on her face. Witnessing this transformation in Hinata, a slight smile crept onto my lips. As we formed opposing hand seals, Hinata suddenly lunged forward with remarkable speed, charging towards me in a swift motion. In that fleeting moment, the velocity was astonishing. The astonishment of the onlookers. Hinata's prowess proved to be remarkably formidable. It seems that the slumbering individual is in peril. Amidst a sea of skepticism directed towards me, only Shikamaru yawned in boredom, casting a puzzled glance my way. Strange, why does he not concede? In the blink of an eye, Hinata launched his assault. His speed was astonishingly swift, unleashing 3 formidable attacks upon me in mere moments. Witnessing the offensive prowess of this princess from the Hyuga clan, a multitude of classmates turned their heads in astonishment. Even Sasuke's expression shifted to one of gravity. Ensure I remember him. Hinata unleashed his full potential, continuously attacking for over 10 seconds. However, his opponent was me, endowed with an extraordinary physique. Had I encountered such a scenario 2 months prior, surrender would have been inevitable, for my precision engaging force was woefully inadequate. Yet, 2 months of fishing had honed my control over strength to a remarkable degree, eliminating any risk of collateral damage. Seemingly languid evasions magically circumvented all of Hinata's strikes, until he committed fully to his final blow. With a slight sidestep, I effortlessly evaded, then placed my right hand upon Hinata's neck. I subdued him with a single maneuver. The surrounding classmates fell into a brief silence, before erupting in exclamations. My goodness, that fellow is a monster. No wonder he sleeps so much. The audience voiced their astonishment in unison. In truth, Hinata's abilities are not to be underestimated. Among his peers, if he could truly unleash himself in battle, he would indeed have few rivals. Of course, I am an anomaly, for even if the Sage of 6 Paths stood before me, his performance would likely not fare much better. The 2 combatants, having determined a victor, exchanged gestures of reconciliation. Yet, just as I stepped out of the arena, Irika cast a mischievous grin in my direction, announcing the next match, Nara Shikamaru versus Inuzuka Kiba. Upon hearing the names of the contestants, I couldn't help but glance at Irika's smirk, which suddenly sent a chill down his spine. After a moment's contemplation, he approached me, whispering, I assure you after this match, there will be no further battles. As for why you must face him, I suspect you've already deduced the reason. His words. I turned my gaze toward Kiba, who swaggered into the arena. It dawned on me. This must be the individual who has been reporting on me daily. It seems I must impart an unforgettable lesson today. With this thought, my expression turned icy. Simultaneously, Kiba's companion, sensing a dire threat, instantly bristled, issuing a pitiful whimper. Not only that, but Kiba's companion struggled to escape his embrace, only to collapse weakly onto the ground. Seeing his companion in such a panic, Kiba was immediately taken aback, leaving him no time to focus on me as I crouched down, attempting to soothe the distressed creature. Yet, regardless of Kiba's attempts to reassure it, his companion paid him no heed. I merely yearned to escape the scene, as if something unfathomably terrifying lurked within. One must acknowledge that a dog's sixth sense is infinitely more acute than that of a human. Although I merely exuded a hint of coldness, it was enough to be devoured. The creature sensed the imminent peril with razor-sharp instincts. What have you done to my meal? The ferocious Inuzuka Kiba barked in anger. Yet before he could finish his sentence, he suddenly realized I had inexplicably vanished. If I ever catch you reporting on me, I assure you, the next meal may very well be in the pot. Then a familiar voice echoed from behind Kiba, a voice I had not noticed until now. At that moment, Irika called out, Nara Shikamaru wins. The strange battle, which had hardly begun, astonishingly concluded. The onlookers were left in bewilderment. Although the majority had overlooked my swift movements, Ino, Shikamaru, and Sasuke had keenly observed my terrifying speed. Sasuke, fists clenched, was filled with an overwhelming sense of shock. He could hardly fathom that my swiftness had surpassed the limits of his perception. Meanwhile, Shikamaru stroked his chin contemplatively. How peculiar. My brother lazes about daily, yet possesses such strength. Could he have secretly trained recently? Ino, however, was uninterested in pondering the reasons behind my prowess. Her eyes sparkled with admiration as she gazed at me. Soon, the second day of the 3 trees exam arrived. I had expected to merely coast through with an average score. Yet unexpectedly, Irika insisted on a unique assessment. If I could secure the top student position, he promised to let me continue enjoying my studies. Thus, I ceased to feign modesty. Whether it was physical combat or close-range ninjutsu, I triumphed with lightning speed, securing the highest score. This left Irika utterly astonished in his eyes. My current strength was more than sufficient for graduation. However, witnessing my lack of intent to graduate, he decided to keep my abilities under wraps. The higher-ups continued to believe I was simply performing marginally better than my peers. The title of top student catapulted my popularity to new heights, garnering the admiration of numerous girls, as well as piquing the curiosity of Naruto and Sasuke regarding my abilities. One must recognize that Naruto's daily training regimen was quite rigorous, yet he remained no match for Sasuke. The Sasuke of today lacked even the courage to challenge me. Consequently, under Naruto's persuasion, Sasuke oddly began to skip classes alongside him, with the intent of tracking my activities in the mountains. Today, the weather was rather dismal, the sky shrouded in thick clouds. Casting a gloomy ambience, I reclined comfortably in a chair, fishing and contemplating the myriad tasks that require my personal attention. This was somewhat disappointing. If only the heavens would grant me a few loyal subordinates, it would be nothing short of splendid. I squinted, envisioning such delightful prospects. My body momentarily paused, and my peripheral vision caught sight of Ino and Sasuke, stealthily concealed in the underbrush, observing me intently. As Liu squinted, pondering over delightful matters, a sudden pause overtook his body as his peripheral vision caught sight of Naruto and Sasuke, who were clandestinely observing him from the thickets. The unexpected sight of these two stealthy figures stirred a sense of inexplicable joy within him. It was as if fortune had smiled upon him, someone to bring him sustenance when hunger struck, a pillow to cradle his head when drowsiness beckoned. Could it be that the heavens, recognizing the exhaustion of his labors, had sent him loyal companions? With this thought, a faint smile curled at the corners of Liu Yu's lips. Since you have come forth willingly, how could I not accept you as my underlings? Chapter 013. The might of a single punch. Naruto and Sasuke crouched amidst the lush grass, cautiously glancing at Ryua, fearful of being discovered, before quickly retreating. Naruto squinted, stroking his chin in a pose of earnest contemplation. Hey Sasuke, what do you think Ryua is doing lounging on that chair? Is he training? Sasuke, recalling Ryua's demeanor, replied uncertainly. It seems like he's fishing rather than training, doesn't he? But why is the fishing float moving while Ryua appears oblivious to it? Naruto questioned, a puzzled expression crossing his face. Beside Naruto, Ryua was also stroking his chin, wearing a serious expression. Could he be asleep and unaware? Naruto shook his head vehemently. Impossible. That guy seems very perceptive. He wouldn't. Ryua, when did you arrive? On the other side, Sasuke stared in astonishment at the suddenly appearing Ryua, equally baffled by how he had approached them unnoticed. Both Sasuke and Naruto distinctly remembered Ryua being several dozen meters away just moments ago. Yet he had inexplicably materialized beside them. In unison, Sasuke and Naruto stood up, exchanging uncertain glances towards the chair, only to discover that Ryua was no longer there. Observing the shock on their faces, Ryua chuckled nonchalantly. What's this? Have you two decided to skip class as well? If Irika-sensei catches you, you might just end up with another beating. Naruto, feeling embarrassed, looked at Ryua and hurriedly explained. Ryua, your strength is incredible. Could you teach us? To be honest, Sasuke and I are simply curious about how you became so powerful, which is why we came to see. Sasuke, still reeling from the earlier surprise, glanced at Ryua with uncertainty, instinctively nodding in agreement. Ryua stood up, placing his hands behind his back, and said solemnly, No. I only teach my younger brothers how to become stronger. But you too. Naruto's eyes brightened. He was willing to do anything to grow stronger, though he remained unsure of Ryua's true capabilities. Sasuke, however, directly stated, Ryua, I acknowledge your strength, but don't even think about making me your little brother. You're nowhere near the level of my brother, Itachi Uchiha. Ryua chuckled, shaking his head as he looked seriously at the two. So, if I demonstrate strength that surpasses Itachi Uchiha, you would be willing to become my little brothers? Upon hearing this, the two exchanged glances and then nodded vigorously. All right, Naruto. I will practice with Sasuke. You can watch from the side. Is that acceptable? Of course, Naruto replied, fully aware of his own abilities and wholeheartedly agreeing with Ryua's approach. Especially as he noticed the lazy demeanor on Ryua's face dissipate, replaced by a seriousness he had never witnessed before. His anticipation grew immensely. In the arena, Sasuke and Ryua stood 10 meters apart, both wearing solemn expressions as they regarded one another. In the absence of battle, Sasuke had yet to realize the situation. Standing opposite Liu Yu, his expression suddenly shifted. To Sasuke, Liu Yu appeared to be casually positioned across from him, seemingly brimming with vulnerabilities, yet paradoxically exuding an impenetrable aura that left Sasuke feeling utterly at a loss. Hell, what's the matter? You and Itachi are entirely incomparable, aren't you? Sasuke's gaze turned icy as he spoke with a low voice. Humph, you are no match for Itachi. Prepare yourself. Naruto, filled with excitement, watched as Sasuke charged towards Liu Yu, envisioning an epic confrontation. However, just as Sasuke's leg was about to strike Liu Yu, the latter inexplicably vanished. Naruto, witnessing this, instinctively shouted, "Sasuke, behind you!" "What?" Sasuke exclaimed in shock, swiftly turning around. Yet, in that fleeting moment, he could only see a fist rapidly enlarging before his eyes, an unprecedented sense of mortal peril washing over him. Finally, Liu Yu's fist came to a halt mere inches from Sasuke's face. The wind generated by the punch ruffled Sasuke's hair for a full 5 seconds before gradually settling. Liu Yu gently tapped Sasuke's forehead, chuckling, "All right, little brother Sasuke, you've had your turn." Sasuke stood there, dazed, as he watched Liu Yu stroll towards a reclining chair. Beside him, Naruto was horrified, staring wide-eyed at what lay behind Sasuke, and in sheer disbelief. He sank to the ground. After a moment, Sasuke regained his senses and, curious about Naruto's expression, followed his gaze behind him. This is impossible." Sasuke stared in shock at a segment of mountain that had bizarrely vanished. Was the disappearance a consequence of Liu Yu's earlier punch? If so, how immensely powerful must Liu Yu be? Naruto and Sasuke exchanged glances, confirming their mutual astonishment, and both swallowed hard. This guy is simply beyond human strength. He is undeniably a monster. The two observed Liu Yu, who had comfortably reclined in a chair, crossing his legs and donning a sun mirror. A massive umbrella shielded him from the searing rays of the sun, and a gentle breeze caressed his face, providing unparalleled comfort. Wait, something feels amiss. Both furrowed their brows, suddenly realizing the gravity of the situation. The sun? The two gazed up at the sky in shock, and in the next moment, they collapsed onto the ground with a resounding thud. Just moments ago, dark clouds loomed overhead, threatening rain. How could the weather have shifted to clear skies in an instant? Could it be? At that moment, their eyes towards Liu Yu transformed entirely. P.S. Greetings everyone. I am a novice writer who has been honing my craft for 2.5 years. As my new book embarks on its journey, I humbly seek your support. I request everything to enhance the visibility of this book's data. I extend my deepest gratitude to the esteemed readers. Your support is immensely cherished. During the joyous occasion of Labor Day, indulge in reading with an exclusive offer. For every 100 units spent, receive an additional 500 VIP points. Seize this opportunity now. Offer valid from May 1st to May 5th. Chapter 14. The most remarkable underling in history after a considerable amount of time. The two finally came to terms with the astonishing prowess of Liu Yu. Naruto could not help but poke Sasuke, whispering, "Aren't you always boasting about how formidable your brother is? Is he anywhere near Liu Yu's caliber?" Sasuke glanced at the vanishing mountain and then at the cloudless azure sky, taking a deep breath before responding, "What a joke. There is simply no comparison. This guy is not human at all." Naruto scratched his head, a foolish grin spreading across his face as he curiously asked Sasuke, "So, what do you think Liu Yu's strength is? Could he possibly be stronger than the third Hokage?" "I don't know. The third Hokage is undoubtedly the strongest in Konoha, but I believe it's impossible for that old man to deliver a punch like this," Sasuke replied pensively. "Well, that's a relief." Naruto sprang to his feet, brushing off the dirt from his behind, casting a glance at Sasuke. "What are we waiting for? With a leader like this, isn't it enough? But how could this guy be so strong? I can't wrap my head around it," Sasuke replied, visibly troubled. "Why ponder that? Liu Yu won't harm us. Are you coming or not?" "If you're not going, I will," Naruto urged. Sasuke, suddenly enlightened, nodded in agreement. "You're right. Let's go. As long as we can grow stronger, that's all that matters." Liu Yu watched as the two sprinted towards him, a smile creeping onto his lips. It seemed that things were progressing quite smoothly, and his earlier display of power had not been in vain. In the blink of an eye, the two stood before Liu Yu, their faces brimming with anticipation. Clearing his throat, Liu cheerfully addressed them. So, have you made up your minds? To be honest, I seldom accept underlings. Not everyone is fortunate enough to have this opportunity. Naruto leaned in with a cheeky grin. I've already made up my mind. From now on, I'll follow your lead. Just tell me what you need me to do, and I shall do it. Good, good. You have the right mindset. Liu nodded in satisfaction. Turning to Sasuke, and you, Sasuke, what have you decided? Sasuke turned his head to avoid Liu Yu's gaze, muttering softly, I'm the same as Naruto. Excellent. Liu Yu rose from his lounge chair. His interest peaked as he gazed at the two. Since you both agree, doesn't that mean it's time to change your titles? Naruto's eyes lit up, eagerly proclaiming, Yes, Boss Liu Yu. Boss Liu. Boss. Sasuke struggled with the words, but ultimately managed to say them. Haha, splendid, splendid. Liu Yu chuckled heartily at their responses. What a prestigious title. Which other transmigrator could claim to have gathered both the reincarnations of Indra and Ashura as their underlings? Surely, his two subordinates were the mightiest in history. Just the thought of it filled him with delight. All right, let us not be overly formal. Since I am your leader, it is my duty to make you stronger. And you can rest assured about that. Wow, thank you, boss, exclaimed Naruto, his face alight with excitement. Although Sasuke remained silent, the subtle curve of his lips betrayed his thoughts. However, Liu Yu regarded the two with a serious expression. Once he confirmed they were attentively listening, he continued. Regarding my strength, remember that it must remain a secret. I am not fond of trouble, as you both likely know. If anyone divulges my abilities, I will personally eliminate them. Do you understand? Feeling the menacing aura emanating from Liu Yu, both were struck with terror, realizing they could hardly muster the strength to move. It was only when Liu Yu resumed his relaxed demeanor that they hurriedly nodded like chicks pecking at grain. Haha, splendid. With that settled, to celebrate our meeting today, I shall treat you both to grilled fish tonight. Wow, long live the boss. Thank you. As night fell, Sasuke and Naruto observed Liu Yu diligently preparing for their feast. To ensure he could grill several fish at once, Liu Yu invested in a metal grill and a sturdy rack. He first procured some bamboo skewers, set up the grill, and placed burning branches within it. Next, he began to prepare the large fish, mixing spices and stuffing them into the fish's belly before skewering them. Before long, the flames within the grill blazed vigorously. The grill was sizable enough to accommodate 4 fish simultaneously, and Liu Yu began his grilling. It must be said that Liu Yu's grilling skills were unparalleled. In no time, a rich aroma wafted through the air, causing Naruto and Sasuke to salivate uncontrollably. Boss, it smells amazing, Naruto exclaimed, unable to contain himself. Though he could grill fish, his skills paled in comparison to Liu Yu's. Sasuke said nothing, his throat moving in anticipation. A few minutes later, the fish was perfectly cooked, and Liu Yu, grinning, urged them, Don't just stand there, eat. Go on, indulge. At his words, the two could no longer resist. They swiftly grabbed a grilled fish from the grill and took a hearty bite. The golden brown fish glistened with a light sheen of oil, and a robust fragrance erupted from its belly. As their teeth met the fish, they heard a delightful crunch. The skin was perfectly crisp yet devoid of any char. Beneath the crunchy skin lay tender, juicy, and flavorful fish meat. With just one bite, both were astonished. Too enamored to offer praise, devouring the fish in mere moments. Liu Yu, observing their delight, chuckled. So how does it taste? It's incredibly delicious. Truly exceptional, boss. Naruto exclaimed enthusiastically. Sasuke nodded in agreement, stating earnestly, This is the best grilled fish I have ever tasted. Liu Yu chuckled, As long as it's delicious. You two must remember, starting tomorrow, you will learn to prepare grilled fish. And it must capture this flavor. Chapter 015. The celestial life of Liu Yu. Upon hearing Liu Yu's words, the two nodded in agreement, believing it entirely reasonable that Liu Yu would empower them while they, in turn, managed their provisions. Little did they realize that their enthusiastic consent heralded a series of unforeseen trials. Liu Yu, however, remained silent on the matter, cheerfully continuing to grill fish, allowing them to savor both the flavor and texture, while intermittently sharing the necessary seasonings and cooking techniques. The adage, give a man a fish and you feed him for a day, teach a man to fish and you feed him for a lifetime, resonated with Liu Yu, as he anticipated relishing life once he had sufficiently trained Naruto and Sasuke. The following morning, the trio arrived early by the lakeside. As Liu Yu observed the eager expressions on their faces, he smiled and remarked, I understand your desire to grow stronger. Yet remember that sharpening the axe does not delay the work of chopping wood. A solid foundation is paramount. Only with a strong base can you elevate your power without any concerns. Pausing momentarily to allow them to absorb his words, he continued, from today onwards, we shall engage in physical training every morning. Do you see that vast lake? The two followed his gaze and were suddenly struck by an ominous premonition. Lu Yu casually picked up an oval, flat stone from the ground and cheerfully stated, in truth, fish grilled on a metal stove lack perfection. I have learned that if we construct a grill from this type of stone, the resulting fish will possess a unique flavor. Therefore, noticing the slight twitch of Sasuke's face, it was evident he had grasped the implication. As for Naruto, he radiated determination. For him, anything that could enhance his strength was worth undertaking. After thoroughly observing their expressions, Lu Yu continued, thus, your task today is to retrieve these oval, flat stones from the opposite side of the lake and construct a grill. Do you understand? Understood, they replied in unison. Very well, let us commence. With that, Lu Yu began to tidy up his fishing rod, prepare the bait, and comfortably reclined on a chair, watching the two dash towards the opposite shore. A smile playing at the corners of his mouth. A year swiftly passed, during which Sasuke and Naruto endured countless trials at the hands of Lu Yu. More than once, they questioned whether the other was intent on pushing them to their limits. As time wore on, they came to realize that moving stones and building grills was merely the foundation of their training. Lu Yu consistently devised increasingly intricate methods to exhaust them. For instance, he claimed that spring water from the mountains was beneficial to health, prompting them to scour the entire back hills of Konoha in search of it. Moreover, when Lu Yu mentioned that the leaves of the leprosy tree could enhance the fragrance of grilled fish, they found themselves traversing the forest in pursuit of these elusive leaves. Additionally, there were quests for cliffside herbs and fresh turtles from the lake's depths, each new challenge rendering the two utterly fatigued and in disarray. The most embarrassing aspect is that every time Lu Yu witnesses the two individuals wearing forlorn expressions, he takes it upon himself to teach them the art of dance, justifying it with the notion of balancing work and leisure. However, Lu Yu's sentiments stand in stark contrast to theirs. While savoring the delectable grilled fish prepared by the duo and sipping the cool, refreshing mountain spring water, he finds himself enchanted by the sight of the two strongest individuals in the future ninja world singing and dancing. Such a life can only be described with a single phrase, an existence akin to that of celestial beings. Yet, in the realm of joy, there exists sorrow, as Sasuke and Naruto's truancy has left Iruka in a state of utter exasperation. As for Naruto, being an orphan, even if Iruka is aware of his skipping classes, there is little he can do. One cannot prioritize capturing a student over conducting lessons. Iruka's tried-and-true method of parental confrontation proves futile with Naruto, as he is devoid of parental figures. As for Sasuke, the situation is even more perplexing. Although Iruka refrains from engaging in class struggles, he is well aware of the Uchiha clan's considerable biases against outsiders. Moreover, Sasuke's father, Uchiha Fugaku, is the head of the Uchiha clan. To approach the clan leader and report that Sasuke is skipping classes would be utterly absurd. In a state of helplessness, Iruka resorts to a more drastic measure, calling in the parents of a few troublemakers who wish to follow suit in skipping classes and administering a stern lecture. This action temporarily quells the wave of truancy. However, Lu Yu's persistent absence from class has left Ino feeling quite unsettled. Had Ino remained ignorant of Lu Yu's activities, it might have been easier to bear. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that she had personally witnessed his leisurely lifestyle and savored that unforgettable grilled fish. Each time Ino reflects on her own arduous studies in the classroom, juxtaposed with Lu Yu's carefree enjoyment of life, her heart feels as if it is being scratched by a cat's claws. Finally, one fateful day, Ino could no longer endure the discomfort, pouting and murmuring, "Enough of this. I'll have that guy come up with a plan for me. I, too, shall skip class." Chapter 016. The Night of Annihilation. On this bright afternoon, with the sun shining brightly, Lu Yu reclined on a lounge chair, directing Naruto and Sasuke, who were diligently performing push-ups under the sun. "Naruto, what are you doing? Is that all you can manage after just a few? Keep at it. It's merely a few small stones, and you can't handle it? With this level of effort, how do you expect to become Hokage?" Naruto glanced helplessly at the heavy stones behind him, his lips curling in resignation. "Boss, we're not like you. These stones are already quite substantial, you know?" After admonishing Naruto, Liu turned his gaze to Sasuke. "Sasuke, while I was addressing Naruto, what were you doing? Why have you stopped your push-ups? Slacking off, are we? Very well, add another 100 push-ups to your routine." Sasuke gritted his teeth, determination etched on his face. Despite his trembling arms, he continued to push through the exercise. Over the course of a year, both boys had become slightly darker in complexion, but significantly more robust. Although Lu Yu had put them through grueling training, their considerable improvement in strength was undeniable. During their most recent assessment 6 months prior, both had demonstrated a marked superiority over their peers. This very progress fueled their resolve to endure the rigorous training. Lu Yu observed them as they persisted in their exercises. Reclining comfortably in his chair, he glanced at the still fishing float and took a refreshing sip of the sweet spring water from the mountains. Stretching contentedly, he crossed his legs and drifted into thought. It must be said that human desires are insatiable. Squinting against the gentle breeze, Lu Yu's mind began to wander. Spending all day with 2 boys wasn't ideal. How delightful it would be to have a compliant girl by his side. Lu Yu, dear brother, yes, that delicate, melodious voice, how comforting it is. Almost immediately, Lu Yu sensed a fragrance wafting towards him, followed by a delightful sensation on his shoulder. Yes, heaven understands me well. This feeling is just right. If only a girl could give me a shoulder massage, it would be perfect. Wait, something seems amiss. Could it be that someone truly is here? Struggling against the pleasant sensations in his shoulder, Lu Yu opened his eyes to find a familiar face before him. Ino? Hee. It's me, Lu Yu. Upon hearing Ino's voice, Lu Yu felt a shiver run down his spine. This girl only referred to him as Lu Yu. Dear brother, when she had something to ask of him. Thinking this, Lu Yu quickly rose from the lounge chair, inviting Ino to take a seat. What brings you here? Ino? Aren't we friends? Do you require my assistance with something? Ino settled beside him on the lounge chair, gesturing for him to come closer. Upon witnessing this, Lu Yu unceremoniously reclined on the lounge chair, casting a curious gaze at Ino, uncertain of her intentions. Noticing Lu Yu lying beside her, Ino, with an air of endearment, began to massage his calves, sweetly saying, Brother Lu Yu, I can no longer endure my time at school. I wish to. Stop right there. Lu Yu hastily interrupted Ino. You mustn't jest, Ino. You are the epitome of a good girl. If Uncle Kai discovers that I have led his obedient daughter to skip class, can you imagine the consequences I would face? My father is not as terrifying as you portray. Ino pouted in discontent, lying beside Lu Yu with a pitiful expression. Brother Lu Yu, please help me. I know you have a solution. I would do anything you ask if you would just assist me. Lu Yu gazed at the delicate face of the girl so close to him. Coupled with her pitiful tone, he sighed in resignation. All right, but while you are here, you must promise to behave, otherwise there will be no negotiations. Rest assured, I will be completely obedient. Ino exclaimed joyfully, unable to contain her excitement as she embraced Lu Yu, her little head nuzzling into his chest. I knew you would be the best, brother Lu Yu. Lu Yu affectionately tousled Ino's hair, already formulating a plan in his mind. 3 days later, he emerged from Irika's office, burdened yet relieved. No one knew what transpired between him and Irika, but inexplicably, Ino was granted her freedom. With Ino's arrival, Lu Yu suddenly felt that his previous experiences were far too limited. 2 of the future strongest subordinates in the ninja world were tasked with grilling fish, and Ino took the roasted fish, expertly peeling it to feed him. This truly was the essence of life. With Ino by his side, Lu Yu's quality of life had ascended to an entirely new level. The mountain springs, infused with the exquisite tea leaves pilfered from her father, were a delight beyond measure. In the afternoon, as he rested, someone would knead his shoulders, and during his naps, he had a fragrant pillow to cuddle with. Lu Yu wished for such blissful days to continue indefinitely. However, beneath the tranquil surface of Konoha, dark currents were stirring. The Uchiha clan's rebellion was imminent. As the night of the Uchiha massacre drew closer, Lu Yu found himself unusually troubled. The uprising of the Uchiha clan was unavoidable, as there were too many harboring dissent. From Uchiha Fugaku at the top to various clan members below, all yearning to instigate a coup to overthrow Konoha's rule. Should the rebellion occur, resulting in conflict with Konoha, even with Uchiha Fugaku's prowess wielding the Manjiki Sharingan, a victory for Konoha would undoubtedly come at a great cost. In such a scenario, the weakened land of fire would undoubtedly attract the attention of the other 4 nations, leading to unfavorable treaties or, in the worst case, division and consumption by the other nations. Thus, the actions of Itachi, Uchiha, and Obito in annihilating the clan were, in fact, the most prudent course of action. Although the Uchiha clan would perish, Konoha would be preserved to the greatest extent possible, sparing the people of the land of fire from the ravages of war. Moreover, Even Liu Yu found himself at a loss, caught between his father's allegiance to Konoha and Sasuke's association with the Uchiha clan. Whom could he assist? Aside from adopting a stance of neutrality and silently observing the unfolding events, it seemed there were no viable options. Should he choose to intervene with force at this juncture, Liu Yu would become a thorn in the sides of both factions. While he might not fear the consequences, his parents would undoubtedly suffer grave repercussions. Being ostracized would be a mild outcome. The potential for various assassination attempts loomed large, leading to a precarious future. Would his response be vengeance? If Konoha orchestrated an assassination, would he retaliate by decimating Konoha? If the Uchiha were behind it, would he annihilate them instead? Such actions would irrevocably plunge him down a path of no return. It was precisely this multitude of considerations that weighed heavily on Liu Yu's mind. With events having escalated to this point, it could be said that the momentum was now beyond human control. On that day, Liu Yu intentionally kept the trio a while longer, waiting until he felt the most brutal aspects had concluded before allowing them to return home. He gazed pensively at Sasuke's retreating figure, a fleeting glint of sharpness flickering in his eyes before vanishing into obscurity. Chapter 017. The Vanished Uchiha on this moonless night, shrouded in darkness and foreboding winds. The atmosphere turned exceptionally frigid, as if heralding the impending demise of the tragic Uchiha clan. The howling gales echoed like the wails of the damned, enveloping the skies above the Uchiha estate. Amidst this somber backdrop, the masked figure of Uchiha Obito appeared on a rooftop, his eerie Sharingan gazing coldly upon the place he once cherished. What memories linger in this accursed world? Dear brethren of the Uchiha, allow me to personally escort you to a pain-free paradise. With malevolent intent surging in his eyes, Obito plunged into the heart of the Uchiha territory, unleashing a ruthless slaughter. Meanwhile, clad in umbu attire, Uchiha Itachi approached the entrance of his clan's abode, his countenance radiating lethal resolve as he donned his umbu mask and surged into the village. In the face of Itachi's terrifying prowess, none could evade his lethal grasp. All perished beneath his blade. At last, Itachi arrived at the threshold of his own home. In that moment, his demeanor shifted to one of grave intensity. For his greatest adversary in this massacre was none other than his father, who possessed the Sharingan. A minute later, as Itachi slowly opened the door to his father's study, he was taken aback to find his parents, clad in nightwear, turned away from him. At that instant, a violent tremor coursed through Itachi's body. I do not wish to engage in fratricide against my own flesh and blood. Standing behind his parents with a bloodied kunai in hand, Fugaka glanced at him and remarked, "Is that so? It seems you have chosen their side." "Father, mother, Uchiha Makoto interjected, "We understand, Itachi." Fugaka slowly lowered his head, his gaze imbued with acceptance. "Go, my child, pursue your own path. Having made your choice, do not harbor regrets. Sasuke is now in your care. Regardless of the outcome, you will always be my pride." Makoto smiled sweetly and tenderly. Tears cascaded from Itachi's eyes. And after a moment of silence, he whispered, "Father, mother, wait for me." In a flash, a silvery glint pierced the air and blood erupted. Itachi cast a lingering glance at his fallen parents before quietly exiting the study. The massacre had commenced. As Itachi stepped outside, the streets lay strewn with the lifeless bodies of his kin. In that moment, the brutal reality of the ninja world was starkly illuminated. Lives were extinguished with reckless abandon, as Obito harvested them mercilessly. There were no cries of agony, no resistance, only a one-sided slaughter. Itachi instinctively surveyed his surroundings, when suddenly his body trembled violently. Not far from him, Uchiha Izumi was cruelly impaled against a wall by a kunai. "Izumi." Uchiha Obito stood nearby, observing with keen interest. "You once vowed to eliminate everyone except your brother. Am I wrong to fulfill your promise?" Uchiha Itachi took a deep breath, swiftly regaining his composure, his gaze once again radiating an unparalleled indifference. Ignoring Obito, he brandished his ninja blade and set forth in a different direction to engage in battle. Uchiha Obito observed Itachi's increasingly ruthless slaughter, a profound wariness flickering in his eyes. Meanwhile, Sasuke entered the Uchiha clan's territory with a buoyant stride. The past few years had been surreal for him. Reflecting on it, he could hardly fathom how he had inexplicably begun skipping classes, only to find himself under the tutelage of a leader nearly his own age. Nonetheless, these years had been filled with joy. Although Shursui was quite strict with him and Naruto, he never failed to remember them during good times. What brought Sasuke the greatest joy was the unmistakable progress he had made in his abilities. The enhancement of his physical prowess resulted in an increase in the chakra contained within his cells. Today, he unexpectedly discovered that he could now unleash a formidable fireball jutsu. Excited, he envisioned surprising his parents and brother upon returning home, quickening his pace. However, it wasn't long before Sasuke sensed something amiss. The village's lights had extinguished far earlier than usual, and the streets of the Uchiha clan were eerily silent, devoid of even a single bark from a dog. A thick scent of blood permeated the air, causing Sasuke's expression to change drastically as an ominous premonition gripped his heart. In the darkness, Uchiha Obito stood atop a rooftop, resting his chin on his hand as he watched Sasuke dash homeward, unable to suppress a sigh of sympathy. What a pitiful little boy. Itachi is truly cold-blooded. Just then, an overwhelming sense of unease surged within him, enveloping his entire being with a palpable sense of danger. Instinctively, Obito turned to look behind him, calling out, "Who goes there? Show yourself." Boom. A terrifying presence surged forth from the shadows, the sudden onslaught nearly causing Uchiha Obito to lose his footing. He regarded the figure emerging from the darkness with the gravitas of one facing a formidable adversary. In the next moment, upon seeing the visitor's face, he was utterly taken aback. The author's heartfelt reflections. Readers, please take note. My emotions have been quite complex these past few days as I pondered deeply. Perhaps I am truly not up to par, or maybe I simply do not understand what resonates with you all. Each time I embark on a new story, I find myself in a state of turmoil. Today marks the third day since I began this tale, and I have scarcely slept well. In fact, my sleep over these 3 days has been under 4 hours each day. I have endeavored to update diligently, having written 4 and even 6 chapters before. Yet the response seems less than satisfactory. I share this not to disturb your reading experience, but I must express my uncertainty about how much longer I can sustain this endeavor. The pressure of writing on Feilu is truly overwhelming. A poorly performing book could leave an author with nothing for an entire month. Authors do not engage in frivolities. They write primarily for financial gain, as many are genuinely struggling. Some authors continue to write new books while maintaining their old ones, as the income from their previous works barely covers daily expenses, let alone mortgage repayments, necessitating new creations. The only recourse for authors is to consistently update their old works and produce new ones. To those who claim they write solely out of passion, I can only respond with a wry smile. However, I am uncertain what has transpired recently. The data has been deteriorating day by day. Today, the count of 14,000 readers only increased by fewer than 200 flowers. The number of comments is also dishearteningly low, and even my pleas for additional comments to incentivize updates have proven futile. The author has genuinely devoted effort to their work, making revisions where necessary and responding to every concern raised. Yet, the sense of isolation has returned. Frankly, this feeling is profoundly disheartening. I have been writing on Feilu for half a year, enduring a continuous struggle, and each new release feels akin to a trial, the memory of which remains vivid. In the past, I would look forward to a new release. Now, however, sigh. You cannot fathom the anticipation I feel each morning upon awakening or when I am weary from writing, only to find the back-end data stagnant. The sensation is difficult to articulate, yet it is truly disheartening. Thus, I have decided to make a humble request for a few flowers, a review ticket, or, as the month begins, some monthly votes. Even a single flower, a review ticket, a monthly vote. Each gesture represents immense support for the author. Moreover, I genuinely wish to see more interaction in the comments section. A little encouragement would mean the world. You may not realize that while I speak of updating frequently with ease, the reality of writing is fraught with challenges. Lastly, I reiterate, even a single flower, a review ticket, or a monthly vote would be appreciated. If none of these are possible, could you at least leave a comment for the author? If support continues to wane, I fear it may become increasingly difficult to persevere. Your encouragement is the author's everlasting motivation. In closing, I wish everyone a prosperous new year filled with fulfilled aspirations, harmonious families, happiness, health, and all things favorable. Let us, lovers of Naruto, strive together. In the coming year, let us work diligently. The author will continue to write for a few more days to observe the situation. If there is no improvement, I can only say, though mountains and rivers may separate us, we shall meet again in the world of literature. Yours sincerely, the diligent author. Chapter 018. Overwhelming Uchiha Obito. Uchiha Obito's eerie Sharingan narrowed slightly when he perceived the terrifying aura emanating from a child barely reaching his chest. He was utterly bewildered. What was this situation? Was it merely an illusion? Subconsciously, Obito glanced around but found no one else present. His curiosity turned toward the child before him. The youthful face was strikingly handsome, and despite his tender age, Lu Yu exuded an unmistakable aura that set him apart. What astonished Obito the most were Lu Yu's eyes. The moment he met Lu Yu's gaze, a chill penetrated his very core, as if he had plunged into an icy abyss. Lu Yu regarded Obito with indifference, and suddenly, a gleam flashed in his eyes before he vanished in an instant. Behind him, Obito instinctively turned around, and in the next moment, his eyes widened in horror as a fist rapidly enlarged in his field of vision. Boom. At the critical moment, Obito activated his phasing ability, and Lu Yu's right fist passed cleanly through his body. Humph, you little brat. With your, Obito turned to address Lu Yu, ready to deliver a taunt. But the sight before him left him speechless, the latter half of his sentence caught in his throat. Not far away lay a colossal pit several yards deep, with houses and trees within 100 meters obliterated without a trace. Moreover, as he gazed at the moon hanging in the sky, a twitch of disbelief crept upon his lips. Where did the clouds go? Could this child's punch possess such terrifying power that it could disperse the clouds? This was utterly absurd. In an instant, cold sweat dripped down Obito's back, his clothes nearly drenched. He couldn't help but feel a wave of dread wash over him, contemplating how, had he delayed activating his phasing ability by even a fraction of a second, he would have been reduced to mere dust. Lu Yu turned back to Obito, his voice cold and cutting. Your ocular prowess is commendable, but if you believe that this alone grants you peace of mind, you are gravely mistaken. In the next moment, an astonishing image reflected in Obito's eyes. Lu Yu, facing him, formed hand seals, and with a thunderous roar, his chakra surged dramatically, ascending to heights unimaginable. This immense chakra eruption obliterated the structures beneath their feet, reducing them to rubble. A palpable sense of danger emanated from Lu Yu. In the following instant, Obito's eyes narrowed in disbelief as he looked down, witnessing countless shadows hurtling toward him in erratic trajectories. This little brat. So, the primary objective of that previous strike was to disperse the clouds with the force of his punch, utilizing the moonlight to create shadows? Therefore, is this child of the Nara clan? Since when did the Nara clan produce individuals with martial prowess surpassing even that of Might Guy? Furthermore, even Nara Shikamaru, that fellow, couldn't possibly summon as many shadows as this half-grown child. Isn't it excessive for you to control hundreds of shadows at once? Uchiha Obito could not help but express his thoughts internally. He was acutely aware of the terrifying capabilities of the shadow mimicry technique and instinctively leaped backward, attempting to evade the oncoming shadows. However, all of Obito's focus was drawn to the multitude of shadows, and in that fleeting moment of his jump, Lu Yu suddenly appeared beside him, delivering a solid punch to his face. The abruptness of Lu Yu's appearance and the swiftness of his strike were overwhelming. Obito barely registered the blow until it connected. Bang! Uchiha Obito was propelled like a cannonball, spinning through the air for several rotations before crashing through and collapsing over a dozen buildings, finally coming to a halt. It was fortunate that Lu Yu had shown restraint. Otherwise, Obito would have already met Rin. After a prolonged moment, the swirling dust began to settle, revealing Uchiha Obito's battered form. He was a pitiful sight, his body marred with blood, his expression one of sheer terror as he gazed at Lu Yu in the distance. It was horrifying, truly horrifying. Obito stared at Lu Yu as if he were a monster, only to then realize in dread that he had fallen victim to the shadow mimicry technique. Any attempts to struggle were now futile. Witnessing the cruel smile forming at the corners of Lu Yu's mouth sent chills down Obito's spine. In that instant, he felt fear like never before, an existential dread that penetrated his very soul. Lu Yu swiftly formed hand seals and called out, shadow stitching. Suddenly, countless shadows erupted from the ground, launching an intensely concentrated assault upon Obito. Damn it! Obito could only watch helplessly as numerous sharp shadows lunged toward him. To avoid injury, he had no choice but to utilize his intangibility at the first opportunity. 5 minutes later, Obito gazed in despair at the approaching shadows. He had reached his limit. His maximum duration of intangibility could only last 5 minutes. With a piercing thrust, one of the shadows brutally pierced Obito's arm, prompting Lu Yu to command the other shadows to halt their assault. Obito then met Lu Yu's gaze, which bore a chilling, significant smirk, and he couldn't help but shudder. Chapter 019. This strike is due to your breaking of the table leg. Liu Yu observed the exhausted Uchiha Obito, who was clearly at his limit, and promptly dispelled the shadow imitation technique. At this moment, not only could Uchiha Obito not flee, but even the mere act of rising seemed to pose a formidable challenge. With a gentle kick, Liu Yu dislodged a piece of debris nearby and bent down to retrieve a long watermelon knife, dragging the elongated blade behind him. He approached Uchiha Obito step by deliberate step, the thudding sound of his shoes against the ground resonating with an ominous heaviness. In the midst of the tempestuous night, each weighty footfall felt akin to a crushing pressure upon the heart, instilling a sense of suffocating dread in Uchiha Obito, making even the act of breathing arduous. In that moment, Uchiha Obito could distinctly hear the rhythmic pounding of his own heart and the labored breaths escaping his lips. As he watched Liu Yu advance, a profound despair settled within him. 10 meters, 8 meters, 1 meter. Am I truly destined to meet my end here? Uchiha Obito thought with a bitter smile, acknowledging his own shortcomings. Lin, I have come to see you. Liu Yu stood before Uchiha Obito, his gaze laced with disdain. Wishing for death? How naive. I have no desire to reveal your identity. I merely wish to convey that this strike is a consequence of your invasion of Konoha, resulting in the demise of the 4th Hokage and Kushina Uzumaki. With a resounding thwack, Liu Yu swung the watermelon knife, delivering a solid blow to Uchiha Obito's face. The impact sent him flying, crashing against a wall 10 meters away, before he slowly slid to the ground. Coughing violently, Uchiha Obito spat out blood, clearly injured. This strike is for the pain you caused Naruto, who lost his parents at a young age. Without granting him a moment to recover, Liu Yu struck again. This time with a powerful blow that connected with Uchiha Obito's face, his eyes filled with despair. This strike is due to your reckless unleashing of the Nine Tails, leading to the tragic deaths of countless innocents. Thwack. This strike is for the merciless slaughter of Sasuke's kin. Thwack. This strike. Thwack. 3 minutes later, Liu surveyed the barely conscious Obito, his brow furrowed as he contemplated further justification for his assault. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon the broken table leg beneath Obito, and he glared at him menacingly, proclaiming, "This strike is because you broke the table leg." Uchiha Obito instinctively glanced at the fragmented leg, bewildered, and retorted, This table leg, if one were to consider, you are the one who broke it, aren't you? Enough of your prattle, prepare yourself." Thwack. This time, Obito was sent soaring through the air, spinning over a dozen times, losing several teeth in the process. Moments later, he crashed heavily to the ground, his eyes rolling back as he succumbed to unconsciousness. With a casual toss, Liu Yu flung away the watermelon knife, murmuring, "You slaughtered the parents of my dear Naruto and massacred my brother Sasuke's kin. Had it not been for your lingering usefulness, would you still be alive today?" Subsequently, Liu Yu approached Obito, seizing one of his legs and dragging him along like a lifeless dog towards Sasuke's home. Meanwhile, Sasuke stood paralyzed with terror, surveying his surroundings. The scene outside was utterly horrific, strewn with the corpses of his clansmen. Trembling, he returned home, and as he crossed the threshold, a pungent scent of blood assaulted his senses. No, it couldn't be. His father was the clan leader. It was impossible, absolutely impossible. As he struggled to convince himself, he summoned his courage and moved towards his room. The mere 3 meters from the yard's entrance to his room felt like an eternity, taking him a full minute to traverse. Gazing at the familiar door before him, Sasuke swallowed hard, his hands shaking as he slowly pulled it open. As the door creaked ajar, he was struck with terror, collapsing onto the ground, all his hopes shattering in an instant. Before him lay the bodies of his parents entwined in death, the dark purple blood pooling on the floor indicating they had been gone for some time. No, it couldn't be. "Father, mother, what has happened to you? Please, do not frighten me like this." In a frenzy, Sasuke rushed to the lifeless forms of Fugaku and Mikoto Uchiha, breaking into inconsolable tears, utterly unable to comprehend the grim reality before him. He wept over their bodies for what felt like 10 minutes, until suddenly he paused, wiping the tears from his eyes and glancing around in confusion. Where was his brother? Not seeing Itachi's body, could it mean that he was still alive? At that moment, a tall shadow appeared at the doorway. Instinctively, Sasuke took a step back, but upon recognizing his brother, his emotions surged uncontrollably. Tears streamed down his face as he cried out, "Brother, father, mother. And so many of our clansmen, they are all dead, all murdered." Itachi Uchiha regarded Sasuke with a cold detachment and replied calmly, "I know." "You know?" Sasuke was taken aback, staring into his brother's composed face, an ominous feeling swelling within him. Because they were all killed by me. Chapter 20. The feeling of bullying the weak. What? Upon hearing Itachi Uchiha's words, Sasuke's tears instantly ceased, his eyes wide with shock as he gazed at his brother. His pupils constricted sharply, his mind swirling in confusion, and he suddenly collapsed to the ground. Sasuke stared at the familiar figure of his brother, his consciousness gradually becoming dazed. Muttering repeatedly, "No, it's impossible. How could you have killed our parents? You're lying." Lying? Hee. Itachi Uchiha's eerie Sharingan glowed as he coldly regarded Sasuke. In the next moment, Itachi forcibly showed Sasuke a series of past events through his Sharingan. The images unfolded, revealing Itachi mercilessly wielding his ninja blade. One familiar figure after another collapsing. Ultimately, Itachi burst through the front door, the blade ruthlessly slicing a wide arc, and soon their parents fell in a pool of blood. Sasuke's eyes widened, his teeth clenched as he watched the scene unfold before him, transitioning from fear to an overwhelming fury. An endless rage expelled the remnants of fear. At that moment, Sasuke was no longer afraid. He yearned to kill the man before him. Itachi sensed the fierce killing intent emanating from Sasuke, his heart twitching slightly. Sasuke fixed his gaze on Itachi, his voice a desperate roar. Why? Why did you do this? Why did you kill our clan, our parents? Why? Itachi looked at Sasuke with a cruel gaze and replied indifferently, "Sasuke, you may not fully understand our family. Do you know the history of the Uchiha clan?" "What history?" "We, the Uchiha, are labeled as an evil clan, and it is indeed tied to our eyes." Itachi pointed to his Sharingan. "The power of these eyes surpasses your imagination. To awaken the legendary Mangekyou Sharingan, one must kill their closest kin. I merely did what was necessary." Sasuke staggered back, stunned by Itachi's brutal words. Unable to reconcile this with the brother who had always cherished him. After a moment of contemplation, he glared defiantly at Itachi. "Then why didn't you kill me? You lack the value of being killed. You are too weak." "Why are you so weak? Your hatred is not deep enough. My foolish little brother. If you wish to kill me, then embrace your hatred for me, loathe me, and continue to survive, evading everything just to live. Then, when you possess eyes like mine, come back to me. Only then will your existence hold significance." Itachi raised his hand and lightly tapped Sasuke's forehead, chuckling softly. Just as he prepared to leave, an unexpected change occurred. Sasuke's black pupils suddenly emitted a sinister crimson glow, and in the depths of his boundless fury, he awakened the double Tomo Sharingan. "Bastard! I will kill you." Sasuke let out a furious roar, instinctively drawing Shuriken and kunai from behind him, expertly hurling them towards Itachi. Itachi sensed the rush of wind behind him and instinctively sidestepped. Bang, bang, bang. However, what surprised Uchiha Itachi was that after he evaded, the kunai and Shuriken collided, altering their trajectory, with some Shuriken continuing their pursuit. Itachi's eyes narrowed slightly as he casually lifted his ninja blade to deflect the incoming projectiles, effortlessly blocking Sasuke's assault. Quite impressive throwing skills, but before Uchiha Itachi could finish his thought, a low voice echoed. "Fire style. Great fireball technique." What? Sasuke can actually unleash ninjutsu? Where did he acquire such abundant chakra? Uchiha Itachi stared in shock as a fireball, over a meter in diameter, hurtled towards him. At the critical moment, he dashed forward, narrowly evading Sasuke's ninjutsu attack. This kid possesses remarkable prowess. Uchiha Itachi couldn't help but reflect. Then, with uncanny foresight, he turned to block a kick from Sasuke with his right hand. Following that, Uchiha Itachi moved with overwhelming speed, evading Sasuke's punch while delivering a powerful palm strike that sent Sasuke flying. The blow was merciless. Sasuke coughed up blood mid-air, his consciousness beginning to blur. In the next instant, he crashed heavily to the ground, sliding over 10 meters before finally coming to a stop. With blurry vision, Sasuke looked at Uchiha Itachi, murmuring with his last ounce of strength, "I will definitely kill you, Uchiha Itachi." Subsequently, his head drooped, and he fell into a deep unconsciousness. Uchiha Itachi gazed at Sasuke, lying in the distance, a tempest of emotions surging within him. He never anticipated that the barely 7-year-old Sasuke had grown so formidable, had he not completely overpowered him. The confrontation could have proven quite troublesome. Uchiha Itachi's feelings became exceedingly complex, ultimately manifesting as a profound sigh before he prepared to depart. Just then, an overwhelming aura of murderous intent enveloped him, so tangible that it rendered Uchiha Itachi momentarily immobile. From the darkness, a dispassionate voice suddenly echoed, Uchiha Itachi. How does it feel to prey on the weak? Chapter 021. Susanoo who approaches? Is it possible that Konoha harbors such formidable warriors in its depths? As the presence of the intruder seemed to wane, Itachi Uchiha instinctively positioned himself before Sasuke, suspecting that it might be an assassin sent by Danzo. Itachi's protective gesture softened the gaze of Riku. Regardless of Itachi's transgressions against his clan, his parents, and his beloved, he had never wronged Sasuke. After all, every action he took was driven by a desire to safeguard his younger brother. For Itachi, Sasuke held greater significance than the entire village. Yet, Riku was not concerned with such nuances. He recognized Sasuke's innocence. No matter the actions of others, it was Sasuke who would ultimately suffer the consequences. This unforeseen massacre would undoubtedly leave a profound scar on Sasuke's soul. To put it bluntly, the incompetence of the Uchiha clan had precipitated this calamity. Had the clan leader been Madara Uchiha, it was likely that Danzo would have been the one to orchestrate the genocide. In essence, mediocrity was the root of all misfortune. Riku was solely focused on his younger brother's distress, his fear, and the fact that he had recently been assaulted. He understood how to empower his little brother. What purpose did instilling fear serve? Madara had attained his strength through countless battles. There was no merit in scaring Sasuke with illusions as a means of hasty advancement. At that moment, Itachi, illuminated by the moonlight, finally discerned the identity of the newcomer and gasped in surprise. Is that you? Was Tita Sasuke's classmate? The eldest son of Nara Shikamaru, was it not Nara Riku? What brought him here? Who had unleashed that overwhelming presence? Could it have been this young man? As Itachi's mind raced, he instinctively scrutinized Riku. In the next instant, Itachi's pupils constricted in shock as he beheld the man who claimed to be Madara Uchiha, lying on the ground like a defeated beast. The moonlight revealed that this so-called Madara had been thoroughly beaten, his mask long gone, revealing a swollen visage that was barely recognizable. Who could have done this? Who possessed the strength to reduce him to such a state? Itachi instinctively scanned the surroundings, and upon confirming that no one else was present, his gaze reluctantly returned to Riku. The more Riku pondered, the more incensed he became. His aura surging upward as he fixed his gaze on Itachi with a menacing smile. Itachi Uchiha, is it? Excellent work. Riku's laughter was laced with a chilling malice, his right eye gleaming with a hint of danger. To his astonishment, Uchiha Itachi discovered that the child before him, of a similar stature to Sasuke, exuded an overwhelming aura of malevolence. This presence sent shivers down his spine, rendering his body rigid with trepidation. In that instant, Itachi, unable to comprehend why Duyo instilled such immense pressure upon him, instinctively activated his Sharingan. However, as soon as the eyes awakened, he was horrified to find that Duyo had vanished from sight. The next moment, Duyo materialized beside Itachi, swiftly launching a kunai that struck his shoulder. With a suppressed grunt, Itachi clenched his teeth against the searing pain. In an instant, Duyo delivered a powerful kick to his abdomen, sending him crashing backward, demolishing several buildings before he finally came to a halt. As the dust settled, Itachi's form was revealed, curled in a fetal position, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead, while excruciating pain relentlessly assaulted his senses. Arrogant and presumptuous, believing he could dictate Sasuke's future, I must inquire, by what right do you presume to shape his destiny? Lacking both strength and speed, how dare you claim the role of an elder brother? Duyo appeared before Itachi, observing the convulsing figure on the ground with cold indifference. Though I shall ensure your survival, the irreparable damage you have inflicted upon my younger brother's spirit compels me to impart a lesson upon you. After enduring Duyo's scathing rebuke and relentless assault, Itachi, seizing the moment as his injuries began to subside, recklessly concentrated all his chakra into his Sharingan. Let me demonstrate whether I am worthy to be Sasuke's brother, he defiantly declared, raising his head, the eerie tomo spinning wildly, intertwining in an instant. A terrifying and colossal aura erupted from Itachi's being. Susanoo. Chapter 022. The Tragic Uchiha Brothers Boom. The crimson flames, as vivid as blood, surged forth from Itachi's body like an unrelenting tide, seemingly endless. In the blink of an eye, these terrifying flames enveloped Uchiha Itachi completely, lifting him into the air. Subsequently, they formed the silhouette of a colossal figure. First came the bones, then the flesh, and eventually encased in immense armor, a gigantic armored giant emerged. Having personally annihilated his entire clan, Uchiha Itachi was already emotionally unstable. The provocation from Ryu was sufficient to unleash his full potential. In the next moment, a towering giant, clad in armor, stood before Ryu. The already diminutive Ryu appeared even smaller in the presence of Susanoo. As Susanoo materialized, an overwhelming aura of terror spread uncontrollably throughout the surroundings. This terrifying presence sent shivers down the spines of several prominent figures who were observing the clan extermination battle. At the root, Danzo sat calmly at his desk, sipping tea when suddenly a wave of dread washed over him, transforming his expression. Could this power be? Danzo silently assessed the source of the ominous energy, and soon a smug smile graced his face. Ah, so this aura originates from the Uchiha clan. Heh, Uchiha Fugaku. I wonder if you appreciate this gift I have bestowed upon you. It must be quite intriguing to face your own son. In that moment, Danzo's spirits soared. To him, it seemed that Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Fugaku were engaged in a duel of kaleidoscopes. This was a game that Konoha could only profit from, regardless of who emerged victorious. Meanwhile, Sarutobi Hiruzen also sensed the terrifying presence, standing uncertainly atop the Hokage's office, straining to gaze in the direction of the Uchiha clan. Murmuring to himself, it seems that matters are not progressing smoothly. Buzz. The Susanoo enveloping Uchiha Itachi glimmered, its crimson light flickering ominously across the armor. Uchiha Itachi, exuding an air of certainty, coldly regarded Ryu. Do you see? Little brat, this is my true power. Ryu gazed upward at the towering Susanoo, and upon hearing Itachi's words, a sardonic smile crept across his lips. Just a turtle's technique. I fail to see what you have to be so proud of. Oh, little brat, you may be small, but your words are bold. I shall see how you intend to counter this move of mine. Heh, a frog at the bottom of a well. With that, Ryu crouched low, harnessing the power of the earth. Boom. An astonishing scene unfolded before Uchiha Itachi. As Ryu gathered his strength, the very ground beneath him buckled under the strain. The land within 100 meters cracked and splintered, with many structures beginning to collapse. Following this, Ryu's figure shot forth like a meteor. Buzz. In midair, a shadow suddenly emerged from the void, striking at Uchiha Itachi's back from an impossibly acute angle. Its speed akin to that of thunder and lightning, rendering any defense futile. Bang! In the next instant, Ryu unleashed a punch, the force of which was as heavy as a mountain, directly colliding with Susanoo's armor. The result was catastrophic. The crimson armor shattered piece by piece, its brilliance dimmed, ultimately dissolving into nothingness. Uchiha Itachi's eyes widened in disbelief, as if trapped in a nightmare, his complexion drained of color. Was it possible for someone to obliterate Susanoo with mere physical strength? Following this, Itachi was struck by the terrifying wind of the punch, plummeting to the ground like a projectile. Boom! He was sent crashing over 100 feet away, landing heavily and creating a massive crater upon impact. Amidst the swirling dust, Ryu approached Itachi with an unhurried demeanor, each step resonating with a thud against the earth, echoing like a heavy hammer against Itachi's chest. In the ruins, Itachi struggled to sit up, spitting out a mouthful of blood, clearly suffering from severe internal injuries. The formidable foe had likely displaced his organs, with at least 7 or 8 ribs fractured. Itachi felt as though his entire body was tearing apart. A bitter smile played on his lips, for he had lost the will to fight. Despair engulfed him as he gazed at Ryu approaching, and he closed his eyes, awaiting the arrival of death. Heh, do you wish to die? How naive. Thud, thud, thud. 5 minutes later, Ryu dragged Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Obito out of Konoha like 2 lifeless dogs. Any ninja they encountered along the way were stunned into unconsciousness by Ryu's overwhelming presence, while any root members simply vanished into thin air. Thus, 10 minutes later, Ryu arrived outside Konoha, dragging the 2 Uchiha Titans, who resembled discarded refuse, and unceremoniously hurled them away into the distance. At the moment they were cast aside, Ryu employed a peculiar technique to awaken them midair. As they soared through the clouds, an undeniable voice echoed in their ears. Do not let me see you again in 5 years. Otherwise, bear the consequences. Chapter 023. A cure for male health. After casting out the 2 disgraced members of the Uchiha clan from the village, Ryu's gaze flickered with uncertainty. After a moment's reflection, he chose to return to the village. Meanwhile, in the depths of the village, Danzo felt the terrifying presence dissipate and, in a remarkably buoyant mood, could not resist uncorking a bottle of wine for a modest sip. Typically shadowed by darkness, Danzo's grim and twisted visage unexpectedly softened into a rare smile. As if a heavy burden had been lifted. At last, the menacing Uchiha clan had been vanquished. In recent years, the Uchiha clan had grown increasingly formidable, particularly with the presence of the most powerful Jinjutsu user, Uchiha Shursui, the immensely promising Uchiha Itachi, and Uchiha Fugaku, who wielded the Manjiki Sharingan. The existence of these three had elevated the clan's strength to unprecedented heights. Had they conspired together in rebellion, even uniting all the strength of the village would have rendered the outcome a mere 50-50 chance. In such dire circumstances, Danzo, through a series of meticulously devised schemes, had managed to eliminate all three without shedding a single drop of blood. In this moment, a sense of unparalleled pride surged within him. What of the Manjiki? What of the Kodo Amatsukami? In the end, it had all served to benefit him. Danzo smugly mused that even the first and second Hokage would not have navigated this situation as deftly as he had. After all, in confronting three super soldiers, he had neutralized Konoha's greatest instability without the loss of a single soldier. From this point onward, Konoha would be free from lingering worries. And Danzo felt a 90% assurance of seizing the Hokage position. As this thought crossed his mind, he could not help but chuckle. Haha, Izashi. The Hokage title will inevitably be mine. Your inaction and foolish kindness will be your greatest weaknesses. At that moment, a cold, indifferent voice echoed from the darkness. That is still 1,000 times better than your cold-blooded ruthlessness, which is nothing but constant scheming. Danzo's expression changed dramatically upon hearing these words as he regarded the shadowy figure with trepidation. Who could this be? This was his stronghold. Yet the intruder had silently approached him. What had happened to his subordinates? Intruder, kill this bastard. Where are you, my men? Danzo shouted repeatedly, but not a single soul responded. Suddenly, a spherical object appeared before him. Danzo instinctively turned to look, only to be blinded by a dazzling flash of light that rendered him sightless for a brief moment. In an instant, he realized the gravity of his predicament. However, it was far too late. In the next heartbeat, Liu Yu materialized before Danzo and delivered a swift blow to his temple. The force of the punch sent Danzo sprawling backward, embedding him into the wall not far away. At that moment, it felt as though a relentless drum was pounding in Danzo's head, and with a roll of his eyes, he collapsed, uttering not a single word. Liu Yu effortlessly pried Danzo from the wall, draping the latter's clothing over his head. Subsequently, Liu Yu seized Danzo by the ankle, dragging him away like a lifeless dog. Half an hour later, Liu Yu stripped Tuanzong bare and unceremoniously shoved him into the women's restroom. After completing this task, Liu Yu let out a long sigh of relief, having thoroughly thrashed the culprits, which significantly lifted his spirits. Were it not for the fact that he intended to leave these individuals for Naruto and Sasuke to practice on in the future, Liu Yu's temperament would have surely led to their demise countless times by now. As a seasoned slacker, he believed that if one were to strike, they must eradicate the root cause completely. However, for the sake of his little brother, Liu Yu felt that occasionally bending his principles was permissible. To take a step back, even if these individuals eventually became intolerable, dealing with them later would not pose a significant problem. Casting a worried glance in Sasuke's direction, Liu Yu sighed in resignation and made his way home. Upon returning, he gazed at his parents and Shikamaru, whom he had knocked unconscious, and gently placed them on the bed, tucking them in with a blanket. After completing this, he stretched and soon drifted off into a hazy sleep. A long night passed, and the next morning, when Tuanzong awakened to find himself naked and sprawled in the women's restroom, he was nearly driven to the brink of madness. Glancing at the slowly rising sun, Tuanzong scratched his head in frustration. If only he had woken up an hour earlier when everyone was still asleep. He could have simply run back without issue. Now, at this hour, things had become rather troublesome. Just as Tuanzong pondered his predicament, a delicate woman's voice echoed from outside. His expression changed dramatically, and countless escape plans raced through his mind. Finally, gritting his teeth, he dashed out of the women's restroom, leaping onto the roof amid the startled cries of several women. The villagers watched Tuanzang's bare form scurry across the rooftops, shaking their heads in disbelief. Such a small bird, yet still peeping. He must have some serious issues. How pitiable. Brother, wait. I have powerful health supplements just for men. They murmured, bemused by the sight of a ninja sneaking into the women's restroom in the dead of night. It seemed that anyone could be found in these times. Half an hour later, news of a middle-aged perverted ninja's clandestine visit to the women's restroom spread rapidly throughout the Hidden Leaf village. As people lamented the decline of societal morals, they soon received another chilling piece of news. The Uchiha clan, renowned alongside the Senju clan and celebrated for their brilliance, had been obliterated overnight. The culprit behind this devastation was none other than Uchiha Itachi. Consequently, the higher-ups of the Hidden Leaf immediately classified Uchiha Itachi as an S-rank rogue ninja, labeling him as a top-tier threat. The news of Uchiha Itachi single-handedly annihilating his clan spread like wildfire, reaching every corner of the ninja world in an astonishingly brief period. Within the Uchiha clan, countless ninjas were engaged in clearing the scene, and when the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, arrived to witness the horrifying scene before him, he could not help but gasp in shock. Chapter 024. The Trembling Danzo. If one were to witness the streets strewn with the corpses of the Uchiha clan, it would indeed align with the foresight of Sarutobi Hiruzen. However, the remnants of the battle left by Dewey's confrontation astounded him beyond measure. The seasoned Sarutobi, with his wealth of experience, discerned from the concentrated signs of conflict that an extraordinary battle had transpired here the previous night. Arriving at the site where Dewey had gathered his strength to leap, Sarutobi surveyed the vast crater before him and the fissures that extended for hundreds of meters around it, his lips twitching involuntarily. What manner of power could inflict such a terrifying scene? This individual must be a beast. As he gazed upon the ruins of the Uchiha clan, Sarutobi deduced that this confrontation had been a one-sided onslaught. Instinctively stroking his beard, he delved into contemplation. Firstly, this person could not possibly be Uchiha Fugaku, as Fugaku's fatal wound was inflicted upon his back. Sarutobi reasoned that the adversary had refrained from engaging his son, choosing instead a dignified demise. Secondly, this individual could not be Itachi. Although Itachi had wielded a fearsome ability the previous night, that dreadful aura dissipated almost instantaneously. Clearly, these harrowing traces of battle were remnants left when the opponent dispatched Itachi in an instant. Who, then, was this formidable adversary? Sarutobi felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Having just eradicated one malignant entity from Konoha, a more terrifying foe now emerged. The critical question remained: was this entity a friend or foe? Was Konoha destined to fall by his own hand? Meanwhile, Danzo stealthily returned to his stronghold through a concealed passage, hastily donning a set of clothing, before exhaling a long sigh of relief. Thankfully, the old man had prepared an escape route for himself. Otherwise, today's encounter would have resulted in utter disgrace. Once properly attired, Danzo swiftly made his way to his office. Upon noticing the human-shaped indentation on the wall, he could not suppress a grim twitch of his lips. Feeling somewhat perturbed, he seated himself at his desk and casually picked up a report detailing the latest developments concerning the Uchiha clan, along with images from the scene. His brow furrowed immediately. As a veteran in the field, Danzo's expression shifted dramatically upon seeing the wound on Uchiha Fugaku's back. Beads of cold sweat formed on his forehead. So, last night, Itachi's opponent was not Fugaku, but rather, recalling the terrifying aura and impeccable strikes of the adversary from the previous night, Danzo felt his scalp tingle with dread, trembling uncontrollably. After all, if this individual could silently infiltrate his stronghold once, they could do so again. This time it was the women's restroom. What might the next target be? If the adversary decided to end the game, would they not eliminate him? After a lengthy pause, Danzo let out a resigned sigh. To be targeted by such a powerful being is no trivial matter. It seems prudent to remain inconspicuous for a while. In contrast to the adults' concerns regarding the extinction of the Uchiha clan, the children were more preoccupied with the well-being of their companions. Early in the morning, Lu Yu and Lu Wan purchased some fruits and made their way to the Konoha hospital. Along the way, they encountered Ino, Choji, Naruto, and others. The group of children appeared unusually somber today, exchanging silent glances before quietly entering Sasuke's hospital room. Please keep your voices down. The patient is currently in an extremely unstable emotional state. Do not utter anything that might provoke him. The group nodded in agreement, gazing from a distance at the vacant expression on Sasuke's face, unsure of what to say. After a few minutes, burdened with heavy hearts, they prepared to leave. At that moment, a doctor emerged from the room and asked the group, "Who among you is Nara Luyu? The patient wishes to see him." Luyu nodded in response. "I am Nara Luyu." "Very well, the patient's emotional state is fragile, so please refrain from discussing any distressing topics." "Understood." Liu entered the room, and an uncomfortable smell of medicine filled the air. Observing the dimly lit room, Liu furrowed his brow and approached the window. drawing the curtains aside to let the bright sunlight stream in, illuminating the entire space. Sasuke squinted his eyes, basking in the warmth of the sun, instinctively recalling the joyful moments of the past few years. He fixed his gaze on Liu Yu and sincerely expressed, "Boss, thank you for everything these years." "What nonsense are you saying? Just enjoy this rare moment of rest. I've decided that once you are discharged, I will put you through rigorous training." After saying this, Liu Yu gently patted Sasuke on the shoulder and earnestly added, "Don't keep me waiting too long." With that, Liu Yu turned and walked away. Sasuke watched Liu Yu's retreating figure until it vanished from sight, before turning back to relish the sunshine. Is the boss urging me to swiftly emerge from the shadows and embrace the light? Contemplating this, Sasuke's eyes sparkled with renewed vigor as unspoken sentiments lingered in the air. By the lake, Ino observed Liu Yu sitting unusually on a lounge chair, instead of reclining comfortably as he usually did. Liu Yu leaned forward, holding a fishing rod, the float bobbing erratically as a fish tugged at the line, yet he remained unmoved. At that moment, Liu Yu pondered a question. Perhaps it is time for me to make some changes? Chapter 25, the eve of graduation. Prior to this moment, Liu Yu merely aspired to be an ultimate slacker, for nothing seemed particularly challenging to him. The likes of Danzo, Obito, and Uchiha Madara were hardly a concern. One punch would suffice to handle them. However, following the annihilation of the Uchiha clan, Liu Yu's perspective underwent a subtle transformation. As he gazed vacantly at the lakeside, Naruto approached him with a serious demeanor, stating earnestly, "Boss Liu Yu, I have completed the training objectives you assigned. Now, regarding the next steps." Naruto's words interrupted Liu Yu's train of thought, and upon noticing Naruto's expression, it was clear what was on his mind. Most likely, the recent events surrounding the Uchiha's downfall had spurred Naruto into wanting to grow stronger, especially after observing Sasuke's demeanor. Quite an admirable aspiration, Liu Yu mused. Let us take advantage of Sasuke's absence over the next few days to conduct some intensive training. With a sense of ease, he continued, his eyes reflecting a glimmer of contemplation. This evening, rest well. Tomorrow morning, we shall reconvene at this very spot, and I will impart some valuable knowledge to you. The following day, at the lakeside of the Hidden Leaf Village's rear mountains, Liu Yu observed Naruto's eager expression and chuckled cheerfully. The content of this special training is rather straightforward. Here, you must master this jutsu by the end of the day. Naruto accepted the slip of paper Liu Yu handed him, curiously unfolding it, only to be met with delight as he exclaimed, "Wow, it's the shadow clone technique. But, boss, you know my clone technique is my weakest skill." With his hands comfortably nestled in his pockets, Liu Yu reverted to his slacker persona, nonchalantly stating, "You'll have to figure that out on your own. If you fail to master it by sundown, you are well aware of the consequences." At Liu Yu's ominous tone, Naruto shivered slightly, as if he had heard something terrifying, and with a nervous grin replied, "Don't worry, boss. It's just the shadow clone technique. A day is more than enough." Liu Yu reclined in his chair, eyes half closed, savoring the gentle breeze, his mind already formulating a complete strategy. The crux of it all rested upon Naruto mastering the shadow clone technique. After all, it was not in vain that he had stayed up late transcribing this technique from the sealing book for Naruto. As time flowed by, for years swiftly elapsed, and the moment to depart from the Ninja Academy was upon them. Once again, by the lakeside of the Hidden Leaf Village's rear mountains, Sasuke and Naruto arrived early. Naruto shot a challenging glance at Sasuke, declaring, "I will not lose to you today, you jerk. TCH, you've been saying that for years. Yet you've never managed to win against me." Sasuke replied dismissively, lifting a boulder taller than himself and sprinting up the mountain. "Hey, you jerk Sasuke, we shall see about that," Naruto exclaimed, hastily lifting a similarly sized boulder and begrudgingly chasing after him. Observing the two lively companions eagerly racing up the mountain, Liu Yu cheerfully nodded. Over the past 4 years, under his rigorous training, both individuals have made remarkable progress in various aspects. It is certain that their upcoming class division journey will bring a delightful surprise to Kakashi. With his and Naruto's companionship, although Sasuke has indeed undergone some changes, he remains psychologically healthy, not veering towards the path of a certain troublesome individual. After splashing water on his face, Liu Yu comfortably stretched, tidied up his fishing rod, prepared the fishing spot, and baited the hook, thus commencing another leisurely day. A yawn escaped his lips as he basked in the gentle morning breeze, reclining on the new chair crafted by Naruto and Sasuke. Just as he was about to doze off, a delightful fragrance wafted through the air. Soon after, a pair of delicate, Gentle hands began to softly knead his shoulders. Savoring the soothing sensation, Lu Yu opened his eyes to find Hinata's face slightly flushed with shyness. He smiled and said, "Hinata, you arrived so early today." Captivated by Lu Yu's impactful smile, Hinata momentarily froze, her cheeks blooming with embarrassment, and she halted her movements, resembling a startled little rabbit. In a soft murmur, she replied, "Why yes, Lu Yu-kun." Hinata gently bit her rosy lip, struggling to keep herself from fainting. As she shyly pointed to the bento box on the table beside Lu Yu, softly adding, "Lu Yu-kun, breakfast." Witnessing Hinata's adorably bashful demeanor lifted Lu Yu's spirits immensely, particularly as he noticed her deep blue hair nearly reaching her shoulders. A rare glimmer of tenderness flickered in his eyes. A year ago, he had unintentionally mentioned his fondness for girls with long hair, which Hinata overheard and took to heart. Since then, she had begun to grow her hair long. Truly a treasure of a girl. Feeling flustered under Lu Yu's gaze, Hinata hurried to the table to open the bento box for him. She said, "Lu Yu-kun, please try the breakfast I made for you today." Lu Yu opened the bento box, revealing a delightful array of his favorite dishes, and without hesitation, he began to eat. 3 minutes later, having finished his meal with a satisfied expression, Hinata eagerly inquired, "Lu Yu-kun, how does it taste?" Lu Yu chuckled, ruffling Hinata's little head affectionately, and replied cheerfully, "It seems to taste of happiness. P.S. Apologies, dear readers, for the delay. It has indeed been a tumultuous season. Rest assured, I will repay the owed updates, and I shall not default on my promises. Enjoy reading, and for a limited time, recharge with 100 and receive 500 VIP points. Act fast. Promotion period, May 1st to May 5th. Chapter 26. Hinata's strength. Lu Yu playfully teased Hinata for a while, until the little girl's cheeks flushed crimson and she appeared on the verge of fainting, at which point he decided to cease his antics. "All right, Hinata, let us commence with the training. I have faith that today you shall successfully execute the 8 trigrams 64 palms." Upon hearing Lu Yu's words, the bashful expression on Hinata's face swiftly vanished, replaced by a serious demeanor as she gazed intently at him. "Yes, Lu Yu-kun." Noticing the fierce determination radiating from Hinata's eyes, Lu Yu nodded to himself, acknowledging that the youth ought to harbor ambitions. After all, the pursuit of strength is indeed a commendable goal. Unlike himself, who seemed to have lost all aspirations. For years prior, when Naruto had become adept at utilizing the shadow clone technique, he had transformed into Hinata to attend class in her stead. Meanwhile, the obedient Hinata, lured by Lu Yu's charm, had inevitably succumbed to a different path. Throughout these 4 years of constant companionship, Hinata's heart was filled with thoughts of Lu Yu. The young girl was blissfully unaware of romantic feelings. She merely felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety at the thought of being separated from him for even a brief period. If her actions garnered Lu Yu's approval, her heart swelled with sweetness akin to tasting honey. This fervent desire for Lu Yu's affirmation drove Hinata to devote herself wholeheartedly to his every instruction, resulting in her abilities skyrocketing as if propelled by a rocket. In one moment, she appeared as a timid girl. In the next, upon Lu Yu's call for training, she instantly shifted into a focused state. Lu Yu believed that, should Hinata face Hanabi in combat at this moment, the latter would likely find herself questioning her very existence. He led Hinata into the woods, observing her state with satisfaction. "Hinata, unleash your full offensive. Do not hold back." "Understood, Lu Yu-kun." Byakugan. In an instant, Hinata activated her Byakugan, raising her hands to assume the initial stance of the gentle fist technique. She looked toward Lu Yu and warned, "Be careful, Lu Yu-kun." With that, Hinata dashed forward with astonishing speed, nearly double that of their first encounter. In the next moment, the two were engaged in fierce combat. Hinata's strikes were relentless, each palm thrust unleashing a gust of fierce wind. Lu Yu, however, remained composed, blocking her attacks without evasion or counterattack, as his objective was to assist Hinata in mastering the 8 trigrams 64 palms. As a princess of the Hyuga clan, Hinata possessed exceptional innate talent. Her previous unremarkable performance was merely a reflection of her disposition. After a series of relentless assaults, Lu Yu deliberately left a gap in his defense, retreating a half-step to provide Hinata with the perfect opportunity to strike. Now is the moment. Seizing the chance with precision, Hinata assumed a stance, and beneath her feet, an intricate 8 trigram formation materialized. She then lunged toward Lu Yu, declaring, "Gentle fist technique." 8 trigrams, 64 palms. 2 palms. 4 palms. 8 palms. 16 palms. 32 palms. Hinata's hands moved with the swiftness of a phantom, striking at the various acupuncture points on Ryu's body with an astonishing ferocity that dazzled the eyes. In mere moments, she unleashed 32 palm strikes. Yet, Ryu maintained an expression of serene composure, effortlessly blocking each of Hinata's strikes. At that moment, a glimmer of competitive spirit flashed in Hinata's eyes. The chakra within her surged, accelerating her movements. 64 strikes. Observing Hinata's sudden and intensified assault, Ryu hesitated, opting not to block this time, and instead shielding himself with his hands. Thud, 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 thud. In the next instant, Hinata's flurry of attacks erupted upon Ryu's arms, causing him to slide backward. Once he regained his balance, Ryu smiled at Hinata and said, "Congratulations, Hinata. You have succeeded. I am no longer your match." Hinata's face lit up with joy as she looked at Ryu, covering her mouth with a smile. "Ryu-kun, you clearly let me win. But I must thank you. Without your support, I doubt I would have reached this level." Shaking his head, Ryu approached Hinata and affectionately ruffled her hair, speaking earnestly. "Silly girl, your talent is exceptional. The strength you possess now is a result of your hard work over the years, so have a little more confidence." Feeling the sincerity in Ryu's expression, Hinata blushed and nodded, softly affirming with an Seeing her like this, Ryu smiled slightly. "All right, while you're in this state, practice more. I will take a short rest." With Hinata having successfully broken through her limitations, Ryu felt a wave of drowsiness wash over him, revealing his true nature as a laid-back individual. In truth, Hinata was remarkable. Ryu could barely manage to train alongside her, while for others to coax him from his recliner would be utterly impossible. "All right, Ryu-kun, I will do my best." Hinata nodded at Ryu, her eyes filled with admiration as she watched him depart. Just how strong is this man? Over the past 4 years, despite Hinata's relentless practice, she never felt close to catching up to Ryu. As for the earlier 64 palm strikes that had pushed Ryu back, she knew full well that he had deliberately allowed it to encourage her. After bidding farewell to Hinata, Ryu soon returned to his base. Glancing at the 5-meter-long boat he had recently constructed, a gentle smile gracing his lips. The life of a lazy person is indeed colorful. Perhaps I shall enjoy a breeze over the lake this afternoon. Chapter 027. The joyful life of Ryu 2.5 hours later, as Sasuke and Naruto, panting heavily, placed a large bucket of mountain spring water before Ryu. She nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, they had improved, completing the task 1 minute and 13 seconds faster than yesterday. It seemed their efforts were yielding results. Naruto, beaming with pride, thumped his chest and declared, "Of course. I give it my all every day." Sasuke cast a disdainful glance at Naruto, as if to say, "What does your effort matter when you still lag behind me?" "Damn, Sasuke, what else with that look? Do you want to fight?" Naruto retorted, frustration evident in his voice. Ryu observed the 2 lively boys bickering with amusement, feeling no guilt for the training she had planned for them later. Clearing her throat gently, she announced, "All right, enough of that. The sun is setting, let us prepare lunch. Oh, and make sure to cook plenty, as Ino and Hinata will be joining us today." "Understood, Ryu. Just watch," Naruto exclaimed, taking charge. He glanced at Sasuke and ordered, "You go gather firewood, I'll handle the fish." However, Sasuke paid him no mind and swiftly made his way to the lakeside, where he set about cleaning the fish Ryu had caught, diving into his work with determination. Naruto shot an annoyed glare at Sasuke before reluctantly heading back up the mountain to gather firewood. Half an hour later, Ryu, Hinata, Ino, Naruto, and Sasuke gathered around a table laden with a sumptuous feast. Thanks to Ryu's nurturing over the years, Naruto and Sasuke had transformed into ultimate helpers. The array of dishes before them, a feast of steamed crab, shrimp fried rice, stewed turtle, grilled fish, and sizzling squid, accompanied by several vegetable dishes, was enough to whet anyone's appetite. As the 3 boys gazed at the tantalizing spread, their stomachs grumbled in unison, prompting them to adopt the age-old rivalrous approach of eat to your heart's content or go hungry. At the dining table, all were equals, competing for the food. Yet across from each other, Naruto and Sasuke exchanged fiery glances, their rivalry evident even during mealtime, as their chopsticks clashed in a spirited contest. In contrast, Ryu enjoyed a serene atmosphere, with Hinata and Ino quietly seated beside him, graciously serving him rice and peeling meat. Noticing Ryu eating quickly, the 2 girls would tenderly offer him water, and if he choked, they would gently pat his back. The meal left Ryu in high spirits. Truth be told, he was uncertain about the true nature of Ino and Hinata's relationship, but he had never witnessed them in conflict. Following the meal, it was time for a 2-hour afternoon nap. However, Hinata, having rested only an hour, ventured into the woods to continue her training, determined to master the Bagua 64 palms. Meanwhile, Naruto and Sasuke resumed their midday practice after a mere half-hour of rest. Upon waking, Ryu gently patted Ino, who was curled up like a kitten on his shoulder, and softly said, "Ino, wake up. Don't sleep just yet. Let us go for a little adventure." In a state of drowsiness, Jinnya faintly heard the voice of Luyo and instinctively nestled closer to him, murmuring, "Ryokan, please don't tease me. Let me sleep a little longer." Luyo sighed in exasperation. Jinnya had completely strayed off course under his influence. Yet, one cannot deny the remarkable talent of Jinnya, who had already mastered the fundamental ninjutsu of their mountain clan. After 10 minutes, Luyo finally roused Jinnya, then waved to Naruto and Sasuke, who were engaged in a real combat practice not far away. As the two approached, Luyo smiled at them and said, "First of all, congratulations to both of you. This year, your progress has been particularly significant. Many of the techniques you previously practiced are no longer suitable for your current level." "Really? Luyo-sama? Have I become that powerful already?" Naruto exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement, recalling Luyo's impressive prowess. Receiving Luyo's acknowledgement filled Naruto with exhilaration. Sasuke, too, felt a shift in his expression, well aware of Luyo's strength. Receiving such recognition made the corners of his mouth curve upward slightly. Luyo nodded at Naruto. Indeed, however, training is akin to sailing against the current. If one does not advance, they regress. After the class division, I will no longer be able to guide your training. Therefore, to elevate your abilities further, I will now reveal your next training regimen. With his hands clasped behind his back, Luyo walked towards a small boat measuring 5 meters in length, with the two following curiously behind him. Soon, the four arrived at the small vessel, and Luyo cheerfully addressed Naruto and Sasuke. "From today onward, you will embark on your next training, named 9 Lives, 1 Death. 9 Lives, 1 Death." Both were bewildered, utterly unsure of what Luyo meant. Yet, the phrase instilled an inexplicable sense of dread within them. Luyo retrieved a sealing scroll from his pocket and produced a large chunk of pig leg stored within, casually tossing it into the lake 50 meters away. The three stared in confusion at Luyo's actions, finding it particularly curious that the pig leg did not sink. As for Luyo's true intentions, they remained oblivious. 2 seconds later, a massive, gaping maw suddenly emerged, swallowing the pig leg whole before vanishing. Luyo smiled at the now pale-faced Naruto and Sasuke, saying, "Starting today, the two of you must tow this small boat across the lake for 1 hour. If you cannot endure it, you will face a penalty." Naruto swallowed hard, looking at Luyo with uncertainty. "Boss, towing a small boat in the water seems easy, but what was that just now? Will I be eaten?" "Do not be afraid, Naruto. That is merely a lake monster, relatively clumsy in its movements. As long as you swim swiftly, you shall remain unharmed." 10 minutes later, Naruto and Sasuke, their faces pale, glanced back at the monstrous creature with its gaping maw rushing towards them, and they swam desperately. Meanwhile, Shikamaru and Ino reclined comfortably on the lounge chairs of the small boat, savoring the cool breeze caressing their faces, their expressions filled with contentment and enjoyment. Perhaps this is what life is all about. Chapter 28. The approaching graduation examination in the Hokage's office. Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed with a furrowed brow at the slumbering Ryu, lying on a small bed. This mischievous boy is utterly incorrigible. Sarutobi, feeling a headache coming on, lit his pipe and took a deep breath, which somewhat eased his troubled mind. He found it perplexing how someone who never practiced could consistently secure the top position during annual assessments with overwhelming superiority. Choosing to ignore this incomprehensible slacker, the crystal ball's vision swiftly shifted to the ashen-faced Naruto and Sasuke. Observing their frantic swimming speed, Sarutobi couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. Regardless of the circumstances, these two indeed possessed far greater strength than he had anticipated. Moreover, as he noted the fear evident on Sasuke's face, he silently nodded. Sasuke's emotional state appeared to be rather stable as well. Contemplating this, Sarutobi quickly formulated ideas in his mind, and soon drafted the class division list for after graduation. Upon reviewing his own list, he chuckled to himself, bemused. This year's students are truly challenging to guide. 2 days later, at the Du household, The family of four enjoyed a warm dinner of hot pot. As Duyu and Dukmer grew older, Nara Yoshino seemed to soften in demeanor. While serving dishes to Duyu and Dukmer, she curiously observed their lackluster spirits. Duyu, Dukmer, why do you both appear so listless? Is it due to anxiety about tomorrow's graduation examination, or are you feeling unwell? Nara Jiku, with a twitch at the corner of his mouth, reminisced about the glorious antics of his two sons. He recalled a mission during which he inadvertently witnessed their extraordinary prowess. Jiku had always considered himself a handful as a child, yet compared to his sons, he felt they were much more manageable. At the very least, the teachers had never sought him out, and both boys excelled academically. However, when Jiku discovered Dukmer skipping class, lounging under a tree in the sun, he was taken aback. Yet, upon reflection, he felt immense pride. After all, his son could achieve such commendable results even while regularly napping, and even the teachers seemed to overlook his truancy. Truly, each generation surpasses the last. In Jiku's opinion, Dukmer had certainly inherited his talent in this regard. Just as he believed his eldest son would at least not be so lethargic, a few minutes later, Jiku's worldview was entirely shattered. He stared, dumbfounded, at his eldest son comfortably reclined in a lounge chair, leisurely sipping milk tea and fishing. If this were the case, Jiku could somewhat accept it. The most astonishing sight, however, was that Yamanaka Ino, the princess of the Yamanaka clan, was massaging his son's shoulders, while Hinata Hyuga, the princess of the Hyuga clan, fanned her son from beside him. Is there a survivor from the Uchiha clan and the orphan of the fourth Hokage preparing grilled fish for their son? At that moment, Rikuju felt utterly disheartened. His eldest son was simply astonishing. Each of those attending to Rikuha was either a current or former member of a prestigious family. Instantly, Rikuju gazed at Rikuha with profound admiration, as if gazing up at a towering mountain. Contemplating this, Rikuju glanced at his partner with a jovial smile and remarked, "Rest assured, these two young lads may be somewhat reluctant to part from the Ninja Academy. A single night's rest should suffice." Upon saying this, Rikuju cast a meaningful look at the two boys. Upon hearing his father's insinuation, Shikamaru's expression shifted slightly, and he immediately buried his head in his meal, feigning ignorance. As for Rikuha, he nonchalantly began a silent exchange of glances with Rikuju. Their pupils darted this way and that, up and down, while Nara Yoshino watched in astonishment as this whimsical father-son duo engaged in a peculiar form of communication. "If you dare expose me, I'll reveal the mom where you stash your secret funds." "Humph, do you think you can outsmart your father?" "Quite impossible. I would never hide any secret money." Observing his father's staunch denial, Rikuha's gaze swiftly shifted in 6 directions, causing Rikuju's face to pale instantaneously. He promptly turned to Nara Yoshino and said, "I believe Rikuha is feeling rather unwell. I shall take him to his room for a moment." Without waiting for his partner's response, he swiftly embraced Rikuha and dashed towards his son's chamber. Once inside, Rikuju cautiously secured the door, letting out a heavy sigh of relief, and then shot a fierce glare at Rikuha. Rikuha, with a mischievous grin, looked at his father and said, "Hee, Dad. I know you discovered that Riku and I skipped class. Feel free to inform Mom. If she learns I was with Ino and Hinata, she would merely commend my resourcefulness and be quite pleased. But if I were to tell her about your hidden stash, what do you think would happen?" Rikuju's expression shifted dramatically at this remark, recalling the half-month he spent at the Inuzuka household a year prior. Gritting his teeth, he glared at Rikuha. "What exactly do you want?" "Half. 1/10. 40%. Nara Rikuha, do not push your luck." Fine, then 3/10 it shall be, and in the future, if I encounter any trouble, I'll handle Mom for you." Rikuju's eyes subtly changed. It was undeniable that his eldest son possessed a certain acumen in this regard. The reason Nara Yoshino had become considerably more lenient was largely due to Rikuha's influence. "Very well, it is settled then. You may seek me whenever you require funds." The father and son quickly reached an agreement, signifying that the perpetually broke Rikuha finally had his own little treasure trove, albeit acquired through rather dubious means. The following day, as Rikuha and Riku exited, they encountered Ino and Choji, the four of them displaying expressions of profound despondency as they trudged towards the academy, their demeanor exuding a palpable sense of defeat. Yamashita Hachi observed the expressions of his companions, a look of utter bewilderment on his face. He pondered the peculiar behavior of contemporary youth, questioning the merits of spending every day in the confines of a classroom at the Ninja Academy. Shouldn't the exhilaration of completing missions and the taste of freedom bring them joy? Akiyama Taro, equally perplexed, scratched his head in confusion. Only Nara Shikamaru regarded Yamashita Hachi with a knowing glance, cryptically remarking, "Some things are better left unknown." As he departed, Yamashita Hachi remained shrouded in mystery. While Nara Shikamaru couldn't help but muse, what would be Hachi's reaction if he discovered that his cherished daughter was fanning his son? Surely, it would be quite a shock. Chapter 29. Are there students who do not wish to graduate? When the four of them arrived at the classroom, many students had already settled in. A glance around revealed that their eyes sparkled with excitement. After all, upon completing their graduation exams, they would all become ninjas. Even the lowest-ranking genin could undertake missions and earn substantial rewards. Moreover, upon becoming ninjas, Konoha would extend certain benefits. To put it simply, graduating was infinitely preferable to languishing in the classroom, listening to Irika recite endless texts. The four of them, however, lay despondently on their desks, faces etched with reluctance. The other students understood their sentiments. After all, throughout their years at the Ninja Academy, these four ultimate prodigies had scarcely been seen. For most, the Ninja Academy was akin to a hellish ordeal, but for these exceptional individuals, it was nothing short of paradise. Hinata, noticing the listless form of Rakuya beside her, reached into her drawer and pulled out a carton of fresh milk, offering it to him. "Rakuya-kun, cheer up," she encouraged gently. Rakuya, with a sense of indifference, accepted the milk and murmured, "I really don't want to graduate. I've just begun to enjoy this little boat." Hinata couldn't help but stifle a laugh, shaking her head in exasperation at this overly laid-back companion. Unlike Rakuya, Naruto and Sasuke wore expressions of sheer exhilaration. Although their strength had significantly improved under Rakuya's rigorous training, the memories of their past trials still haunted them, especially the harrowing experience of the previous day's life and death training, which left a profound impression on both. The lake monster they had encountered was no trivial foe, with its gaping maw measuring a staggering 7 to 8 meters, and it had nearly devoured them on multiple occasions. Now, the prospect of embarking on missions and escaping Rakuya's relentless training filled them with elation. Naruto turned to Sasuke and said, "Hey, Sasuke, even if we're leaving the boss, we can't slack off. Otherwise, the next time we meet, I'll just have to pound you." "TCH, idiot. What did you say?" Sasuke retorted. Naruto, catching the disdainful look in Sasuke's eyes, leapt onto the table, glaring fiercely at him. Just then, a classmate accidentally bumped into Naruto, resulting in an unexpected collision that led to their first kiss being abruptly interrupted. Many girls, having eagerly awaited the handsome Sasuke's return to the classroom, felt their hearts shatter at the sight of this mishap. Oh no, Sasuke is no longer pure. Soon after, led by Sakura, the fan club unleashed their wrath upon Naruto, leaving him with a bruised face. Shortly thereafter, Irika entered the classroom, and upon seeing the rare gathering of his little charges, he cheerfully announced, "The graduation exam is about to commence." The exam content was quite simple. It would be determined by a drawing lots, assessing one of the basic techniques of the three-body technique. As luck would have it, when it was Rakuya's turn, he drew the shadow clone technique, feigned great effort as he gathered his chakra, ultimately manifesting a frail clone. Dizzy and prostrate on the ground, he gazed earnestly at Irika. "Teacher, I sincerely apologize. Over the years, I have squandered precious time for learning, and I am unable to perform even the most fundamental shadow clone technique. Perhaps I should start anew." Irika, with a furrowed brow, looked at the grandstanding and gritted his teeth, saying, "Nara, you achieved full marks on the shadow clone technique." Next, was taken aback, never expecting Irika, usually so earnest, to utter such blatant falsehoods. "No way, Teacher Irika. This is blatant fabrication, an act most disgraceful. Clearly if you do not depart at once, I shall summon Senior Jiraiya. You know, over the years, you've taught me the art of persuasion." Coughing lightly, he conceded, all right, fine." Realizing there was no hope of remaining, walked out with a look of despondency, unable to suppress a sigh. "Alas, I have graduated after all." Hearing this, Irika's facial muscles twitched involuntarily. Truly, there are oddities every year, but this year seemed particularly abundant. Irika could hardly fathom that someone would be reluctant to graduate. Holding his headband, felt a twinge of nostalgia for his soon-to-be forsaken carefree life. At that moment, Hinata, clutching her ninja headband, leaped into his embrace, a joyful smile gracing her face. "Kun, I passed the exam. taken aback by Hinata's boldness, had not anticipated her to so boldly dive into his arms in public. However, seeing her elated expression lifted his spirits considerably, and he could not help but pat her head. "Congratulations on your graduation, Hinata." Feeling the warmth of his palm, Hinata experienced a wave of comfort and happiness, miraculously resisting the urge to faint. The two shared a blissful silence, relishing this rare moment together. Soon, however, as others arrived, Hinata and parted ways. Once Shikamaru, Choji, Ino, Naruto, and Sasuke had gathered, announced his treat of a barbecue for everyone. The 7 of them cheerfully departed the school, heading to a barbecue restaurant for a modest celebration. Graduation meant that future gatherings would be scarce in their lives as ninjas. Thus, the time spent together now felt especially precious. Chapter 030. Graduation. Grouping. The 7 soon arrived at a well-known barbecue restaurant in the bustling streets of Konoha. Shikamaru looked at his older brother with suspicion and quietly remarked, "Hey, brother, this barbecue isn't exactly cheap. Do you have enough money? If not, I can lend you some of my pocket money." Don't worry. I extorted some from Dad last night. It's more than enough for a meal," his brother replied with a grin. That is good to hear." Upon entering the restaurant, they hastily placed their orders, ensuring to avoid any seafood, especially fish. After years of consuming grilled fish, everyone but Shiyu had grown weary of it. The restaurant was remarkably swift in serving, and just after they finished ordering, the dishes arrived before them in no time. Across from them, 3 boys watched with envious expressions as Hinata and Ino diligently grilled meat for Shiyu, nearly shedding tears of jealousy. The thought of their impending separation weighed heavily on their hearts, yet the atmosphere remained lighthearted, free from constraints. Naruto turned to Sasuke with a serious expression and declared, "Sasuke, no matter where you are, you will always be my lifelong rival. Next time, I will surpass you. TCH. Dream on." Sasuke retorted, his annoyance palpable. "Damn it, you better wait for me, Sasuke," Naruto exclaimed. "Idiot." The group chuckled at the banter between the 2 rivals, their laughter mingling with a subtle sense of impending sorrow. "Well, these might be the most troubled individuals in Konoha, yet I truly envy their carefree lives. So, have you all decided on your teams?" Sarutobi Hiruzen inquired while gazing into a crystal ball at Shiyu and his companions. Casting a glance at his 3 capable subordinates across the table, Waihai Kurenai, observing Naruto's antics, felt a headache coming on. Managing such a character would likely leave her with a furrowed brow in no time. As for Shiyu and Shikamaru's notoriously lazy demeanor, she thought it best to pass. Her gaze quickly settled on Hinata, a faint smile gracing her lips as she respectfully addressed Sarutobi Hiruzen. "Lord Hokage, I would like to take Hinata Hyuga, Kiba Inuzuka, and Shino Aburame." Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded. "Very well, then prepare accordingly." "Yes," Kurenai responded, departing with purpose. As Sarutobi Hiruzen lit his pipe, he observed the conflicted expressions of Kakashi and Asuma, taking a deep puff while his eyes sparkled with amusement. "So, have you 2 made up your minds?" Asuma glanced at the lethargic Shiyu and Shikamaru, then at the bickering Naruto and Sasuke, and clenched his teeth. "Lord Hokage, I will take charge of the new generation of Inoshikacho." "Oh." Sarutobi Hiruzen regarded Asuma meaningfully. "Are you certain?" "Indeed." "Very well. The new generation of Inoshikacho will be entrusted to you. Prepare accordingly." "Yes." As Asuma departed, Sarutobi Hiruzen observed Kakashi's conflicted expression and smiled, saying, "Kakashi, it seems you have no choice. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura are now entrusted to your care." What a nuisance. They appear to be quite the troublesome little rascals." Noticing Kakashi's disheartened demeanor, the 3rd Hokage approached him with a serious expression and remarked, "Your responsibilities are substantial, Kakashi. You must already be aware of Naruto and Sasuke's identities." "Yes, Lord Hokage," Kakashi replied. "Well, guiding these children on the right path will require considerable effort on your part." "Understood." Kakashi nodded and, feeling somewhat overwhelmed, took his leave. Having resolved the group assignments, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a wave of relief wash over him. He then glanced at the cheerful figures within the crystal ball and couldn't help but mutter to himself, the days ahead are bound to be interesting. I wonder if Kakashi and Asuma will be taken aback during the bell test. How amusing." The following morning, Shikamaru gazed in exasperation at his busy mother and could not help but complain, "Mom, I'm going to school, not a blind date. Is it really necessary to make such a fuss?" Beside him, Choji echoed his sentiments. "Mom, the clothes you bought for my older brother look much better than mine." I can't help but suspect I was adopted. Nara Yoshino paid no heed to the grievances of the two boys as she dressed Shikaku, nodding in satisfaction. In truth, Shikaku's attire was quite simple. A white polo shirt with a stand-up collar and a pair of gray trousers, complemented by a ninja headband secured around his arm. Oh, he truly is my son, resembling me closely. With just a simple touch of elegance, he appears quite handsome. Now off to school. Shikamaru gazed at his dapper older brother and muttered, "Mom, I want that kind of treatment too." "You? It wouldn't matter if you dressed up or not." "Now hurry along to school," she replied. Shikamaru swayed slightly, feeling as though he had been struck by 1,000 arrows, casting a woeful glance at his mother, momentarily questioning his existence. The two brothers bid farewell to their mother and made their way to the ninja academy. Along the route, Shikaku garnered an impressive amount of attention. Even when he was unadorned, he effortlessly caught the eyes of admirers. Fortunately, he was a laid-back individual who preferred lounging by the lake, fishing, and enjoying the breeze, resulting in few people truly knowing him. However, after Nara Yoshino's meticulous grooming, the girls they passed regarded the unfamiliar handsome figure with stars in their eyes. Shikamaru, feeling disheartened, observed his brother and inwardly grumbled. "All my brother has are slightly larger, more expressive eyes, a more prominent nose, a gentler face shape, and slightly thicker eyebrows. How is it that all these features combined make him appear so much more attractive than I?" Before long, Shikaku and Shikamaru arrived at the ninja classroom. The moment Shikaku stepped inside, numerous girls instinctively turned their gazes towards him, and soon, their eyes were unable to look away. Within 10 seconds, the once boisterous classroom gradually fell into silence, as all eyes were filled with astonishment directed at Shikaku. Countless boys and girls began to voice their astonishment, culminating in a singular exclamation. "Who are you, handsome?" Both Hinata and Ino were equally captivated by the sight of Rikuha, momentarily rendered speechless. "Rikuha-kun, how handsome." This marked the first occasion in Rikuha's life that he found himself under the gaze of so many. As he nervously took his seat, his face uncharacteristically flushed. Fortunately, at that moment, Irika appeared just in time, diverting a considerable amount of attention away from him. Clearing his throat twice, Irika drew everyone's focus to himself. Gazing at the eager faces of the students, filled with a blend of pride and nostalgia, he sincerely proclaimed, "Congratulations. From this day forth, you shall become independent ninjas. However, as you are still genin, you will need to form teams of 3 and follow the guidance of your genin as you undertake missions. Now, I shall commence with the team assignments." Chapter 031. The formation of Class 10. Upon hearing that the groups consisted of 3 members each, the atmosphere in the classroom instantly became vibrant. Numerous fervent gazes were directed towards Uchiha Sasuke and Nara Shikamaru. Among these stares, there was an unmistakable longing. Even Hinata, who sat beside Shikamaru, gazed at him with hopeful eyes. Previously, many had favored Uchiha Sasuke, who, as an orphan of the Uchiha clan, possessed remarkable talent and striking looks, swiftly earning the admiration of numerous girls. In contrast, Shikamaru had only made sporadic appearances during assessments, remaining largely elusive. However, today, Shikamaru's presence stirred the hearts of many girls. After all, he had been the top student for years. If one were to argue that his strength surpassed Sasuke's, he certainly appeared more charming and, unlike Sasuke's aloof demeanor, exhibited a more approachable nature. In an instant, the gazes of many girls began to subtly shift towards Shikamaru. Yet, as Irika called out each name, those fervent stares gradually diminished. Soon, the 6 groups were assigned. Class 7, Uzumaki Naruto, Haruno Sakura, Uchiha Sasuke. "Hey, Irika-sensei, why am I grouped with that idiot Sasuke? This doesn't reflect my abilities," complained Naruto, feeling disgruntled. "Shut up, you dead weight. Bastard Sasuke, say that again." Silence. Irika glared sternly at the two, then cleared his throat. Next, Class 8. At the mention of this, Shikamaru narrowed his eyes. Hyuga Hinata, as Irika spoke her name. Hinata instantly tensed. Yamanaka Ino and Inazuka Kiba. Indeed, she was to be separated from Shikamaru. Upon realizing they would not be in the same group, the little girl pouted, her eyes brimming with tears. Seeing Hinata's sorrowful expression, Shikamaru couldn't help but sit beside her and gently say, "Silly girl, don't cry. I will come to see you often." Hinata trembled slightly at his words, looking at Shikamaru with hopeful eyes, uncertainly asking, "Really? Shikamaru-kun? Fool, when have I ever lied to you?" Hearing Shikamaru's promise, Hinata finally steadied her emotions. Class 10. Yamanaka Ino, Akimichi Choji, Nara Shikamaru, Nara Shikaku. Indeed, the pig, deer, and butterfly would remain united. He was still in Class 10, meaning his teacher would be the mustached Asuma. With Irika announcing the final group, the class division came to a close. As Irika exited the classroom with the list, several jonin began to enter through the door. Those in Class 3, come with me. The members of Class 5, summoned by name, emerged from the classroom, each harboring a blend of anticipation and trepidation. Shortly thereafter, a tall figure strode in. Asuma surveyed the remaining students with a keen eye, his gaze ultimately settling upon the quartet sprawled lazily across their desks, lost in slumber. I had a feeling this would happen. A faint, benevolent smile graced Asuma's lips. He was well acquainted with the personalities of these individuals and their performance at the Ninja Academy over the years. Observing the four lethargic youths, Asuma was reminded of his own youthful self. His earlier selection had merely been a pretense for Kakashi, compared to the truly troublesome Naruto. Asuma preferred these four, at least they were less of a headache. Asuma swiftly approached the slumbering group, gently rapping on the desk. Class 10, please step forward. A collective yawn escaped the four in perfect synchrony, with Shikamaru and Choji mirroring each other's movements, leaving Asuma with an exasperated expression. It seemed these youngsters lacked any fighting spirit. As he watched them rise, Asuma turned and made his way outside. Hey, it seems our teacher is rather intimidating, Ino remarked anxiously, watching Asuma's retreating figure. It was undeniable that Asuma exuded a strong sense of authority, a feeling that was quite rare for Ino. Shikamaru patted her shoulder reassuringly, saying, "Don't worry, I know this teacher well. He's actually quite nice." Before long, the four students caught up to Asuma as they exited the ninja school, arriving at a desolate area of the village, far removed from human presence. This departure did not constitute truancy. It was a legitimate exit from school, and the feeling among them was entirely different. Shikamaru and the others gazed around in curiosity. They noticed that the surroundings were dominated by trees, with a few wooden posts in the distance, seemingly remnants of a neglected training ground. "Let us introduce ourselves," Asuma suggested, "starting with our likes, dislikes, and future aspirations. I'll go first." With a flick, he ignited a cigarette, savoring a deep drag before turning to the four, a rugged smile softening his coarse features. "I am Sarutobi Asuma, your future guiding jonin. You may call me Asuma-sensei. I excel in taijutsu and ninjutsu, enjoy smoking and traveling, detest sweets, and my dream is to cultivate a remarkable group of students. Now what about you?" His gaze fell upon Shikamaru. Feeling the weight of Asuma's attention, Shikamaru spoke up. "I am Nara Shikamaru. I have many strengths and interests, a fair share of dislikes, and my dream is to lead a carefree life." Gazing at the clouds in the sky, the insipid introduction left Asuma, who initially held a certain degree of anticipation, unable to suppress a slight twitch at the corner of her mouth. Chapter 032. An unexpected test. Observing the dejected expression on Asuma's face, Ino stifled a laugh beside him, remarking on how consistently lazy Shikamaru remained. Asuma was taken aback. The top student of the Ninja Academy had aspirations as trivial as cloud gazing. Could he be any more lackadaisical? Noticing that Shikamaru had no intention of elaborating further, Asuma shifted his gaze to the remaining three individuals. "And what about you all?" Ino politely nodded at Asuma before introducing herself. "I am Ino Yamanaka, adept in my family's secret techniques. I have a multitude of interests, such as gardening and flower arranging, and I harbor no dislikes. My dream is to marry the one I love." She hesitated significantly before articulating the last part, as if striving to voice her innermost feelings, ultimately conveying her sentiment in a somewhat indirect manner. After her declaration, Ino's cheeks flushed a delicate hue, and she cast a shy glance at Shikamaru, only to find him dozing off. "To marry the one you love?" Asuma keenly observed Ino's subconscious glance toward Shikamaru, a pang of discomfort stirring within him. That look, that dream, seemed to hint at signs of early romance. He then turned his attention to the yawning Shikamaru. "I am Shikamaru Nara, skilled in my family's secret arts. I relish a leisurely life, despise troublesome matters, and aspire to be like my older brother." Asuma nodded in resignation, his heart sinking as he mused. Indeed, yet another idler? CHG, noticing Asuma's gaze upon him, interjected, "I am CHG Akimichi, proficient in my family's secret techniques. I am fond of eating, detest when others snatch my first bite of snacks or my last morsel, and absolutely refuse to be called fat pig. My dream is to become as handsome as Shikamaru." Very well. After gaining a preliminary understanding of the three, Asuma nodded and continued. We have now acquainted ourselves, so let us rest here while we await a few others. Await others? Originally, after CHG concluded his introduction, Shikamaru had intended to slip away, but now he looked at Asuma with skepticism. This script seemed off. Weren't they supposed to exchange a few words and then go home to prepare for tomorrow's bell snatching? Asuma offered no further explanation. Just then, a commotion erupted from a distance. Finally, no more training. This is fantastic. Where are you taking us, Kakashi-sensei? Well, we'll be there shortly, Naruto. Don't rush, came the reply. Shut up. You're at the tail end. Can you keep it down? You're making a racket. Idiot Sasuke, you're clearly enjoying it too, so stop pretending. Upon hearing those familiar voices, the four exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting a profound sense of confusion. Even Shikamaru was taken aback. What was going on? Were the two groups attending class together? Soon, Kakashi appeared with Team 7 in Ryu's line of sight. Embarrassed, Kakashi scratched his head and approached Asuma, saying, I apologize for keeping you waiting, Asuma. Hee, Kakashi, it would be more peculiar if you were ever on time, Asuma replied with a chuckle. Just a moment ago, Naruto and Sasuke were curiously surveying their surroundings. In the next instant, they were frozen in disbelief upon seeing Ryu greeting them. No way. Are we dreaming? Is that really our leader over there? Even after the class division, are you still going to conduct special training for us? Upon catching a glimpse of Ryu, their minds exploded with memories of the hardships they had endured over the years. They swallowed hard, gazing at Ryu with uncertainty. Kakashi, observing the two in a daze, smiled and said, Come over, Sasuke, Naruto. Tomorrow's first class will be a joint session for both teams. Sasuke and Naruto approached Ryu with complex expressions, sitting beside him in a daze. Naruto looked at Ryu with suspicion, asking, Leader, this isn't something you arranged, is it? Are we about to undergo another intense training session? Seeing the two who were nearly traumatized by his training, Ryu cheerfully responded, No, don't overthink it. I suspect the teachers have conducted some inquiries and are aware that we often train together, so they want to gauge our true strength. Ryu's words were not spoken softly. Asuma and Kakashi exchanged astonished glances, unable to suppress their admiration. Truly remarkable, the Nara clan possesses an exceptionally keen intellect, they mused. Clearing his throat, Asuma addressed the six of them. For now, we are merely acquainted. Tomorrow, Kakashi and I will further assess you, observing the true capabilities of you notorious truant masters. Therefore, we shall gather here at 9 in the morning for a practical training session. Understood? Hearing Asuma's words, excitement blossomed on the faces of the seven. Yes, teacher. Observing the enthusiasm on everyone's faces, save for Ryu, Kakashi and Asuma nodded in satisfaction before swiftly departing. The hour was still early, and Haruno Sakura noticed Ino and the others chattering animatedly. The boys instinctively gathered around Ryu, awaiting his guidance. Sensing their eager gazes, Ryu smiled and said, Now that you've graduated, it's time for you to develop the ability to handle certain matters independently, unless absolutely necessary. I will not intervene tomorrow. It will all depend on you. Naruto, Sasuke, Shikamaru, and Shoji exchanged glances and nodded earnestly. All right, discuss your strategies well. Let them witness our prowess, Ryu concluded before turning to leave. The others, without a second thought, knew he was likely off to indulge in leisure once more. Nevertheless, recalling Ryu's earlier words, they couldn't help but feel invigorated. Shikamaru squinted his eyes and remarked to Naruto, Sasuke, and Shoji, I have a strategy for tomorrow's practical exercise. Chapter 33. The commencement of the practical drill. Perhaps the opponents were two jonin, which ignited a great fervor within Shikamaru. That evening, during dinner at home, he fervently inquired with his parents about Kakashi and Asuma. Is it true that Kakashi-sensei's prowess is exceptionally formidable within the Hidden Leaf? Shikaka nodded. Indeed. Kakashi was already a jonin at your age. He is famously a prodigy. Is he really that remarkable? Shikamaru pressed further. Not only that, but he also possesses the Sharingan. Having replicated over 1,000 jutsu, earning the title of copy ninja, his strength is truly terrifying. Shikamaru furrowed his brow, casting a somewhat resentful glance at the calm and collected Shurikado, who was eating beside him. Noticing that his elder brother was ignoring him, Shikamaru reluctantly abandoned his negative thoughts and continued. What about our teacher, Asuma Saratobi? How formidable is he? Haha. Asuma was once one of the 12 guardian ninja who protected the Fire Lord. You can imagine his strength, Shikaku replied with a chuckle, observing Shikamaru's troubled expression with amusement. Are you asking all this because you intend to confront those two directly with just the three of you? Shikamaru nodded helplessly. Something like that. I can't shake the feeling that our odds are rather slim. After voicing his concerns, he retreated to his room to contemplate strategies, much to the delight of Shikaku and Yoshino. Subsequently, their gaze involuntarily shifted towards Shurikado. Yoshino couldn't help but remark, Shurikado, look at how motivated your younger brother has become. As the elder brother, shouldn't you? Before Yoshino could finish her sentence, Shurikado interjected, Mom, I just remembered. I still don't quite grasp the shadow imitation technique that Dad taught me last time. Dad, could you? Hearing this, Shikaku's lips twitched involuntarily. You clever boy. Speaking up for your life. When you were 3, I demonstrated the shadow imitation technique right in front of you, and you learned it then. Now you're telling me you don't understand? Sensing a mix of desperation and veiled threat in his son's gaze, Shikaku resignedly nodded. All right, Shurikado has been quite diligent lately. I will take him out to practice now. In no time, the father and son hastily exited, leaving Yoshino bewildered as she realized they had already vanished by the time she noticed. Staring at the dishes on the table, she finally comprehended, Shikaku. Evading dish duty again. You'll pay for this tonight. The next morning, at 7 o'clock, Shikamaru, having completed his morning routine, hurried out the door. His vigorous demeanor left Yoshino and Shikaku somewhat taken aback. Yoshino gazed at Shikaku with concern. Do you think our son has been stimulated by something? Come on. You know your son well. It's probably just a fleeting enthusiasm. He'll return to normal by tomorrow. Rather than worrying about him, why not concern yourself with me? While preparing a cup of goji berry tea, gently massaged his aching lower back, letting out a soft sigh, lamenting the passage of time. Nara Yoshino, observing his actions, felt her cheeks flush and instinctively glanced towards the room of their child, Luyu. Upon realizing there was no movement, she shot a reproachful glare at her partner, chiding him, You ought to be more discreet. Luyu is still nearby. Be cautious, lest the child overhears. Caught by the playful glint in her eyes, Luju couldn't help but feel a surge of affection, grinning mischievously as he responded, Since we have the day off, my dear, why not accompany me for a stroll outside? At 8:30, Liu lazily rose from his slumber. After refreshing himself, he was pleasantly surprised to find that both parents were absent. On the table lay a breakfast prepared by his mother. Once he had satisfied his hunger, he strolled leisurely towards the designated meeting point, arriving at the clearing where they had gathered the previous day. Luyu was astonished to discover that the other 6 had already arrived. They appeared to be engaged in an intense discussion. As they noticed Luyu's arrival, they greeted him with a casual good morning before returning to their deliberations. Intrigued by the spirited enthusiasm of his companions, Luyu felt a spark of interest. Would the prowess of his specially trained friends, Sasuke and Naruto, alongside the exceptionally talented Shikamaru, Ino, and Choji, be enough to pose a challenge to Kakashi and Asuma? Before long, the 6 seemed to have devised a plan, nodding in satisfaction, and then they patiently awaited the arrival of their 2 Jonin instructors. As time ticked away, by 9 o'clock, 2 imposing figures materialized before Luyu and his friends. Kakashi and Asuma regarded the eager group with keen interest, nodding in approval. Asuma exhaled a puff of smoke, smiling at the gathering. Apologies for the wait. Thus begins the first lesson for Team 7 and Team 10. With a chime, Asuma produced 4 bells, addressing them. Today's first lesson is a practical training exercise. Your task is to successfully seize 7 bells from Kakashi and me. Whether you choose stealth, direct confrontation, or strategy, as long as you manage to snatch the bells from us, I promise a celebratory barbecue feast afterward. Kakashi stepped forward to add, I encourage you to give it your all. Failure will result in consequences. With that, he declared, let the practical exercise commence. Chapter 034. A true younger brother. Upon hearing Kakashi announce the commencement, Luyu settled cross-legged upon a wooden stump, embracing his arms with keen interest as he observed the unfolding scene. What strategy might Shikamaru employ, one wondered. In the next moment, Naruto and Sasuke charged ahead, swiftly covering the 10 meters to position themselves opposite Kakashi and Asuma. With an air of confidence, they faced their teachers. Naruto, brimming with excitement, cast a glance at Kakashi and then at Sasuke, exclaiming, Don't let the bearded sensei take you down, Sasuke. In response, Sasuke smirked slightly. Humph, focus on yourself, you underachiever. Kakashi and Asuma exchanged glances, their brows furrowing in mild astonishment. Could these youngsters be contemplating a one-on-one confrontation? A Jinin challenging a Jonin seemed rather audacious. As a gentle breeze swept through, a leaf danced in the wind, and the moment it touched the ground, Naruto sprang into action. With swift hand seals, he shouted, "Shadow Clone Jutsu!" In an instant, a cloud of white smoke erupted, and nearly 100 shadow clones encircled Kakashi and Asuma. The two teachers regarded the surrounding clones with furrowed brows. It appeared that this year's students were proving to be quite troublesome. Asuma chuckled, "Now this is entertaining. Wouldn't you agree?" Simultaneously, Naruto bellowed, "Go for it, Sasuke. Less chatter, underachiever. I don't need your guidance," Sasuke retorted, dashing toward Asuma. The speed at which he moved caused Asuma's pupils to constrict slightly. Was this young boy truly a recent graduate from the Ninja Academy? In mere moments, Sasuke reached Asuma's front. With his right leg raised, Sasuke executed a powerful downward strike, exuding a ferocious force akin to a tempest. Asuma raised his arm to meet the blow, but his expression shifted as he realized Sasuke's attack was far more formidable than he had anticipated. The strike caused his body to sway slightly. Seizing the opportunity while Asuma regained his balance, Sasuke utilized the recoil from Asuma's arm to spin in midair, drawing Shuriken from behind and hurling them toward Asuma. In the midst of Asuma's somewhat clumsy evasive maneuvers, Sasuke landed deftly on the ground, swiftly forming hand seals while proclaiming, "Fire style, great fireball technique." A fireball, 2 meters in diameter, surged toward Asuma in the blink of an eye. Asuma, noticing the imminent threat, paled slightly and promptly retreated, unleashing a counter, wind release, dust wind technique. A small whirlwind surged toward the fireball, buying Asuma precious moments to leap away from the impending flames. However, as soon as he touched down, Sasuke was upon him once more. In this encounter, Sasuke revealed no hidden talents. His obsidian pupils erupted with a sinister crimson glow, even utilizing the double Tomo Sharingan. In the next moment, the two engaged in an intense battle, neither gaining the upper hand. This terrifying scene left everyone, except Naruto and Shikamaru, utterly astonished, including Asuma. Kakashi, in disbelief, rubbed his eyes and murmured, "Is this a jest? That guy, Sasuke, can already use the Sharingan? No wonder he is evenly matched with Asuma. The situation appears grim. Hey, Kakashi-sensei, instead of worrying about Big Beard-sensei, why not consider your own predicament?" Naruto's voice chimed from behind Kakashi, who turned to see Naruto thrusting a kunai toward his vital points. Kakashi, with a look of exasperation, swiftly turned and kicked Naruto's shadow clone away. Observing the multitude of Naruto's clones surrounding him yet not launching an attack, Kakashi furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. What are these 7 little rascals plotting? Why are only Naruto and Sasuke mounting a frontal assault? Kakashi pondered, glancing at Shikamaru, who had been requested by the third Hokage to test their strength alongside Asuma, sitting calmly on a pillar. Why did the other 4 exhibit no intent to attack? Kakashi's brow furrowed deeply as he contemplated, finding no clarity. His gaze sharpened as he addressed Naruto. "Although I cannot comprehend your intentions, it seems prudent to eliminate you lot first." Upon hearing this, one of Naruto's clones trembled violently, betraying a hint of panic at being discovered. Kakashi smirked. "Your act is quite convincing." Realizing that dismantling Naruto's shadow clones one by one would be a cumbersome task, he decided it would be more efficient to eliminate the 4 spectators instead. With that thought, Kakashi's hands moved like shadows, weaving signs. Fire style, grand fireball technique. The fireball he unleashed exceeded 5 meters in diameter, clearly indicating he had not exerted his full strength. The blazing inferno cleared a path for Kakashi, leaving Naruto's clones utterly incapable of resistance. Meanwhile, Shikamaru observed Naruto's lack of response with a glint of cunning in his eyes, a foreboding sense creeping over him. In the next instant, as the fireball vanished, 3 kunai and several shuriken hurtled through the air. Shikamaru deftly evaded Kakashi's attack, but upon witnessing his comrades dissipate into a puff of smoke, a twitch of incredulity crossed his lips. Truly, he was his brother's keeper. Chapter 35. Kakashi's shock with a sense of disbelief. Luyu watched as Naruto dashed towards Asuma, realizing that if he did not comprehend the unfolding situation at this moment, he would be a fool. It was evident that his younger brother had meticulously devised a strategy, having instructed Naruto to use shadow clones to imitate them, thereby creating confusion for himself, Kakashi, and Asuma. Subsequently, while Naruto engaged in feigned bravado, the true offensive would be executed by Sasuke against Asuma. Possessing the double Tomo Sharingan and having undergone rigorous training, Sasuke was indeed capable of forcing Asuma back, unless Asuma resorted to the Konoha's thousand hands kill. Clearly, this was merely a practical assessment, and Asuma would not resort to such extreme measures. Thus, the battle between Sasuke and Asuma gradually deviated from the main battlefield, likely leading them into a carefully prepared ambush set by several individuals. As for Kakashi, it was apparent that his younger brother had left him to his own devices. Liu chuckled to himself, feeling a sense of joy as he had long feared that Shikamaru's constant company would lead him to a state of lethargy. It seemed that his brother possessed a sharp mind after all, by employing their superior numbers to besiege the relatively weaker Asuma, while utilizing Liu Yu, who typically refrained from direct confrontation, to contend with the more formidable Kakashi. The tactical arrangement was indeed commendable, leaving even Liu Yu unable to find fault. Kakashi, observing Liu Yu seated on a log, remarked with keen interest, "It appears you have been abandoned by your teammates." Liu Yu shrugged innocently, a wry smile gracing his face as he replied, "Kakashi-sensei, I have not been abandoned. Rather, I have been orchestrated by my own brother. Nonetheless, I am pleased that he could devise such a plan. So allow me to offer you a suggestion." "Oh, what suggestion?" Liu Yu regarded Kakashi with utmost seriousness. "Simply hand over the bell to me, and we need not engage in combat, as fighting can be quite exhausting." Kakashi smiled at him. "I believe you're mistaken. Esteemed classmate, the disparity in our abilities is not as troublesome as you envision. The battle may very well conclude in an instant." "Oh, so there is no room for negotiation?" Liu Yu leapt down from the log, a look of resignation upon his face. "However, I truly wish to avoid unnecessary complications." This was the first time Kakashi encountered Liu Yu's demeanor, which reflected a complete lack of regard for his own prowess. It was uncertain whether this stemmed from ignorance of the strength of a jonin, or if Liu Yu possessed absolute superiority over him. "Interesting fellow," Kakashi mused. "Your ease and composure are indeed refreshing. I am merely curious about your true capabilities." "Capabilities?" Liu Yu chuckled softly. "As you say? If the matter could be resolved in an instant, there would be no need for a cumbersome battle." In the next moment, Liu Yu's gaze suddenly sharpened, and an overwhelming aura radiated outward, enveloping the surroundings. In Kakashi's eyes, the seemingly unremarkable Liu Yu transformed entirely with a mere glance. An aura of grandeur emanated from him, akin to towering mountains. Kakashi felt dwarfed by the overwhelming presence, as if he were gazing up at an insurmountable peak. This weighty aura bore down upon him, causing his bones to creak ominously, as though his very frame might be crushed under its might. Gritting his teeth, Kakashi struggled to hold his ground. Yet his body instinctively trembled, goosebumps rising in an instant as a profound sense of impending doom surged from within. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead, dampening his mask. In that moment, Liu seemed to command the very space around him, leaving Kakashi unable to fathom the cataclysmic force that would be unleashed should Liu Yu choose to act. At that juncture, Kakashi found himself paralyzed, devoid of even the slightest inclination to resist. In the next heartbeat, he watched helplessly as Liu Yu effortlessly retrieved the bell from his waist, and with that, the terrifying aura dissipated into nothingness. As the oppressive pressure vanished, Kakashi's body swayed violently, barely managing to remain upright, his eyes reflecting profound shock. In that fleeting moment, a chilling realization gripped his heart, the first taste of utter despair he had ever experienced. Liu Yu exuded the essence of an unparalleled warrior. Should he decide to engage seriously, Kakashi would find no opportunity to flee. With great difficulty, Kakashi turned to gaze at Liu Yu's retreating figure, a flicker of fear crossing his eyes. This individual was formidable to the point of being inhuman. Chapter 36. The conclusion of the practical exercise in the heart of the forest. Sasuke and Asuma remained locked in a fierce confrontation, their battle escalating to a level of genuine intensity. Sasuke wielded his kunai, clashing it vigorously against Asuma's flying swallow technique, sparks illuminating the air between them. The four observers, concealed and awestruck, could hardly comprehend the astonishing spectacle unfolding before their eyes. Despite their awareness of Sasuke and Naruto's rigorous training under Shikamaru, they never anticipated such a formidable outcome. A freshly graduated genin engaging an experienced jounin in hand-to-hand combat, without faltering, was nothing short of extraordinary. A twinge of regret washed over me. I had declined my brother's offer for intensive training. Sakura gazed at Sasuke with wide eyes, her curiosity piqued by Shikamaru's remark. "Are you suggesting that Sasuke's prowess is a result of your brother's teachings?" Upon seeing Shikamaru nod, Sakura fell into deep contemplation. She found it hard to reconcile the image of the languid top student with such remarkable abilities. To her, it seemed that Shikamaru's consistent ranking as the foremost student stemmed more from Sasuke's disinterest in the position than from Shikamaru's own prowess. After all, Sakura believed that even if Shikamaru had trained alongside Sasuke, he might not have achieved such a level of skill, let alone teach others. The three companions exchanged knowing glances. Aware of Sakura's thoughts, yet as seasoned onlookers, they deemed it unnecessary to elaborate. Meanwhile, Sasuke's excitement surged with each exchange. It had been far too long since he engaged in such exhilarating combat. Although he had sparred with Shikamaru a few times, those encounters had been mere exercises in futility. Devoid of the thrill he now experienced, Naruto, with his incessant shadow clones, provided no genuine sense of challenge. The intensity of the current battle invigorated Sasuke, causing his entire being to tremble with exhilaration. He was astonished to realize how far his abilities had progressed. A month prior, he had felt nearly crushed by Shikamaru's relentless superiority, as no matter how hard he and Naruto trained, they could never elicit a serious response from him. Shikamaru loomed like an insurmountable mountain, and just when they believed they were nearing the summit, they discovered the peak remained painfully distant. Yet, it was precisely through years of sparring with Shikamaru that Sasuke's combat instincts and adaptability had sharpened to an alarming degree. Asuma felt the shift most acutely. Initially, Sasuke struggled to keep pace with his movements. However, as the battle progressed, Asuma found himself increasingly challenged by the young prodigy. It was as if Sasuke had transformed entirely. Each of Asuma's attacks and intended maneuvers were now easily anticipated by his opponent. Just as the two were locked in their relentless clash, a sudden sound echoed from the distance. Multiple shadow clone technique. It was Naruto, who arrived in a flurry of white smoke, hundreds of shadow clones charging directly at Asuma. The balance of the battle, previously teetering, now tipped decidedly in Sasuke's favor. As Naruto rushed to provide support, a glimmer of determination flickered in Sasuke's eyes. With a fierce motion, he hurled his kunai towards Asuma. This attack was imbued with formidable strength and alarmingly swift speed. Its primary purpose was not to inflict harm, but rather to force Asuma back. Once Asuma was pushed away, countless strategies would unfold. However, the seasoned Asuma was not easily deceived. He firmly grasped his weapon, the Fian, and successfully blocked Sasuke's strike, while raising his left arm to intercept Naruto's aerial kick. A commendable assault. But Asuma's words were abruptly cut off as he noticed a massive shadow descending upon him. The meat cannon. Spotting CHG's advance, Asuma swung both arms vigorously, forcing the two back before swiftly retreating. What an opportunity! Shikamaru, hidden in the shadows, felt a surge of excitement and swiftly formed hand signs, shadow imitation jutsu. In an instant, Shikamaru's shadow darted towards Asuma's landing spot with remarkable speed. The altered terrain made Shikamaru's shadow exceedingly easy to overlook. At the moment Asuma touched down, his expression shifted dramatically. Shikamaru's lips curled into a slight smile. Shadow imitation jutsu, success. Simultaneously, Ino was already prepared. Mind-body switch technique. Sakura cautiously supported Ino's frame as they observed Asuma struggle momentarily before his eyes rolled back, rendering him unconscious. Naruto and Sasuke, having anticipated this moment, quickly approached Asuma, effortlessly retrieving the bell. A round of applause echoed, causing the six to change their expressions, looking up in astonishment at the unexpected presence of Shikaku perched upon a tree. With a broad smile, Shikaku regarded the group with satisfaction, stating, "Well done, your performance has exceeded my expectations. As a reward, I shall treat you to barbecue next time." Upon hearing Shikaku's words, everyone except Sakura erupted in excitement, exchanging high fives in celebration. Long live the boss, ha ha ha. Meanwhile, Ino, having secured the bell, released her mind-body switch technique. When Asuma regained consciousness, he looked to the spot where the bell had been, now empty, and then turned his gaze to the jubilant young one celebrating. With a cheerful demeanor, he proclaimed, "I declare, you have won the first practical exercise. Destination, the barbecue restaurant. Let us depart." Chapter 037. Asuma, on the verge of tears upon hearing Asuma's words, the crowd erupted in joyous cheers. Truly, the bearded teacher was a man of his word. Reflecting on the earlier remarks by Yukio, it became evident that although Asuma appeared somewhat intimidating, he was, in fact, quite amiable. The group had anticipated further training following their practical exercises, never imagining they would be heading out for barbecue instead. This revelation drastically altered their perception of Asuma. Dingji's eyes sparkled with excitement as he wiped away the drool, exclaiming, "What a splendid day! I have never had my fill at a barbecue. This time, I shall indulge to my heart's content." Naruto, noticing the enthusiasm in Dingji's gaze, chimed in with determination, "Dingji, this time I will not be outdone." "Huh? You think you can surpass me? I'll make you realize that even in appetite, you are no match for me. Curse you, Sasuke. Soon, you shall witness my prowess." In the meantime, Ino and Shikamaru exchanged sympathetic glances at Asuma, who remained blissfully unaware of the impending chaos he was about to face. As the children celebrated, Asuma took a deep drag from his cigarette, satisfaction evident on his face. Once the excitement subsided, he raised his hands and smiled. "Without further ado, let us set off." The group nodded in agreement, following Asuma closely. Ino quietly approached Yukio and curiously inquired, "By the way, Yukio, what about that math teacher?" At this question, the others turned their inquisitive gazes towards Yukio. Sighing in resignation, he glanced at Shikamaru, who was eavesdropping a few meters away, and replied, "I had no choice. My own brother put me in that situation, so I had to intervene." Shikamaru awkwardly scratched his head and said to Yukio, "I pondered this thoroughly, and this seemed to be the most viable path to victory. By the way, brother, you're not upset, are you?" "Huh? What foolishness. I am quite pleased that you thought of this." Asuma watched with curiosity as the group encircled Yukio, clearly recognizing his high standing among them, though he remained uncertain about the young man's true abilities. Previously, Asuma had seen Yukio obtain 3 bells from Kakashi but had not given it much thought. Now, the more he considered it, the more bewildered he became. After all, Kakashi was currently one of the strongest Nin in Konoha, and this young man had managed to outmaneuver him? Soon, Asuma spotted Kakashi in the distance, astonished to find him standing there, motionless. With a hint of skepticism, Asuma approached Kakashi and asked, "Kakashi, what seems to be the matter?" Kakashi replied with a wry smile, "It's nothing, just feeling a bit under the weather." "Did you lose on your end as well?" "Indeed, that Uchiha lad possesses considerable strength, and furthermore," Asuma began but suddenly paused, casting a bewildered glance at Kakashi. "Furthermore? So, you have been bested by our class's Luyu?" As Kakashi was about to respond, he noticed the threatening and warning gaze from Luyu not far away. He chuckled and said, "I must admit, I was careless and fell into that boy's trap. Well, Asuma, you take the kids for some barbecue. And let me know how much it costs afterward. We can split it. It's fine. I can still treat them to a meal." "All right, I shall take my leave." Asuma declined Kakashi's generosity, turning to lead the little ones toward the barbecue restaurant. Since Kakashi had said so, Asuma felt it was inappropriate to press further. After all, it was not something to dwell upon when a jonin allowed a freshly graduated genin to gain the upper hand. However, as Asuma glanced back at Luyu, curiosity filled his eyes. Kakashi, watching Asuma's retreating figure with the children, sighed as if burdened by a great weight, then plopped down onto the ground, reclining comfortably in the grass as he gazed at the sky. At that moment, Kakashi felt an unexpected sense of relief, as if he had narrowly escaped disaster. He looked at the clouds above, the earlier scenes flashing through his mind. He still could not comprehend how a recent graduate from the Ninja Academy could exude such a terrifying aura. A monster, perhaps? Soon after, Kakashi furrowed his brow. Troubled, this is dire. How am I to report this to the 3rd Hokage? Should I say I lost due to carelessness and didn't figure it out? This is a bit troublesome. Just as Kakashi was lost in his thoughts, Asuma was not faring much better. With Sasuke, Naruto, Luyu, and CHG unleashing their full appetites, the plates of barbecue had already piled up over a meter high, and it appeared that this was merely the beginning. Asuma's lips twitched as he observed the 4 voracious eaters, his eyes nearly popping out in disbelief. While it was somewhat expected for CHG, being a member of the Akimichi clan, to have a hearty appetite, the other 3 matched him in their insatiable hunger. What on earth was happening? Had they not eaten in a month? Ultimately, when Asuma glanced at the bill that stretched 3.5 meters long, his face turned pale. A minute later, he looked at his flat wallet, feeling an overwhelming sense of despair, regretting not having split the bill with Kakashi. By evening, in the Hokage's office, Kakashi, Kurenai Yuhi, and the 3rd Hokage were present. Soon, Asuma knocked and entered. "Hokage-sama." Upon entering, Asuma nodded at Kakashi and Kurenai before turning to face the 3rd Hokage. Taking a puff of his cigarette, the 3rd Hokage looked at Asuma and inquired, "Asuma, what is your impression of today's practical exercise?" Chapter 038. The life of a lower ninja begins upon hearing these words. Asuma's expression turned grave as he nodded, stating, "These youngsters possess remarkable strength. In terms of both strategy and prowess, they are the most exceptional students I have encountered. Furthermore, I sense that they have yet to exert their full potential against me and Kakashi." Kakashi, standing beside him, discreetly nodded, unable to suppress his inner thoughts. Exert their full potential? That may be true for others, but if that fellow named Riku uses his full strength, I fear we may not see each other again. The third Hokage exhaled a thick plume of smoke, smiling as he remarked, "Indeed, they have not used their full strength. Naruto and Sasuke's abilities extend far beyond what we have witnessed. The troubling aspect is that our primary objective was to assess the strength of Inoshikacho. Yet it seems they have hardly engaged in combat at all." Upon hearing the third Hokage's words, Asuma was taken aback and looked at him in confusion. "Lord Hokage, do you know these youngsters well?" "Well enough, I suppose. Over the years, when time permits, I have made a point to observe them. After all, Naruto and Sasuke are now alone, and as Hokage, it is my duty to provide them with the warmth of familial care." The third Hokage's gaze grew somewhat distant as he reminisced about the time spent fishing with Riku, competing for grilled fish, his lips curving into a faint smile. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, these youngsters have grown up. By the way, Kakashi met the third Hokage's gaze, inhaling deeply and responding with a slightly dry voice. "Would you believe me if I said I was defeated by Riku's aura?" "What? Aura?" Asuma and Kurenai simultaneously gasped, staring at Kakashi in bewilderment. How is that possible? They realized that Kakashi, a seasoned jonin renowned for his battle prowess, had seemingly succumbed so easily to a freshly graduated student. Moreover, it appeared that Riku had not even engaged physically, merely relying on his aura to achieve victory. The third Hokage, observing the trio's astonishment, chuckled calmly, seemingly unfazed by the revelation. "Ah, believe it, Riku is indeed an enigma. I have never seen him train diligently. Yet he consistently ranks first in his class. Even when he encounters me, he regards me as just an old man." The third Hokage nodded at Kakashi, signaling him to refrain from overthinking before shifting his gaze to Kurenai. "Kurenai, how does your team fare?" Kurenai immediately responded with seriousness. "Inazuka Kiba and Aburame Shino are performing adequately, but Hinata's strength far exceeds my expectations. The princess of the Hyuga clan appears to be much stronger than the rumors suggest." The third Hokage nodded gravely, fixing his gaze upon the three individuals before him. "To speak candidly, your team and Guy's group represent the future hope of Konoha. Thus, it is imperative that you three invest considerable effort into your training. By the way, Asuma, you may extend some preferential treatment to that lad, Now, return and reflect on your strategies to enhance your team's capabilities. The Chunin exams are fast approaching." The trio nodded in agreement and took their leave from the third Hokage. As they stepped out of the office, Asuma cast an envious glance at Kakashi. "It's evident that the success of this practical exercise largely hinges on your students, Sasuke and Naruto. Their prowess is truly commendable. I can't help but envy you, Kakashi." Kakashi smiled knowingly, patting Asuma on the shoulder. "Asuma, some matters are not as straightforward as they may appear." With that, Kakashi and Kurenai swiftly departed, leaving Asuma to light a cigarette and quietly contemplate the future of Team 10. Meanwhile, the third Hokage observed the departing trio with a smile. A new era seems to be dawning. Naruto and Sasuke have significantly matured in strength. If only you were not so lackadaisical. If you were to grow a bit more, he could seamlessly step into the role of Hokage, allowing me to retire with peace of mind. I wonder what the future holds as these young ones continue to grow. It is truly something to look forward to. The following day, Team 10 assembled at the designated location. Yiquan Shikamaru were lazily leaning against a wooden post, dozing off, while Choji busied himself with snacks. Only Ino curiously surveyed their surroundings. 10 minutes later, Asuma arrived promptly, cigarette in mouth. The four teammates perked up upon sensing his presence, for today marked the first day of their duties as genin. They knew that from this day forward, they could accept missions and earn rewards. This meant they could support themselves financially rather than relying on their parents' meager allowances. Asuma, noticing the eager expressions on their faces, smiled warmly. "All right, I understand your excitement. Let us go. I will take you to receive your first mission." His straightforwardness, devoid of the expected reprimands, endeared him further to the group, even prompting Ino to exclaim, "Asuma-sensei truly understands us." "Is that so? I merely dislike being overly verbose," he chuckled. During their journey, Asuma elaborated on the various mission ranks, rewards, and distribution systems. After his thorough explanation, the four had a clear understanding of the processes involved. Before long, Team 10 arrived at the Mission Assignment Center. Asuma addressed the group. This is the designated location for receiving missions. In the future, whenever you wish to undertake a task, simply come here to collect it. However, as you have only just become Genin, you are currently limited to D-rank missions. Alright, for our first mission, let us start with something relatively simple, he concluded. Asuma led the three individuals inside and nodded towards the third Hokage. Third Hokage. Team 10 is here to receive a mission. The third Hokage, with a pipe clenched between his teeth, took a deep drag and slowly exhaled a smoke ring before responding in a deliberate manner. Ah, Team 10 under Asuma, is it? Since this is your inaugural mission, I suggest you assist with weeding or perhaps clearing the riverbanks. Chapter 39. Asuma and the misfortune of love. As Liu Yu and his companions observed the third Hokage reciting the tasks, curiosity drew them closer. Liu Yu was aware that this was merely the beginning and that the tasks assigned would not be of high caliber, primarily consisting of menial chores. However, given his lazy disposition, he would rather face death than engage in such tedious labor. As Liu swiftly scanned the tasks on the third Hokage's desk, his eyes brightened with an idea, and he eagerly interjected, "Teacher Asuma, I believe the task of helping the village matron find her lost cat is quite commendable. It would not only enhance our perceptive abilities, but also test our teamwork. Shall we undertake this task?" Asuma paused for a moment, initially inclined to select a weeding task. However, after reflecting on Liu Yu's analysis, he found it to be quite sensible. He nodded at the third Hokage and said, "Then let us assist the village matron in locating her cat." The third Hokage nodded in agreement and handed Asuma a form. Subsequently, Asuma guided the four of them through the process of task retrieval. They soon arrived outside the residence of a wealthy individual, where they were greeted by a robust-looking matron, the village matron. Upon seeing her, even the typically composed Liu Yu was taken aback. The matron's face appeared to bear at least 2 pounds of makeup, and the lipstick she wore was quite glaring. Most alarming, however, was her physique, an astonishing 140-140-140. She resembled a water tank. In that moment, the group began to understand why the cat might have run away. With such a formidable owner, if they were the cat, they too would have fled. The village matron gazed at Asuma's rugged physique and the allure of his masculine charm, her eyes shimmering with delight. She then approached him, her ample form swaying with each step. Liu Yu and his companions could not help but twitch at the sight of her exaggerated movements. Moments later, Asuma stood before the village matron, his expression darkening as she coquettishly spoke. "Dear ninja, my former husband left this world too soon, leaving only Ahu and me for company. Now that Ahu has gone missing, I am truly worried. I wonder if you might." Asuma, taken aback by the matron's fervent gaze, felt his heart race and instinctively recoiled several steps. Once she finished speaking, he stammered, "Madam, please, do not be anxious. Could you perhaps provide me with a portrait of Ahu? I shall go look for him at once. Do not fret, do not fret." The village matron grasped Asuma's wrist and smiled brightly. "It must be quite exhausting for a distinguished ninja to travel all this way to my humble abode. Why not come inside for a cup of tea and rest a while? We can search afterward." Liu Yu and his companions exchanged sympathetic glances, their expressions reflecting Asuma's silent plea for rescue, as he helplessly shrugged his shoulders. The scene evokes a vivid sense of deja vu, reminiscent of the spider spirit capturing the monk Tang's song. "Oh, holy monk, come here." Half an hour later, the prosperous village matron, beaming with delight, waved goodbye to a few individuals with a hint of reluctance. "Mr. Asuma, please take care. If you cannot find him, you may search again tomorrow. I shall prepare a feast for dinner. Do remember to join us." With a countenance marked by indignation, Asuma quivered slightly upon hearing the matroness call, before hastily fleeing the scene. Dingxi, munching on potato chips, looked curiously at the fleeing Asuma. "What is wrong with Teacher Asuma? I think Mrs. Murakami has been quite nice to us." The three exchanged silent glances, shook their heads, and patted Dingxi on the shoulder before swiftly following after Asuma. 10 minutes later, Asuma led the four to the area where Ahu might have gone missing. He glanced back nervously, and upon confirming that the village matron was not in sight, he addressed the group. "Our target is Ahu, Mrs. Murakami's pet, a plump, brown-striped Garfield cat, with a bow tied behind its right ear. Remember its physical traits." Liu nodded and suddenly proposed, "Teacher Asuma, I excel at finding animals. Why not entrust this task to me? In the future, for tasks like mowing. Ahem, you understand, oh? Luyu, are you certain? Mrs. Murakami has given us a search area of 10 kilometers. If you truly can find it, I shall permit you to participate less in physically demanding tasks in the future. Asuma looked at the other three, who nodded in agreement, then turned to Luyu with hopeful anticipation, eager to avoid this daunting task. The village matron had extended the search area to a staggering 10 kilometers to challenge them. Finding a small cat in such an expanse seemed nearly impossible. Moreover, Asuma harbored doubts about the accuracy of the location provided by her. Now that this extraordinary boy, capable of surpassing Kakashi, was willing to volunteer, Asuma wholeheartedly supported him. Luyu nodded, smiling at Asuma. All right, it's a deal. Give me 10 minutes. With that, Luyu swiftly vanished from sight. Subsequently, in a hidden corner, Luyu's speed surged dramatically. In a matter of moments, he traversed the vast forest, completing a thorough reconnaissance in under a minute. When he reappeared, he held a trembling brown-striped Garfield cat, none other than the missing Ahu. By evening, after returning Ahu to Mrs. Murakami, Asuma fled the scene with great haste. Madame Murakami gazed at the unromantic ninja with a look of melancholy, her lips curling slightly as she murmured, to be able to locate Ahu so swiftly over such a vast area. What a formidable and impressive ninja he is. I cannot simply resign myself to this. 2 months later, after the establishment of Team 10, they had not engaged in frequent missions. Thus far, Asuma had led Team 10 in the completion of 10 D-rank tasks, all of which involved the search for cats. It appeared that Madame Murakami had developed an infatuation with Asuma, persistently requesting his assistance in finding her lost cats since their first mishap. If the Hidden Leaf Village did not comply, she would create quite an uproar. Ordinary individuals would have been disregarded by the village. But Madame Murakami was a person of considerable influence, seemingly connected to the feudal lord of the Land of Fire. Consequently, Asuma found himself in a rather unfortunate predicament, repeatedly taken advantage of under the pretense of searching for cats. Fortunately, after the initial incident, Madame Murakami ceased to trouble the team, providing the precise location of Ahu when he went missing, and they would often find him in no time. Eventually, with a mere whistle from Riku, Ahu would come bounding back. Aside from the cat searching tasks, half of their time was allocated for the 4 members to rest, while the other half was spent on their training. Of course, Riku was an exception, as Asuma had little to impart to him. Thus, Riku resumed his leisurely existence. This lifestyle suited Riku well. After a prolonged period of idleness, he would feast at Madame Murakami's residence and occasionally catch some cats. However, for Asuma, each day felt like an eternity. One morning, Asuma hurried to the meeting point, his face adorned with a smile that left the 4 of them puzzled. Riku, with curiosity, inquired, Asuma-sensei, judging by that smile, has the wealthy Madame Murakami won you over with her riches? Upon hearing this, Asuma's expression darkened, prompting laughter from the others. After the children had settled down, Asuma declared, considering your significant progress over the past 2 months, I am taking you on a new mission today. The 4, seemingly indifferent, instinctively complained, is it weeding and cleaning the river again? I prefer searching for cats. Yes, at least Madame Murakami treats us to a feast, another chimed in. And Ahu has become familiar with us. With just one whistle, we can summon him. Why must we take on a new task? It's thankless work. Asuma, with a furrowed brow, glared at the unmotivated quartet and exclaimed, I don't care. I've already accepted it. And it's a C-rank mission. You 4 need to go home and gather your things. We depart this afternoon. Chapter 040. The mission of the Land of Waves. As the C-rank mission was announced, Luyu's eyes sparkled with excitement. He instinctively pondered. Could it be the mission of the Land of Waves? His mind raced as he stroked his chin, reflecting on the memories of that mission, recalling the wealthy Kato group. A bit of wealth redistribution would be delightful. Perhaps he would no longer have to feel guilty about indulging in barbecued meat. Jingyi, observing Luyu lost in thought, instinctively leaned closer and gently inquired, Luyu-kun, is something wrong? Is there anything amiss? Luyu caught a whiff of the unique, delicate fragrance that lingered around the girl. Turning to her, he smiled, it's nothing, just a moment of distraction. Seeing Luyu flash his characteristic charming, sunny smile, Jingyi felt her heart race. Oh my. Luyu-kun smiled at me again. I mustn't be so infatuated. My mother always said girls should be composed. But why can't I move? How embarrassing. Luyu looked at Jingyi, whose face was flushed and smiling foolishly at him. and shook his head in bemusement before heading home to gather his belongings. After a while, Jingyi regained her senses and realized Lu Yu had vanished. Frustrated, she stomped her foot and pouted as she made her way home. In the afternoon, outside the mission distribution center, Asuma looked at the four lazy individuals with exasperation. When he mentioned packing up, he meant the essentials. But he was taken aback to see them laden with bags and supplies. This resembled a vacation rather than a C-rank mission. However, considering that all four were future heirs from various clans, it was understandable that they were well cared for. With a resigned sigh, Asuma led the four inside the distribution center. Inside, the hall was bustling with activity. From a distance, Liu spotted an elderly man with dark skin and a white towel draped around his neck. Sitting and waiting quietly, the old man appeared troubled, furrowing his brow as he occasionally took a sip from his drink. Upon seeing Asuma approach with the others, he drunkenly exclaimed, "Haha, has Konoha run out of capable people? This is a C-rank mission, and you send mere children? Is Konoha truly responsible?" As he continued to grumble, he gestured animatedly. "You know, I, Dasna, am a renowned bridge builder. Do you realize that receiving this task is a privilege? Sending such inexperienced youngsters is utterly inexcusable." Dasna looked down at the group arrogantly, only to notice that Asuma was engaged in conversation with the mission distribution personnel. Lu Yu and Lu Maru were dozing off with their eyes closed, while a beautiful blonde girl gazed lovingly at the handsome boy sleeping nearby. The only chubby member of the group munched on snacks, curiously observing the surroundings. None of the five seemed to pay Dasna any mind. At that moment, two crows flew overhead, cawing loudly, as if mocking, "Fool, fool." Dasna was taken aback. Being familiar with one's own affairs, he realized that in order to survive, he must ensure that the other party possesses the strength to safeguard him. Contemplating this, Dasna suddenly clutched Asuma's thigh, his face a portrait of despair as he implored, "Lord Jonin, I beseech you to save me. I have an ominous feeling that someone intends to take my life. Please ensure my safety until I complete the bridge." Asuma, gazing down at Dasna clinging to his leg, replied with a hint of exasperation, "Mr. Dasna, please maintain your dignity. Our Leaf Village will allocate personnel according to the mission. We are prepared, and if all is well, we can embark." He added, "By the way, the four young individuals before you are my students, and their prowess is undeniably formidable. Is that so?" Dasna regarded the seemingly lackadaisical quartet with skepticism, doubt clouding his expression. Two of them appeared to be perpetual sleepers. One was a girl in the throes of young love, and the last was a glutton preoccupied with snacks. Could such a motley crew truly be reliable? Asuma's lips twitched as he glanced at the four, clearing his throat softly before fixing Dasna with a serious gaze. Do not be misled by their appearances. Their abilities are indeed profound. Now, Mr. Dasna, please lead the way. Dasna cast one last uncertain glance at the quartet. Yet he understood that there was no altering the course now. With a resigned sigh, he turned and led the group away. Chapter 041. The Unreliable Quartet, showcasing their strength. The distance from the land of fire to the land of waves is indeed considerable. With nothing pressing to attend to, Dasna took the opportunity to provide a brief overview of the situation. The land of waves is a nation devoid of ninjas. A diminutive island with an almost non-existent ninja populace, economically impoverished, and its people living in dire straits. Kato, wielding his wealth and brute force, has completely monopolized all maritime transportation around the island. In such island nations as the Land of Waves, controlling the lifeline of maritime traffic equates to controlling the nation's wealth, politics, and the lives of its citizens. However, once Dasna completes the construction of the bridge to the outside world, Kato's plans will be thwarted. Hence, Kato has dispatched numerous ninjas to eliminate him. Ryua was already familiar with this plot, while Shikamaru and others displayed an intrigued demeanor. The group journeyed along, occasionally pausing, with Asuma also having been psychologically burdened by the incessant chatter of the village matron. Now, having finally escaped the village, everything outside appeared so splendid. As for the other four young ones, their perception of undertaking a C-rank mission was utterly non-existent. They frequently rummaged through their bags, indulging in snacks, reveling in their merriment. Dasna observed this exceedingly unreliable band of ninjas with a furrowed brow, silently questioning the caliber of individuals he had employed. Had he not already confirmed their identities as ninjas, he might have suspected several of them were charlatans. Along the journey, only Dasna remained suspicious. Even the slightest rustle in the bushes sent him scampering in fright. Ino, noticing Dasna's furtive demeanor, laughed and reassured him, Uncle Dazna, worry not. We shall protect you. Here, try this. Dazna accepted the bag of snacks Ino tossed to him, carefully stowing it away, intending to bring this seemingly delightful treat back to his grandson. After this exchange, Dazna gazed at Ino with gratitude, saying, "Thank you, beautiful Ino. May the heavens grant your wishes." At this point, Dazna's gaze drifted to Ryua, who was munching on beef jerky, his expression laden with meaning. Ino, catching Dazna's glance, understood the implication, her cheeks flushing crimson as she shyly edged closer to Ryua. "Hey Ino, do you want some?" Ryua, noticing Ino approach, mistakenly assumed she craved his beef jerky and generously offered her the remaining half of the bag. Ino, momentarily taken aback by Ryua's gesture, felt a whirlwind of emotions. Did he really think she was as simple-minded as Choji? Did he believe she would be tempted by his beef jerky? How infuriating. This dense fellow. In a fit of frustration, Ino pulled out a piece of beef jerky and bit into it with such fervor that it seemed as though she were venting her ire on the hapless Shikamaru. The latter, observing his elder brother and Ino, could only shake his head in resignation, muttering to himself that women are indeed troublesome. Thus, Team 10 ambled along, blissfully unaware of their surroundings, until they stumbled upon a large puddle of stagnant water ahead. Aside from the sulking Ino and the chip-obsessed Choji, who remained oblivious, Shikamaru, Shikaku, and Asuma sensed that something was amiss. There had been no recent rainfall, so where had this considerable accumulation of water come from? Even if there had been, under the sun's rays, it ought to have evaporated by now. Such a blatant ruse seemed almost childishly simplistic to the trio. Asuma refrained from giving any orders, rather curious about how his rather lackadaisical students would react if ambushed. Soon enough, the six passed through a sizable puddle, seemingly unaware of their surroundings. The only exception was Shikamaru, who paused momentarily to wait for the lagging Ino, walking alongside her. Ino, bewildered, regarded Shikamaru and thought to herself, could it be that this dimwit has finally had a moment of clarity? Little did she notice that as they walked past, a head began to slowly emerge from the water. Suddenly, the sound of chains extending echoed through the stillness of the forest path, jarringly piercing the air. A low, menacing voice emanated from behind them. Out of nowhere, two figures appeared behind Shikamaru and Ino, feeling a rush of wind at her back. Ino instinctively positioned herself in front of Shikamaru and shouted, "Shikamaru, be careful." How foolish. The two ninjas exchanged a bloodthirsty glance upon seeing Ino protect Shikamaru, intensifying their assault. Shikamaru, recognizing the imminent danger, quickly employed his shadow imitation technique, furrowing his brow as he thought, "Damn it, catch up." Asuma, disappointed by Shikamaru's apparent oblivion, tightened his grip on his Shuriken, ready to intervene. At that moment, a shadow darted past, followed by two muffled thuds. In an instant, the two ninjas who had been poised to attack vanished without a trace. The group stood in bewilderment, utterly perplexed by the sudden turn of events. Had it not been for the rustling sounds emanating from the distant thicket, they would have remained clueless about what had transpired. Among the five, aside from Asuma's vague awareness of Shikamaru's intervention, the others could only surmise that it had been Shikamaru who had acted. No one had anticipated that this normally laid-back individual, who preferred fishing, could unleash such terrifying power, effortlessly sending the two ninjas flying. At that moment, Shikamaru felt a profound sense of shock. Sharing the same parents and possessing the same lethargy, he could hardly fathom that his elder brother had grown this formidable. Luyu did not offer any explanation. Instead, she turned her head with a smile and gently patted Jing Yi's little head, saying, "Silly girl, do not worry. I will protect you." Chapter 042. Startled and reluctant upon hearing Shikyu's words, Ino found herself momentarily bewildered, her mind racing with thoughts. Why has this fellow suddenly spoken like this? Could it be that he has finally discerned my feelings? However, reality proved Ino's speculation unfounded, as the oblivious Shikyu merely pulled out a packet of beef jerky and cheerfully offered it to her, exclaiming, "I see you enjoy beef jerky, so here, this is for you." Ino stared blankly at the beef jerky in her hands, feeling utterly disheartened. At that moment, all feelings of shyness and gratitude vanished, replaced by an overwhelming urge to chastise Shikyu. Indeed, there was a reason behind Shikyu's enduring single status, with his lack of perceptiveness. It would not matter if the matchmaker tied him with a red thread or a steel cable, he would surely break it with ease. Asuma nodded in satisfaction at Shikyu's performance, remarking, "Your earlier attack was quite impressive. I did not expect your strength to be so formidable." Shikyu took a sip of water before responding with a smile. It's just barely sufficient for self-defense. The others could not help but twitch their lips in disbelief. Was this truly what he considered barely sufficient? In an instant, he had dispatched the opponent, showcasing speed and power unprecedented. Nonetheless, sensing that Shikyu had no intention of elaborating further, the group refrained from pressing him for more details. After all, Shikyu was one of their own, and having a strong ally was certainly advantageous. Asuma unconsciously glanced at Dazuna, who wore a pitiful expression, prompting a resigned sigh from him. During their journey, Dazuna had briefed Asuma on the situation, but he had chosen to downplay the severity, adopting an air of moral coercion that left Asuma feeling rather helpless. Moreover, being among the 12 guardian ninjas, they were inherently driven by a strong sense of justice. After much contemplation, Asuma ultimately agreed to assist. Initially, he had thought they were merely dealing with a group of miscreants, perhaps some nin at most. Now, realizing that the situation was far more dire than he had anticipated, with nin leading the charge, it was likely that nin would follow. Asuma addressed the group with gravity. You must all remain vigilant. The next wave of enemies may very well be nin level. Upon hearing the term nin, the expressions of the group, including Dazuna, turned exceedingly serious. In the world of ninjas, the implication of being a nin carried immense weight, signifying remarkable prowess. Ino instinctively moved closer to Shikyu, adopting a pitiful demeanor. In an unexpected gesture, Shikyu wrapped his arm around Ino's shoulder and softly reassured her, "Do not worry, Ino. I promised that I would protect you." As Jingye gazed into the eyes of Lu Yu, his heart inexplicably began to race, and he stammered, Is that so, Lu Yu-kun?" Dazuna observed Asuma, noting his unwavering resolve, and let out a sigh of relief. As long as he had this group of Konoha ninjas to protect him, his life was momentarily secure. The group resumed their journey, and after walking for a short while, Asuma, who had been meticulously surveying their surroundings, suddenly focused his gaze. On the ground lay a pure white rabbit, devoid of any blemish. Asuma immediately recognized it as a creature specifically bred by ninjas for use in substitution techniques. "Stop," Asuma commanded gravely, raising his hand. Lu Yu glanced at the snow-white rabbit, his brow furrowing involuntarily. If Zabuza were to appear at this moment, would he not swiftly return to the village after defeating him? That absolutely could not be allowed. Having finally left the village, he could not return so easily. Perhaps he could inflict severe damage and let him go, only to strike again later? No, for someone like him, that would be far too troublesome. Instead, Lu Yu quickly scanned his surroundings and immediately spotted Zabuza, radiating an aura of killing intent. At the moment Zabuza prepared to launch his deadly blade at the group, he suddenly felt a thunderous roar echoing in his mind, as if a massive bell had been struck within. Boom! The reverberation filled his consciousness, causing Zabuza to tremble violently. As if struck by lightning, his body uncontrollably plummeting from the branch, yet rendered immobile. What is happening? Why can't I move? Where does this terrifying sensation originate? Zabuza's face turned pale, his eyes filled with shock. After decades in the field, he had never encountered such an unfathomable situation. This overwhelming pressure, seemingly emerging from nowhere, bore down upon him like a mountain, making it nearly impossible for him to move even a finger. Meanwhile, in the shadows, Haku, noticing Zabuza's distress, rushed over without hesitation, swiftly taking Zabuza away. Subsequently, Liu's lips curled into a slight smile. No one realized that Zabuza had been silently driven away by him, now that he had emerged. It would not suit the temperament of the king of the lazy fish to refrain from exploring for a few more months. Lu Yu had even meticulously planned how to return just in time for the nin exams. Chapter 043. The Arrival of Zabuza in the Land of Waves. A small boat carried Team 10 and Dazna as they steadily made their way to Dazna's home. The region was often enveloped in thick fog, rendering visibility exceedingly low. Beyond 10 meters, the surroundings became a blur. This atmospheric condition weighed heavily on Asuma and the others, who remained vigilant and cautious. They were acutely aware that the imminent adversary was likely to be a Jonin. Given that Kato was among the wealthiest individuals in the world, it was reasonable to assume he had a multitude of rogue ninjas at his disposal, complicating matters further. Moreover, it was already established that he undoubtedly had ninjas under his command, casting a shadow over their prospects. In contrast, Riku had little concern regarding the situation. He believed Zabuza had been sufficiently intimidated to retreat, and the psychological impact of that encounter would likely keep him at bay for at least a week or two. Reflecting on this, Riku couldn't help but admire Kato's audacity. In a world governed by strength, Kato, no matter how affluent, was merely an ordinary person to the powerful. He was nothing more than a mobile treasury. Rika surmised that even if Zabuza were to seize this opportunity to become complacent, Kato would not dare to express any dissatisfaction, thus making an attack by Zabuza unlikely in the short term. This line of reasoning contributed to Rika's upbeat demeanor throughout the journey, especially as it marked his first visit to the Land of Waves, a place that piqued his interest. Days later, Team 10 arrived safely at Dazna's home without incident. According to the mission requirements, their task would only conclude once Dazna successfully completed the bridge construction. Consequently, Team 10 settled in at Dazna's residence, while Riku, filled with enthusiasm, ventured off with his fishing gear. Unlike the inland country of Konohagakure, fishing in an island nation was a rare delight. Here, the fish were substantial, with lengths ranging from half a meter to several meters, even exceeding 10 in some cases. Asuma had completely indulged Riku's whims, and the other 3 members had grown accustomed to his antics. They understood that if Riku ever became the disciplined type, he would no longer be the Riku they knew. Besides, his formidable strength allowed him some leeway to relax. The following day, Asuma, accompanied by Ino, Shikamaru, and Choji, ventured into the forest, while Riku savored roasted pork nearby. Relishing the moment, Asuma cast a resigned glance at Riku and smiled at the trio before him, saying, "I know you envy Riku, but this is simply how things are. You are all aware of Riku's capabilities. If one day you attain similar strength, I would grant you the same freedom. For now, however, our priority is to grow stronger. Do you understand?" The 3 recalled how, merely half an hour earlier, Riku had effortlessly slain a wild boar with his bare hands, and they nodded earnestly in agreement. Witnessing Riku's almost superhuman prowess, it was impossible for them not to feel a twinge of envy. However, it was evident that the 3 of them did not possess the extraordinary talent that Lu Yu had, so they could only grit their teeth in silence, resolving not to remain complacent until their strength had significantly improved. Asuma observed the determination radiating from their eyes and smiled approvingly. "Well, since you all have the desire to grow stronger, from today onward, I shall conduct systematic training with the 3 of you." Lu Yu took a hearty bite of a succulent pork leg and, with keen interest, watched Asuma explain how to channel chakra to the soles of their feet. Thus, Team 10 embarked on their chakra training and adventure of climbing trees. Meanwhile, Lu Yu commenced his own training feasting, having come to the Land of Waves. Rich in wild delicacies and seafood, how could a connoisseur of life like him resist sampling everything? From that day forth, Ino, who enjoyed tagging along with Lu Yu for meals, found herself in culinary bliss. Each day brought a different assortment of game, from tigers and brown bears to wild boars and even crabs and seafood. Not a single meal was repeated throughout the month. What astonished Ino most was that this seemingly laid-back rogue was indeed quite skilled in the kitchen. Each meal left her craving more, to the extent that returning to the Dazna household's meals left her somewhat disinterested. On a morning a month later, Team 10, dressed neatly, prepared to protect Dazna as he repaired the bridge. Ino looked at the still sleeping Lu Yu and gently tucked the blanket around him. Gazing at his handsome face, which was illuminated by the soft rhythm of his breath, she glanced around furtively. Upon confirming that no one else was present, her cheeks flushed slightly as she leaned down, just about to kiss Lu Yu's forehead when, "Ino, it's time to go." Asuma's voice rang out at that critical moment, startling Ino, who had been on the brink of mischief. She shot an annoyed glare in Asuma's direction, begrudgingly observing Lu Yu's slightly furrowed brow. Clearly, any further mischief was now out of the question, and Ino could only storm out, grumbling to herself, "Asuma-sensei is so annoying." An hour later, Asuma, along with the 3 of them and Dazna, arrived at the bridge. Since it was still early, a thick mist enveloped the structure. Asuma instinctively scanned the surroundings, his brow furrowing slightly as an inexplicable sense of foreboding settled over him. Sensing that something was amiss, Asuma shouted, "Quick, retreat." Immediately, he leaped backwards. Clang! In the very next moment, an enormous cleaver whistled down and embedded itself into the spot where Asuma had just been standing. The group turned to face the front, only to be shocked to see that the colossal blade had plunged deeply into the bridge. Instantly, they readied themselves for battle, their expressions grave as they surveyed their surroundings. The next moment, a man clad in spotted overalls, his face partially wrapped in bandages, leaped down from the air and landed firmly upon the handle of the executioner's sword. His face was shrouded in a dark aura, and his small eyes radiated a remarkable killing intent. Jean gazed at Asuma with a teasing remark, is this not the illustrious guardian of the 12 ninjas from the Hidden Leaf Village, Sarutobi Asuma? Chapter 44. Fierce battle at the bridgehead. Listening to Zabuza's flippant tone, Asuma furrowed his brows and instinctively drew his weapon, Yin, while displaying a congenial smile on his face. I thought it was someone of significance. Is that not the rogue ninja from the Hidden Mist Village, Zabuza Momochi? It's rare to see you remember such outdated grievances so vividly. As soon as Asuma spoke, sharp wind attribute chakra enveloped Yin. A formidable aura emanated from Asuma, completely dissipating the murderous intent surrounding Zabuza. This alleviated the tension for Ino and Tazuna, allowing them to breathe easier, freed from Zabuza's oppressive presence. Ino, still shaken, gazed at Zabuza, remarking, "What a terrifying individual. Just now, I felt as if I were surrounded by countless vengeful spirits." Zabuza, observing the wind chakra swirling around Asuma's Yin, could not help but furrow his brows. Casting a glance at Tazuna in the distance, he declared, "Sarutobi Asuma, I have no grievance with you. My target is that old man, I assure you. Once I have eliminated him, I shall withdraw immediately." I'm afraid that won't be possible, Zabuza. That old man happens to be my employer, Asuma replied casually. Their exchange reminiscent of long-lost friends catching up. Shikamaru, ever perceptive, noticed Asuma gently tapping his right foot against the ground and immediately understood. Ino, CHG. Form a protective formation around Mr. Tazuna. There may be more than one enemy lurking. Ino and CHG nodded in unison, swiftly adopting their positions while remaining vigilant of their surroundings. Zabuza regarded Asuma with a flicker of uncertainty. In recent days, he had been investigating the source of that terrifying aura. Upon discovering that the ninjas assigned to protect Tazuna were from Konoha, clarity began to dawn upon him. The moment he learned that the ninja in question was none other than the son of the Hokage, Sarutobi Asuma, he sensed the complexity of the situation. Zabuza's ultimate aspiration was to orchestrate a coup and regain control of the Water Country's governance. Everything he had been doing was merely to accumulate resources, making it impossible for him to eliminate Asuma or the legendary Konoha trio of Ino, Shikamaru, and CHG. Otherwise, he would find himself utterly powerless against the Water Country. And with the addition of the Fire Country, there would be no sanctuary left for him in this vast world. Contemplating this, Zabuza smirked coldly at Asuma, raising his right hand skyward and intoning, Ninjutsu, Hidden Mist Technique. In the next instant, the surrounding mist began to thicken, visibility diminishing at an alarming rate. Asuma, allow me to demonstrate the potency of silent assassination techniques, Zabuza proclaimed, drawing his massive beheading sword embedded in the bridge and retreating several steps before disappearing into the mist. Asuma, frowning and alert, surveyed the area, commanding his companions, "Stay here and do not move." Just then, a swift whooshing sound sliced through the air. Instinctively, Asuma raised Yin in defense, blocking to the left. Clang! The swift flying swallow and the beheading blade clashed fiercely, sending sparks flying in every direction. When Zabuza realized his strike had missed, he quickly retreated into the dense fog. "Oh, I did not expect that in such low visibility, you could accurately counter my attack. You are indeed formidable, Asuma." Zabuza cast a glance of appreciation at Asuma, then his tone turned icy. "However, the victor of this battle shall undoubtedly be me." Asuma, vigilant, surveyed his surroundings, his expression growing increasingly grave. Meanwhile, Shikamaru, Choji, and Ino cautiously observed their environment. The visibility around the three was relatively decent, and they remained on high alert for any unforeseen circumstances. At that moment, a white figure suddenly dashed out of the mist, wielding 1,000 blades. In the thick fog, there were no shadows. Upon seeing this, Shikamaru reluctantly picked up a shuriken and charged at the white figure. Clang! 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 The two sides swiftly engaged in battle, the air filled with sparks flying in all directions. Ino watched Shikamaru with concern, while Choji, noticing her apprehension, whispered, "Ino, you take care of Mr. Tazuna. I'll go assist Shikamaru." Multiplication technique. Choji's body began to swell rapidly. Human bullet tank. In the next instant, Choji's head and limbs retracted, transforming him into a 5-meter diameter sphere that rolled swiftly towards the white figure. Humph. The white figure, seeing this, snorted coldly, exerting force with his right hand to break free from Shikamaru's control. With a few agile leaps, he effortlessly evaded Choji's attack. The white figure landed gracefully on the ground. Looking at Shikamaru and Choji with a cold voice, "I have no desire to kill you, but I presume you are not inclined to withdraw either?" Shikamaru smiled wryly and replied nonchalantly, "What nonsense are you speaking? The current situation is 2 against 1, which gives us a considerable advantage." Secretly, Shikamaru flexed his numb wrist. He had indeed felt some strain during his earlier confrontation with the white figure, but suggesting surrender to him and Choji was rather naive. Seeing that persuasion had failed, the white figure explained coolly that Fat One's attacks are commendable, but a linear assault is futile against me, and your close combat skills are no match for mine. With that, the white figure charged forward again, engaging Shikamaru in rapid combat. Soon, Shikamaru was horrified to discover that the opponent was able to overwhelm him using only one hand. Noticing Shikamaru's acute awareness of this fact, the white figure casually remarked, "You seem to have overlooked the water around you." Then, with his free hand, he began to form seals with astonishing speed. What? This guy can form seals with one hand. Shikamaru's pupils narrowed to pinpricks as he quickly channeled chakra to his feet, preparing to face the upcoming offensive from the white figure. Secret Technique: 1000 Kill Water Flight. Chapter 045. The Enchanted Mirror of Ice Crystals with a low command from Bai. Countless ice shards suddenly crystallized from the surrounding waters. These shards were evidently formed from frozen water. Shikamaru, encircled by the ice shards, furrowed his brow in concern. At that moment, Choji, having just completed his meat tank jutsu, regained consciousness. The aftermath of the jutsu left him momentarily dazed, primarily due to the excessive speed that his body could not withstand. Upon realizing the predicament, Choji urgently warned, "Shikamaru, get out of the way." In the blink of an eye, a multitude of ice shards hurtled towards Shikamaru. In a critical moment, Shikamaru maximized his chakra, unleashing an astonishing potential. He stomped heavily on the ground and leaped just as the ice needles were about to pierce him, narrowly evading the onslaught. "Oh, he managed to dodge?" Bai mused, slightly taken aback as he gazed at Shikamaru suspended in midair. Unbeknownst to Bai, Shikamaru had acquired 3 shurikens in his hand, which he hurled towards him. Such trivial skills, Bai scoffed, effortlessly discerning the trajectory of the shurikens. With a swift motion of his ice shards, he knocked each shuriken down. Simultaneously, he executed a spinning kick directed at Shikamaru, who had just approached him from behind. The two engaged in a fierce exchange, trading dozens of blows. Yet neither could claim victory. Ultimately, after a clash of strength, they both retreated 5 meters, regarding one another with solemn intensity. Bai cast a glance at Shikamaru and remarked coolly, "It seems you have indeed concealed considerable power, but I suspect you have no trump cards left." After stating this, a chilling aura emanated from Bai as he formed a peculiar hand seal. "What a pity, young one, but it all ends here." Secret Technique: Enchanted Mirror of Ice Crystals. Massive ice crystals gradually ascended from the bridge, eventually transforming into grand mirrors that enveloped Shikamaru entirely. Subsequently, Bai appeared to dissolve into the mirrors, as if he had lost his corporeal form. Shikamaru surveyed his surroundings and noticed Bai's reflections appearing successively in the mirrors, causing his brow to furrow even deeper. "Within this enchanted mirror of ice crystals, my speed will be heightened to its utmost." Numerous voices of Bai echoed simultaneously from the mirrors, leaving Shikamaru bewildered as he struggled to determine Bai's true location. It seemed that only one of the mirrors could house the real Bai, implying that the others were mere phantoms. Shikamaru retrieved a kunai and hurled it at a nearby mirror, producing a sharp clang sound. "This is problematic. It seems this mirror is beyond my current capabilities to shatter." Narrowing his eyes, Shikamaru grasped the kunai with vigilance, pondering a strategy to break free from this predicament. Suddenly, a flurry of shurikens came hurtling from all directions. Shikamaru, taken aback, instinctively leaped to the side, hastily waving his kunai to fend off the onslaught. Yet, he could only manage to deflect the projectiles coming from the front, leaving him with several new scars on his back. It was improbable that each mirror was a tangible entity, but in that fleeting moment, the attacks undeniably originated from every angle. Shikamaru crouched, his mind racing through every detail of his initial encounter. The shurikens formed of ice, the mirrors crafted from ice, all merging into one another. A spark of realization flickered in his eyes as he boldly deduced. It seemed this individual was capable of manipulating ice-based ninjutsu, significantly enhancing its speed. Moreover, glancing at his own injuries, Shikamaru squinted and theorized, The opponent likely intended to incapacitate him rather than eliminate him. With this thought, Shikamaru shouted, "Choji, initiate the meat tank assault from the outside." Huh. Shikamaru, why didn't you say so earlier? A familiar voice resonated beside him. It turned out that while Shikamaru was deep in thought, Choji had quietly approached, concerned for his well-being. Meanwhile, Zabuza regarded Asuma with curiosity, even upon hearing Shikamaru's shout. He remained unfazed. Heh, Asuma, I bet you didn't expect I had companions, and it seems your students are in quite a precarious situation. If this drags on, they may find themselves in grave danger. Asuma smirked nonchalantly, but upon hearing Zabuza's taunt, he bolted to the side, quickly locating Zabuza's position in a matter of leaps. Zabuza, astonished, found himself locked in fierce combat with Asuma. I must thank you, Zabuza. You have awakened my dormant fighting spirit. By the way, my team consists of 4 members. One is still unaccounted for. Heh, another member will not be an easy opponent. As Zabuza finished his statement, he swung his massive sword down upon Asuma, who adeptly caught it with a single hand using his kunai. With his free hand, Asuma lunged fiercely at Zabuza, but the latter narrowly avoided the strike by tilting his head. Heh, the legendary 12 Guardian Ninja are nothing but, Zabuza began, only to be abruptly interrupted as a sharp pain surged through his face. Instinctively, he touched his cheek, horrified to find it smeared with blood. Asuma looked at Zabuza with a cold smirk. Do not underestimate me, Zabuza, or you may meet your end at my hands. Interesting, Zabuza murmured, enveloping himself in mist once more, his voice suddenly becoming erratic. Asuma's brow furrowed, an ominous feeling swelling within him. Damn it, don't underestimate me. In a fit of anger, Ding Ci violently withdrew the thousands of kunai embedded in his body, forming hand seals and invoking the technique, multiplication technique, human bullet tank. Upon witnessing this, Nara Shikamaru immediately shouted, "Stop, Ding Ci." However, consumed by rage, Ding Ci paid no heed to his words. In an instant, he transformed into a colossal figure, his head and limbs retracting into his torso. "Huh, futile, you overweight fool," I scoffed. The moment the human bullet tank began to mobilize, innumerable kunai emerged from all directions, hurtling toward him. Thud, thud, thud. The massive target required no precise aim to be struck. Should the kunai have hit a less vital area, Ding Ci might have endured the assault. Yet, each of Bai's attacks targeted the acupoints of the human body, inflicting excruciating pain. Like a deflated balloon, Ding Ci swiftly reverted to his normal form, his eyes rolling back as he succumbed to unconsciousness. Ding Ci? Shikamaru rushed to Ding Ci's side, instinctively checking his carotid artery, feeling somewhat reassured. Indeed, the kunai had avoided any lethal spots. He was merely in a state of feigned death. Shikamaru glanced around, a glimmer of insight crossing his eyes. The body had astonishingly adapted to the opponent's speed. If this continued, it would benefit me. Maintaining such high-speed movement must be draining on their chakra. Ah, it seems your companion is incapacitated. Now only you remain. Bai observed coldly from within the mirror-like ice crystal, preparing to launch his assault. Swish, swish, swish. Shikamaru remained vigilant, scanning his surroundings. Upon seeing the multitude of kunai approaching, he channeled chakra to his feet and leaped into the air, deftly wielding his shuriken to deflect several kunai, landing steadily on the ground. This guy? Can he truly keep up with my speed? Bai, reflected in the mirror, regarded Shikamaru with surprise. Then a cold glint flashed in his eyes. Then, let us resolve this with speed. Dragging this out would be detrimental for me, as maintaining high-speed movements consumes considerable chakra. Secret technique, 1,000 killing water flight. Suddenly, all the water on the ground transformed into flying needles, and upon closer inspection, there were over 100 of them, densely packed and soaring from every direction. Shikamaru, with a wry smile, surveyed the sea of kunai, a flicker of despair illuminating his gaze. It seems this is where my journey ends. Chapter 046. Absolute Brother. Just as Bai intended to thrust the 1,000 kills water flight towards Shikamaru, a faint cough unexpectedly resonated in his ear, instinctively halting his jutsu. Bai turned to glance behind him. There, a strikingly handsome young man stood at a distance of 10 meters, observing him with keen interest, beckoning him with a finger. Bai regarded the youth with a cold stare until he discerned the unconscious Zabuza lying at the young man's feet. This is bad. Mr. Zabuza is in peril. In that moment, Bai could no longer afford to concern himself with Shikamaru trapped within the ice mirror and immediately emerged from its surface, launching himself towards the young man, who was identified as you. Effortlessly evading Bai's assault, you subdued him with a single hand and whispered, "Do not struggle. You are no match for me. If you wish for Zabuza to survive, you must heed my words. Do you understand?" Upon hearing this, Bai's heart surged with tumultuous waves. The young man appeared to be of similar age, yet exuded an overwhelming sense of despairing power. Suddenly, Bai recalled the terrifying aura that Zabuza had mentioned earlier. Undoubtedly, it belonged to this very individual. Recognizing his utter disadvantage, Bai hesitated only briefly before decisively nodding in agreement. If he could not defeat him, it was wiser to acquiesce. At least this way, Zabuza might live. After all, Zabuza meant everything to Bai. Seeing Bai concede, you spoke softly. "The one in your jutsu is my younger brother. You will train him diligently, and once your chakra is exhausted, you will withdraw. Do you comprehend?" Bai looked at you with suspicion, only now realizing their striking resemblance, and nodded without hesitation. Observing Bai gradually merging back into the ice mirror, you, with concern, cautioned, "Do not be too harsh. A little hardship will suffice." Within the ice mirror, Shikamaru surveyed the countless thousand kills surrounding him, seemingly waiting for something. He instinctively glanced around, astonished to discover that Bai had vanished from the mirror. Shikamaru had not heard Yu's subtle cough or their hushed conversation. He assumed Bai had accelerated once more, to the point where he could not even catch a glimpse of his shadow. As Shikamaru felt a growing sense of unease, Bai reappeared in the mirror, and the multitude of thousand kills suddenly launched an assault upon him, not in a singular barrage, but in intermittent clusters aimed at Shikamaru. His gaze sharpened as he deftly blocked with his kunai while nimbly evading the onslaught. Observing the scene within the ice mirror, you breathed a sigh of relief, as if a heavy burden had been lifted. Indeed, with such training, progress should come swiftly, mused Asuma, approaching him with a look of incredulity. "Rukyu, don't forget that Shikamaru is your own brother. Isn't this a bit too harsh?" Rukyu cast a glance at Asuma, exclaiming in exasperation, "Do you think I desire this? The reality is, what other means are there to expedite his growth?" At this juncture, Rukyu patted Zabuza, who had just begun to rouse from his stupor. "All right, now that you're awake, rise. I merely gave you a light punch. It's not as if I've rendered you incapacitated." Upon hearing this, Zabuza scrambled to his feet, his expression one of sheer terror as he regarded Rukyu. It was only at this moment that Zabuza comprehended the full implication of Asuma's remark about their group consisting of 4 members. No wonder Asuma appeared utterly unconcerned for his student. The young man before him exuded an intimidating prowess that was almost unfathomable. He hadn't even perceived the opponent's movements before darkness enveloped him, leading to his unconsciousness. It was evident that the terrifying aura he had previously encountered was undoubtedly emanating from this individual. With this realization, Zabuza's countenance shifted, and he cautiously proposed, "Let us abandon this mission, Mr. Asuma." "Sir, you all should." Before Zabuza could continue, Rukyu interjected, "Zabuza Momochi, I am aware of your ambitions. You are gathering resources to instigate your next coup, correct?" Zabuza instinctively nodded in response. "Well, don't expect to extract money from me, but I can indeed enhance your strength." "What? Enhance my strength?" Both Zabuza and Asuma regarded Rukyu as if he were a creature of myth, their eyes reflecting an unmistakable skepticism. At their age, one's capabilities were generally solidified, and further advancement was exceedingly rare. Observing Rukyu's unwavering confidence, they felt a mixture of belief and doubt. Rukyu, uninterested in elaborating further, placed a reassuring hand on Zabuza's shoulder and declared, "Come, let us proceed over there. I shall accompany you through a few exchanges." Chapter 047. The burden of pride with hesitation flickering in his eyes. Zai Bujan watched the gradually retreating figure of Lu Yu. Rationality informed him that Lu Yu's prowess was indeed astonishing, yet a flicker of unfounded hope lingered within him. After all, during their first encounter, Zai Bujan had been taken aback by Lu Yu's overwhelming presence, and he had fainted previously without grasping the circumstances at hand. Throughout their interactions, he had yet to witness Lu Yu's true capabilities. Thus, alongside a sense of trepidation, curiosity swelled within Zai Bujan regarding the true strength of this young man who boldly proclaimed his intention to enhance Zai Bujan's abilities. As Zai Bujan grappled with his thoughts, he keenly sensed Asuma's scrutinizing gaze, which caused his old face to flush with embarrassment. Angrily, he declared, "If he dares to come, I shall not be intimidated." Asuma, observing Zai Bujan falling into his trap, could not suppress a slight smirk, his face alight with intense curiosity. He had always been intrigued by the enigmatic Lu Yu. His father, Sarutobi Hiruzen, held Lu Yu in high regard. And even Kakashi had openly admitted to being bested by Lu Yu's imposing aura. Moreover, the formidable Naruto and the proud Uchiha Sasuke both willingly acknowledged Lu Yu as their leader. All of this enveloped Lu Yu in an air of mystery. If Lu Yu's strength were comparable to Sasuke's or Naruto's, Asuma could have sought an opportunity to spar with him and gauge his abilities. However, Asuma estimated that Lu Yu's strength was likely superior to his own, and the prospect of defeat made him uneasy about future encounters. Thus, despite his insatiable curiosity regarding Lu Yu's true power, he found himself unable to devise a means to satisfy it, leading to considerable frustration over the past few months. Now, with Zaibujan naively agreeing to spar with Lu Yu, Asuma felt a surge of excitement. The question that had plagued him for so long was finally on the verge of resolution. A minute later, the trio arrived at the water's surface beneath the bridge. This was a deliberate choice by Lu Yu, fully aware that Zaibujan, as a shinobi of the Hidden Mist Village, would find significant advantages in a watery environment. Lu Yu sought to ensure that Zaibujan, after giving his all, would find himself thoroughly humbled. The two faced each other from a distance, and Zaibujan, observing Lu Yu with arms crossed, could not contain his irritation. "Kid, although your strength is formidable, isn't it a bit presumptuous to fight me without using your hands?" Very well, Lu Yu replied, understanding that Zaibujan's pride was stoked by Asuma's presence, leading him to endure a rather uncomfortable situation. With a resigned sigh, Lu Yu lowered his hands, casting a significant glance at Zaibujan. "If I were to use my hands, it might become rather exhilarating." "Humph, do not underestimate me." Zabuza, with a fierce roar, swiftly formed hand seals, water clone technique. The surface of the water surged, and instantly, 3 identical water clones of Zabuza emerged. Subsequently, Zabuza, wielding his executioner's blade, charged towards Lu Yu alongside the 3 clones. In mere moments, the two sides were locked in fierce combat. Zabuza swung his blade with a ferocious momentum, complemented by the offensive from the 3 water clones, creating an overwhelming sense of pressure. However, to Lu Yu, Zabuza's speed was merely adequate. He ducked under a slash and, with a casual punch, obliterated one of the water clones. In just 2 seconds, all the water clones had been vanquished, leaving only Zabuza's original form a few meters away. At that moment, taking advantage of Lu Yu's distraction in destroying the water clones, Zabuza took 2 steps back and leaped high into the air, channeling all his strength for a powerful downward strike towards Lu Yu. Asuma, witnessing this formidable attack, changed color. Even he could only evade and momentarily avoid the onslaught. This strike, combining a running start, a sprint, and a powerful aerial descent, held considerable might. Yet, the next moment left both Zabuza and Asuma dumbfounded. Lu Yu, instead of dodging, nonchalantly raised his right hand. In the instant Zabuza's full force descended, Lu Yu firmly pinched the executioner's blade between his thumb and index finger. Thus, Zabuza's earth-shattering strike was effortlessly caught by Lu Yu. Zabuza was rendered speechless at the sight. This was an attack where he had exerted 120% of his strength, yet the opponent merely caught it using 2 fingers. 6 paths sage. Surely you jest. Asuma, astonished, could hardly close his mouth, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. My goodness, Lu Yu's strength is absurdly overwhelming. That was Zabuza's full force attack. With such a blow, not even 2 steel rods would withstand it. Is this young man even human? Lu Yu gazed at the astonished Zabuza with interest, applying slight pressure with his thumb and index finger, and with a deliberate twist. A crisp crack resonated, leaving Zabuza and Asuma feeling as if they had been struck hard once more. For Lu Yu had actually pried off a piece of the executioner's blade with his bare hands. Zabuza, his lips twitching, stared at the nonchalant Lu Yu, cold sweat streaming down his forehead. Chapter 048, The Undeniable Instant Kill. What do you think? Mr. Zaibujan, do you believe that my prowess could possibly strengthen you? Lu Yu regarded the somewhat pale face of Zaibujan with keen interest. Zaibujan's throat convulsed slightly, and suddenly, a glimmer of determination ignited in his eyes as he relinquished his beheading sword and retreated rapidly. I refuse to believe you can withstand my next move. Oh, still not ready to concede? Lu Yu rested his chin on his hand, intrigued as he observed Zaibujan forming hand seals with remarkable speed. Cho, shun Mao Zi, Hai Yu, Cho Wu Yu Z dash. Water release. Water dragon bullet technique. In the next instant, the tranquil surface of the water began to churn violently, and a colossal water dragon, towering over 10 meters, emerged behind Zaibujan. The dragon spiraled in the air, its mouth agape as if letting out a thunderous roar. Subsequently, the massive water dragon surged towards Lu Yu with astounding speed. Boom! The power of this B-class ninjutsu was not to be underestimated. Merely observing the splashes soaring to heights of 7 or 8 meters illustrated the might of this technique. This young man truly lacks awareness of his own limitations. Despite his formidable offensive capabilities, he is, after all, merely human, showing no inclination to evade. Asuma watched in disbelief as Lu Yu was engulfed by the water dragon, remaining motionless until the very last moment. Initially, Asuma had harbored concerns. But then he recalled that Lu Yu was from the Nara clan. The Nara clan is renowned for their exceptional intellect. How could he possibly place himself in peril? With this thought, Asuma curiously scanned the surroundings, convinced that at the last moment, Lu Yu had evaded with astonishing speed. 30 seconds later, the lake's surface had barely regained its calm, yet the hearts of Zaibujan and Asuma were tumultuous. In the distance, Lu Yu stood undisturbed in the same spot, a smile gracing his face as he regarded Zaibujan. Is this fellow even human? Zaibujan and Asuma had never heard of anyone being able to withstand ninjutsu through sheer physical prowess. Even the remarkably resilient Reikage would at least don a lightning release armor. Yet this young man had seemingly done nothing and yet withstood the onslaught effortlessly. To be precise, he had not merely endured, he was utterly unscathed. Lu Yu furrowed his brow as he felt the dampness of his clothes, inwardly acknowledging, indeed, being ostentatious is no easy feat. This sticky sensation is quite uncomfortable. With this in mind, Lu Yu lost interest in continuing to toy with Zaibujan. His gaze shifted slightly, and he addressed Zaibujan with a grave tone. Since you have been on the offensive for so long, it is now my turn. Upon hearing this, Zaibujan's expression changed dramatically, his eyes fixated on Lu Yu. In the next moment, Zaibujan keenly observed Lu Yu leaning forward, and then, swish. Lu Yu seemed to teleport, appearing suddenly before Zaibujan. Before Zaibujan could react, he momentarily froze and hastily kicked towards Lu Yu. However, in the instant Zaibujan launched his kick, Lu Yu vanished, only to reappear behind him. Like a taut bowstring, all of Lu Yu's strength coalesced in his right fist. Zaibujan instinctively turned his head, only to helplessly witness Lu Yu's fist hurtling towards him at breakneck speed, his pupils dilating in panic. In that moment, Zaibujan felt the chilling breath of death, as if he were on the brink of oblivion. His mind went blank, and even his heart seemed to cease its rhythm. Subsequently, Lu Yu's fist halted just before Zaibujan's face, his hair blown back for a full 5 seconds by the terrifying gust generated by the punch. The fearsome wind surged outward in all directions, causing the water level of the lake to plummet by an entire meter, rapidly spreading outwards and creating towering waves. Asuma stood in shock, his jaw dropped in disbelief at the astonishing spectacle before him. The bridge behind Zaibujan, which Dazuna had painstakingly constructed over the course of a month, had mysteriously vanished. How could an intact bridge simply disappear? Asuma's brief contemplation led him to a disconcerting conclusion. The bridge's disappearance was the result of Lu Yu's punch-induced wind. Could it truly be human? Asuma had anticipated Lu Yu's strength, but he had never imagined it to be this formidable. While he could rationalize that the earlier contest of physical prowess might be achievable by Might Guy with the 8th gate of death, the sheer destruction of a bridge by mere wind was utterly surreal. Furthermore, the most astonishing aspect was that Zaibujan remained unscathed facing Lu Yu. What terrifying control over power must one possess? Below, Lu Yu regarded the bewildered Zaibujan with a slight smile as he turned to stroll towards the riverbank. Then Zaibujan, still in a daze, heard Lu Yu's voice beside him. If you feel my strength is still manageable, then follow me. At this, Zaibujan trembled violently, his eyes sparkling with determination as he followed Lu Yu without hesitation. Chapter 49. Feeling nauseous from the fight half an hour later, Lu Yu returned to the Dazna household, freshened up with a bath, and donned a clean set of clothes before making his way to the nearby forest. He cast a glance at the eagerly awaiting Zaibujan trailing behind him and said nonchalantly, I do possess a method to enhance your strength. However, upon hearing Lu Yu's words, Zaibujan nodded understandingly, his expression one of earnestness. I comprehend that to grow stronger, one must certainly demonstrate a measure of sincerity. So, Lu Yu, what do you require of me? Pleased by Zaibujan's perceptiveness, Lu Yu nodded approvingly. Indeed, it is a pleasure to engage with someone astute. Here is the plan, starting tomorrow, and continuing until we depart from the land of waves. You and I will conduct practical training sessions for our group members. Practical training? Zai Bujan paused momentarily, taken aback by the simplicity of the request. Yes, it should not be challenging for you and I. My recommendation is to execute at least 3 to 5 ambush drills each week 3 to 5 times. Zai Bujan's gaze shifted as he contemplated Lu Yu's expectations. While he understood Lu Yu's desire for his companions to grow stronger, he wondered if such frequency was excessive. Well, a day or two of rest in between should suffice, as long as you diligently provide them with specialized training. Afterward, I can assure you that you will no longer have to live a life of evasion. What? Zai Bujan's face lit up with uncontainable joy as he regarded Lu Yu in disbelief. Only those who have experienced the torment of fleeing can truly grasp the agony it entails at any moment. Anyone could seek your life. Even the slightest sound while sleeping demands utmost vigilance. A mere second of negligence could lead to one's demise. Zai Bujan had endured enough of this precarious existence. Hearing Lu Yu's words, Zai Bujan eagerly inquired, Lu Yu, is what you say truly the case? Observing the tremor in Zai Bujan's voice, Lu Yu fixed him with a serious gaze. Rest assured, I will arrange matters for you, and bye. Now, focus on your tasks, and by the way, do your utmost to conceal the fact that you and I are conducting specialized training for them. Do you understand my intent? Rest assured, Lu Yu, I will ensure they constantly experience the sensation of life hanging by a thread. With Lu Yu's nod of approval, Zai Bujan understood that his presence was no longer required and swiftly vanished in a flurry of leaps. An hour later, Asuma returned to the Dasna household accompanied by Ino, Shikamaru, and Choji. Noticing that Choji and Shikamaru's injuries were not severe, Asuma provided them with rudimentary bandaging, deeming it sufficient. As for Ino, she was merely fatigued. Upon returning to her room, she was about to drift into slumber when she unexpectedly discovered a small note resting on her table. Gazing at the handwriting, Ino immediately recognized it as Lu Yu's. The note conveyed that Lu Yu had matters to attend to and would be away for an indefinite period. 2 minutes later, Asuma gazed at Ino's anxious expression, unable to suppress a sigh of resignation. Silly child, you still have the capacity to worry about him. Perhaps you should focus more on your own well-being in the days to come. Over there, Zabuza had already exchanged pleasantries with him, preparing to embrace his role as an exceptional actor starting tomorrow. After receiving Asuma's repeated assurances that Shikamaru would be safe, Ino finally retreated to her room to rest. Meanwhile, Shikamaru embarked on his long-anticipated journey to the land of waves, filled with hopes of sea fishing, swimming, surfing, hiking, and camping, a life of unparalleled leisure. On the contrary, Shikamaru, Choji, and Ino were in for a grim fate. Beginning the next day, the three of them plunged into a hellish existence. Haku, with those delicate brows, had it not been for a lack of chakra yesterday, you would have surely met your end at my hands. Today, however, I am well rested. Prepare to face your demise. Shikamaru, who dies first remains uncertain. 2 days later, Zabuza, you didn't expect this, did you? Your bearded teacher has been ensnared by Haku. Since you've managed to survive thus far, I shall allow you to experience what true cruelty entails. Shikamaru, Choji, Ino. Be cautious, this foe is formidable. 3 days later, Haku, I must admit, you lot are impressive, having survived the grasp of Mr. Zabuza. Today, I will ensure your end. Shikamaru, it may not be as simple as you think. A month later, Haku, with those delicate brows. What is that look in your eyes? Are you seeking a fight? Behold, secret technique, crystal ice mirror. Shikamaru, hey, your excuse is far too flimsy. Another round? 3 months later, the two sides reconvened, locking eyes from a distance. This gaze lingered for a full 5 minutes, and then, Haku, ugh. Shikamaru, ugh. After 3 months of relentless combat, they had grown so familiar with one another that the very act of fighting had become nauseating. Thus, the scene before them unfolded, where they greeted one another with a shared expression of disdain. Meanwhile, the bridge builders, including Dasna, transitioned from fear to habituation, ultimately reaching a state of indifference. The workers resumed their tasks, repairing the bridge or attending to their duties. A worker pushing cement furrowed his brow at the fierce battle between Haku and Shikamaru, grumbling in dissatisfaction. Hey, could you possibly fight over there? The cement here has just been set. At that moment, both Shikamaru and Haku halted their intense skirmish, exchanging apologetic glances with the worker, simultaneously uttering, "Sorry." They then looked at each other once more. Ugh. On the same day, Shikamaru finally completed his exploration of all the attractions in the Land of Waves, returning to Dazna's home with a look of satisfaction. He was laden with an array of bags containing various local specialties and peculiar items, the largest of which was filled to the brim with sealing scrolls. Gazing at the overflowing bag of sealing scrolls, Lu Yu felt a surge of joy. At last, the burden of financial concerns would no longer weigh upon him. Chapter 050. Return to Konoha as dusk fell. A visibly weary Shikamaru and his companions gradually returned to the home of the Nara family. However, the moment Shikamaru inserted the key into the door, he sensed something amiss. An extraordinarily tantalizing aroma wafted from within, causing the already famished group to exchange curious glances. Could it be? Without further hesitation, Shikamaru opened the door, immediately greeted by the sight of his brother, Shikaku, beaming at them, accompanied by an opulent array of delectable dishes. In disbelief, Shikamaru rubbed his eyes and murmured, "How rare it is to see my brother personally preparing such a feast. It certainly looks delightful. I shall indulge without reservation." Shikaku chuckled at the somewhat disheveled Shikamaru, saying, "Oh, you rascal, go ahead and eat. I figured you all must have had a grueling training session. And since I had the time, I thought I'd treat you to a meal." Upon hearing Shikaku's words, the others nearly shed tears. It was not merely arduous, but rather, it had been utterly inhumane. Consequently, Shikamaru, Choji, and Asuma eagerly leaned over the table, devouring the food with fervor. Only Ino stood frozen, gazing in awe at the long-anticipated figure. Observing Ino's dazed expression, Shikaku playfully picked up a piece of specially prepared beef with his chopsticks, blowing gently on it before tenderly offering it to her. "Here, give this a try. It's a special beef I brought from afar. Let us see how it tastes." Ino could hardly believe her eyes as the person she had longed for appeared before her, tenderly feeding her with such warmth. The scene felt surreal. She could scarcely fathom such a moment even in her dreams. Her heart raced uncontrollably, her cheeks flushed pink, her beautiful eyes filled with shyness. As she gazed at the piece of beef poised at her lips, she opened her mouth slightly and took a delicate bite. The meat was succulent and flavorful, rich yet not greasy, with a texture far surpassing her expectations. In that instant, a profound sense of happiness enveloped her entire being. Shikaku, noting Ino's slightly gaunt appearance, gently caressed her cheek, murmuring, "Ino, you've lost weight." Ino felt as if she might faint. Heavens, this fool had been away for months. And what had he been up to? The change was astonishing. Recalling just months ago when Shikaku had bluntly asked if she enjoyed beef jerky. Now he was cooking and feeding her with such tenderness. Oh dear, he had suddenly become quite the charmer. Had he considered her feelings at all? In that moment, Ino's heart was a whirlwind of emotions. Blushing, she glanced around, noticing that everyone else was engrossed in their meal, oblivious to her predicament. The young girl shyly lifted her gaze to Lu Yu and softly murmured, "Lu Yu-kun." However, Lu Yu did not grant her the opportunity to finish her thought. Instead, he affectionately tousled Jing Ye's little head and gently said, "Come, let us go to my room. I have prepared something special for you. Remember to close your eyes." At his words, Jing Ye's delicate form involuntarily swayed, her heart completely in disarray. Could there truly be a surprise awaiting her? This rascal. Was it necessary to be so bold? He had already begun with sweet treats and affectionate gestures, and now he was introducing surprises that were utterly thrilling. Moreover, she was to keep her eyes shut. Oh my, how romantic. Jing Yi gazed at the handsome, sunlit face before her, allowing Lu Yu to take her small hand and cover her eyes as they entered the room. "All right, Jing Yi, now see what lies before you," Lu Yu declared. Upon hearing this, Jing Yi curiously opened her beautiful eyes, only to behold a magnificent cake adorned with the words, "Jing Yi, happy birthday." The cake's design was exquisite, embellished with stunning patterns, and Lu Yu had even meticulously carved a miniature model resembling Jing Yi herself. Unable to contain her delight, Jing Yi covered her mouth in surprise, marveling at the scene before her. She truly did not expect that Lu Yu would remember her birthday. Observing the two adorable figurines beside the cake, the young girl felt her heart melt. "Hiki, Jing Yi, happy birthday. Make a wish," Lu Yu encouraged. Complying, Jing Yi nodded her little head and closed her eyes, unsure of what wish she had made, before blowing out the candles. Turning to face the smiling Lu Yu, she could no longer restrain herself, wrapping one arm around his neck, She stood on her tiptoes. Days later, the bridge at Dazuna had been completed. Due to the unintentional gust of wind created by Lu Yu during his battle with Zabuza, the entire construction had been delayed by over 3 months. Yet, in light of Kato's demise and the successful completion of the bridge, the villagers remained profoundly grateful to Lu Yu and his companions. This bridge, a symbol of hope, was aptly named Lu Yu Bridge. As they prepared to depart, the villagers escorted the 4 members of Team 10 to the dock, where a ferryman awaited them. Thus, the 5 of them set sail, traversing the waters and leaving the land of waves behind. Several days later, Team 10 safely arrived at the gates of Konoha village. In an instant, Asuma, who had maintained a cheerful demeanor throughout their journey, suddenly changed countenance. Liu observed the scene at the village gates, where Mrs. Murakami held Ahu in her arms, gazing at Asuma with a smirk. TSK, a lovesick woman and a heartless man. Asuma-sensei, who would have thought you were such a person? Asuma shot Lu Yu a resentful glance, a flicker of struggle crossing his features. Ultimately, he gritted his teeth and steeled himself to approach her. At that moment, Mrs. Murakami also noticed Asuma and muttered something indecipherable, brightly greeting him with enthusiasm. Consequently, it took Asuma a full half-hour to painstakingly convince this fervent admirer. Asuma, at a loss for words, wiped the lipstick stain from her face, feeling utterly disheartened. 10 minutes later, she led her companions to the Hokage's office, where she revealed the entire truth to the 3rd Hokage. Consequently, Team 10's first mission classified above D rank had been elevated from C rank to B rank. Despite having completed their inaugural B rank mission, the rewards for Team 10 remained at the C rank level. Any excess funds had long been spent by Tazuna along the way. Fortunately, this did not seem to bother Lu Yu and the others, particularly Lu Yu, who found himself with an abundance of money, unsure of how to spend it. For Shikamaru, Ino, and Choji, the experience they gained was far more significant than any monetary reward. After collecting their compensation, Team 10 disbanded beneath the Hokage building. The 3rd Hokage gazed out the window, his eyes lingering on Lu Yu for quite some time, murmuring, "In a few days, the Chunin exams will commence. I wonder how this young man will perform. I truly look forward to it." Chapter 051. Completely free an hour later, Lu Yu and Lumaru returned home, laden with packages of various sizes, and reclined comfortably on the bed. "Brother, I must say, nothing compares to the comfort of home." "Ah, indeed. I've decided not to go fishing today. I plan to sleep until the CHNIN exam," Lumaru replied, casting a bemused glance at his older brother, who seemed even more lethargic than himself. "If you keep this up, Mom is going to lose it." Liu smiled enigmatically. "Rest assured, in no time, I will become Mom's favorite, haha. Is it really that exaggerated? Could it be that there's something dubious in that large package you won't let me see?" During midday, Nara Yoshino wearily returned home. Upon noticing 2 pairs of shoes at the door, her eyes sparkled with joy. "Hey, those 2 little rascals are finally back." After months of separation from Lu Yu and Lumaru, it was impossible not to miss them. Hurriedly changing her shoes, she was met with the sight of the 2 young ones, languidly lounging on the bed with their legs crossed, leisurely munching on sunflower seeds. A faint twitch appeared at the corner of her mouth. She had expected that after several months apart, the boys would have changed. It seemed she had merely overthought it. Lu Yu, enjoying his sunflower seeds, suddenly sensed a wave of ominous energy and immediately spotted his mother's displeased expression. With a quick glance, he eagerly exclaimed, "Mom, come in and see what delicious treats I've brought you." Hastily setting aside the seeds, he began to unearth his various packages, presenting them to her with a sense of delight. "Look, Mom, this is a ginseng from the land of waves. Isn't it exceptionally large?" Nara Yoshino regarded Lu Yu with suspicion. You're not fooling me, are you? How can a ginseng be bigger than a radish?" Lu Yu felt a pang of despair, wishing to express, "Dear mother, do you have any idea how many mountains I had to traverse to procure this ginseng for your health?" Observing the stern look on his mother's face, he thought to himself that if she didn't believe the ginseng, she certainly wouldn't trust the reishi mushroom the size of a wash basin or the cordyceps longer than his arm. Thus, he resolved to employ his ultimate tactic. With that thought, Liu hoisted the largest package onto his back, grabbing Nara Yoshino's hand with an air of mystery, and dashed toward the storage room. Before leaving, he cast a wary glance back at Lumaru. "You're not allowed to follow." Nara Yoshino looked at her eldest son with amusement as he tugged her along. Though curiosity stirred within her, a greater warmth enveloped her heart. Regardless of the circumstances, the eldest son is indeed quite filial. After 5 minutes, Lu Yu cautiously secured the storage room door, ensuring the window was shut tight before turning to his mother with a mysterious smile. "Hey, Mom. I suggest you brace yourself against the wall. You might be in for quite a surprise." "Haha, silly boy, what have I not seen?" "Leaning against the wall is a bit exaggerated," his mother replied, her expression one of confidence. Lu Yu, observing her unwavering demeanor, chose not to elaborate further. He deftly unwrapped the large parcel, revealing a bag brimming with sealing scrolls. Carelessly, he handed one sealing scroll to his mother, a mischievous grin on his face. "Mom, the contents of this scroll are a gift for you. Go ahead, take a look." Nara Yoshino regarded her son's sly smile with suspicion. But curiosity got the better of her as she pressed her hand against the sealing scroll. Boom! A cloud of white smoke dissipated, and the entire storage room radiated a golden glow. Nara Yoshino stared in astonishment at the sight of gleaming gold bars before her, hastily covering her mouth to stifle a gasp. "Oh my, is this gold bars?" In her lifetime, she had never encountered gold bars of such substantial size. And there was not just one, but a whole pile. There must be at least 30 gold bars here. The monetary value of these gold bars is simply astronomical. Nara Yoshino remained transfixed by the gold for several moments before she snapped back to reality, glancing uncertainly at the bag full of sealing scrolls. "Lu Yu, does this bag contain all of these?" Seeing Lu Yu nod calmly, she was so astonished that she instinctively took a few steps back, barely steadying herself against the wall. Once she regained her composure, Lu Yu's lips curled into a slight smile, knowing that her heart was brimming with joy. He feigned a pitiful look and said, "Mom, to acquire this gift? Enough. My dear son, you are free now." Nara Yoshino interjected, as a mother who knows her child well. She anticipated his next words and generously declared that he was free from now on. Lu Yu chuckled, satisfied, and stepped out of the storage room. Though his mother had spoken, one must neither fully trust nor distrust a woman, for their reasoning can be unpredictable. However, Lu Yu estimated that for the coming year, he would indeed experience true freedom. Having resolved his personal matters, Lu Yu gazed thoughtfully out the window. It was time to educate Danzo and discreetly place a couple of pawns by his side. Chapter 052, The Secrets of Danzo. As night fell, Nara Shikamaru boldly strode out through the main entrance, leaving his partner momentarily speechless. Just as he was about to voice his thoughts, he caught a sharp glare from Nara Yoshino. "What are you looking at? What is wrong with my son going out at this hour? I warn you, do not meddle in his affairs from now on." Shikamaru stood bewildered, unable to fathom the sudden protectiveness Yoshino was displaying towards their son. Such a stance was unprecedented. He had never witnessed her behave in this manner before. Casting a pleading glance at Shikamaru, he received only a resigned shrug in return. Meanwhile, Nara Kaido was in high spirits. In the past, sneaking out at this hour had been akin to an arduous quest, often resulting in him having to escape through windows. Now, for the first time, he ambled out with confidence through the front door, relishing the experience. With his hands casually tucked into his pockets, Kaido soon arrived at their designated meeting place, the Ichiraku ramen shop. Inside, the hour was late, revealing two figures, Haku and Zabuza. Kaido cleared his throat gently, prompting the duo to step outside promptly. Observing the eager expressions on Haku and Zabuza's faces, Kaido surveyed his surroundings and declared, "The time is right. Tonight, we shall resolve your identity issues. Follow me." Disrobing to reveal a sleek, black outfit suited for nocturnal endeavors, he led the way towards a secluded corner of Konohagakure. In the depths of the root, Danzo sat upon his opulent chair, furrowing his brow as he perused the intelligence gathered from various sources. Orochimaru is moving at a glacial pace. When will he complete the research on the Hashirama cells? It is truly vexing. However, I must admit, Orochimaru's unexpected agreement to the plan for Konoha's destruction is rather intriguing. Hiruzen, your tiresome benevolence may very well lead to your downfall. I eagerly anticipate your expression when the time comes. As Danzo contemplated this, a smirk crept onto his lips, and he savored a fine sip of tea. The future appeared promising indeed. Just then, a cacophony of footsteps jolted him from his reverie. "How many times must I reiterate? Enter and exit quietly," Danzo shouted in frustration, yet to his surprise, his command fell on deaf ears. Moments later, three shadowy figures materialized before him. Kaido nonchalantly lowered the hood of his outfit, regarding Danzo with keen interest. Upon recognizing Kaido's countenance, Danzo's gaze flickered with contemplation, and he hesitantly inquired, You are the young scion of the Nara clan." "Nara Kaido?" Kaido nodded, unceremoniously seating himself beside Danzo, pouring himself a cup of the elder's tea. After taking a small sip, he was delighted to discover its exquisite flavor. The tea was subtly sweet, exuding a rich aroma that caressed his senses, leaving him with an indescribable sense of relaxation and contentment. With his eyes sparkling, he could not help but exclaim, "This tea is indeed exceptional. You have a refined taste. When I depart, to be so kind as to provide me with a few packets." Tuanzong furrowed his brow as he gazed at Lu Yu, his expression gradually darkening into a menacing glare. "Little brat, I am unaware of how you managed to enter here, but this is the heart of Konoha. You should leave now. For the sake of Dujin, I could pretend nothing has transpired." "Oh," Lu Yu remarked with keen interest, "should I then express my gratitude to you?" Not allowing Tuanzong a moment to respond, Lu Yu gestured towards the two shadowy figures behind him. "I could take my leave, but I would appreciate it if you could arrange for these two to serve as your personal guards. That would be most agreeable." Haku and Zabuza, upon hearing this, removed their hoods, revealing their true identities. Tuanzong stared in shock at the two before him, his complexion shifting drastically. You are Zabuza Momochi of the 7 Ninja Swordsmen of the Mist?" Zabuza scoffed. "Ah, the illustrious Shimura Danzo of Konoha, what an honor." Meanwhile, Lu Yu savored a cup of tea, growing impatient as he eyed Tuanzong. "I must say, old man, you are rather tedious. Did you not hear what I just said? Why are you trembling in fear before Zabuza? Hurry up and make the arrangements. I wish to return home for some rest." Tuanzong was taken aback by Lu Yu's audacity and let out a cold snort. "You little brat, they are rogue ninjas from the land of water. Even if I were to capture them, it would be within my rights. And what gives you, a mere child, the authority to command me? Are you not aware of your own misdeeds? Shall I enumerate the unspeakable acts you have committed over the years?" With a derisive laugh, Tuanzong continued, "How laughable. I act with honor and integrity, all for the sake of Konoha. How dare you slander me here? Guards!" Lu Yu, unfazed, casually dug at his ears and interrupted Tuanzong. "Enough with the shouting. Just like the last time I visited, your men were all incapacitated by me. Some of the less appealing ones I sent to the Pure Land." At this, Tuanzong's expression shifted dramatically, his pupils narrowing dangerously. "Was it you who caused the events of that night several years ago?" Lu Yu nonchalantly nodded. "Indeed, and I also kicked you into the women's restroom. Surely, you haven't forgotten." Noting Tuanzong's fury directed at him, Lu Yu continued with indifference. "As for your claims of integrity, let me enumerate some of your dubious actions over the years. First, Nagato. You conspired with Hanzo, driving Nagato, Yahiko, and Konan to the brink, leading to Yahiko's death and Nagato's psychological distortion, now shouting daily alongside Konan about selling rice. Second, Uchiha Shursui. What is the story behind your right eye? Shall I unwrap your bandages to take a look? Third, Uchiha Itachi. What truly transpired with the downfall of the Uchiha clan? You know the truth better than I do. Shall I continue?" As Lu Yu meticulously concluded his words, he gazed at the menacing Danzo and smiled, saying, "What troubles you, Lord Danzo? Is this palpable aura of hostility indicative of your desire to eliminate me?" Chapter 053, a forceful kick to the crotch upon hearing the first words spoken by Ryu. Tuanzo's expression dramatically shifted. The more he listened, the more alarmed he became. For he could not fathom how so many intricate plans could be known to anyone other than himself. Furthermore, observing Ryu's demeanor, Tuanzo astutely discerned that the boy was not merely aware of these 3 matters, but perhaps more. In that instant, a murderous intent surged within Tuanzo, rendering any consideration of Ryu's lineage irrelevant. To Tuanzo, a mere child possessing such knowledge could only mean he had eavesdropped on adult conversations. Thus, after eliminating Ryu, his next target would undoubtedly be the Nara clan. Confronted by Tuanzo's overwhelming aura of malice, Ryu remained unfazed, his gaze brimming with provocation. His expression conveyed a clear message. Should you strike me, your demise is assured. This infuriated Tuanzo to no end. "You insolent brat. Today I shall impart a lesson on behalf of Raku." With that declaration, a glint of ferocity flashed in Tuanzo's eyes as he clenched his right fist and launched it towards Ryu. Seeing this unfold, Zai Bujan and Bai exchanged helpless glances, the latter unable to suppress a sigh. Is living not sufficient? Why provoke Ryu? Unfortunately, Tuanzo was oblivious to their unvoiced thoughts. As his fist approached Ryu, mere centimeters from his pupil, Tuanzo's body suddenly convulsed violently, only to discover with horror that he was utterly immobile. Casting a sidelong glance at his feet, Tuanzo furrowed his brow. "Oh, so it is the shadow imitation technique? Yet, he still failed to grasp the gravity of the situation. Instead, he regarded Ryu with a cruel glint in his eyes. "You little brat, your timing for release is commendable. I wonder, how long can your shadow imitation technique confine a shadow-level powerhouse?" Ryu, resting his chin on his hand, pondered earnestly, "Perhaps long enough for you to perish from thirst." Danzo instinctively froze at the remark, then scoffed derisively at Ryu. "Such bravado from one so young. With your current chakra, confining me for 10 seconds would be an extraordinary feat." Ryu, uninterested in explaining himself, turned to Zaibujan and Bai, stating, "I have already subdued him. Proceed with the interrogation." It was only at this moment that Danzo realized the severity of the predicament. The 10 seconds had long elapsed. Yet the shadow imitation technique showed no signs of dissipating. Furrowing his brow, Danzo meticulously assessed his physical condition, his shock deepening as he discovered he could not even twitch a finger. This indicated that the caster possessed an abundance of chakra, had the caster's chakra been insufficient. Even the slightest movement would have been possible. Realizing the implications of his condition, Danzo stood in disbelief, staring incredulously at the seemingly untroubled Ryu. How could this be? A mere child of 12 or 13 had managed to subdue him with the shadow imitation technique, rendering him entirely powerless to resist. What did this signify? It suggested that the opponent's chakra was immensely robust, able to control him with effortless ease. Was such a thing even conceivable? However, the reality stood before them, leaving Danzo no choice but to believe. At that moment, Danzo's mindset was on the verge of explosion, despite possessing considerable skills. He found himself deprived of any opportunity to employ them, a source of immense frustration. Bai and Zaibujan, observing the growing panic in Danzo's eyes, could not help but scoff. Enough with those glaring eyes. This is merely a fundamental exercise. You have yet to witness true terror. As Danzo beheld Bai and Zaibujan approaching him with an air of lethal intent, he felt an overwhelming urge to vomit blood out of sheer indignation. Even now, he could not fathom why Lu Yu had targeted him. For heaven's sake, I, Danzo, have indeed engaged in numerous unsavory deeds throughout my life. Yet I have never provoked this little tyrant. Subsequently, Bai and Zaibujan forced Danzo into his luxurious chair, whereby produced an array of terrifying implements before him. Danzo's complexion paled as he beheld the menacing tools. "This is too much. I can tolerate needles and knives. But what do you intend to do with that saw meant for cutting trees? Amputate. And those jars containing venomous snakes and black spiders. What is this madness?" His imagination ran wild with dreadful scenarios, and the more he contemplated, the greater his fear grew, culminating in an outburst. "You insolent child, you go too far. If you have the audacity to kill me, then let it be known that I shall haunt you as a ghost if I die here today." Lu Yu, initially intending to instill a modicum of psychological pressure on Danzo, was swiftly incensed by his tirade. "Very well. Since you are so eager for death, I shall spare you the formalities." Bai, Zaibujan, spread his legs apart, tossed those spiders and snakes into his trousers, and then kicked him mercilessly. As Lu Yu spoke, he instinctively slammed his fist down upon Danzo's desk with great force. The impact, fueled by his fury, was beyond his control, and the three men stood in stunned silence as they beheld the horrifying scene before them. The alloy desk had vanished without a trace, leaving in its wake a gaping pit measuring 3 meters in diameter, dark and unfathomable. The ground of Konoha trembled violently several times before finally settling into silence. Observing the dust falling from the ceiling and the pallor on the faces of the 3 men across from him, Lu Yu sheepishly scratched his head. "Ah, I was so enraged that I forgot to temper my strength." Chapter 054, The Art of Transformation by Danzo gazing at the terrifying scene before him. Yuya appeared remarkably nonchalant, causing the 3 individuals opposite him to struggle to swallow, as if caught in a surreal dream. Is this still human? Bai and Zabuza, having encountered such situations before, managed to maintain their composure. However, for Danzo, who was experiencing this for the first time, his eyelids fluttered uncontrollably, and his mind was filled with frantic thoughts. Good heavens, the sheer magnitude of destruction you can unleash with such casualness. Have you considered the state of my heart? In a fit of anger, an unrestrained punch had created an unfathomable chasm, shaking the very foundations of Konoha. If you truly lost your temper and aimed to strike. At this juncture, Danzo's previously furious and resentful gaze shifted rapidly from unparalleled shock to profound terror. What is there left to fight about? He cast a disgruntled glance at his own body, nearly shedding tears of indignation. This is downright bullying. Even if he were not under the control of the shadow imitation technique, could he truly fight back? It was no wonder this young man had persistently provoked him, compelling him to act. Danzo harbored grave suspicions that the other party intended to accidentally kill him. For years, Danzo had believed that fateful night several years ago was a result of his own carelessness. Yet, in retrospect, perhaps he had overthought it. Just look at this inhuman strength. Was it something that could be conquered through mere oversight? The potency behind such a casual punch was staggering. Engaging him in combat would be akin to a venerable elder consuming arsenic, inviting death. Simultaneously, Danzo realized that the terrifying aura emitted by Itachi Uchiha on the night of the Uchiha massacre had been compelled by this young man. The outcome? From the photographs of the scene, it was clear that this formidable individual had dispatched him in an instant. In this critical moment, the cunning strategist Danzo's mind was extraordinarily sharp, as the intelligence collected by his subordinates flickered through his consciousness like a film reel. Why did Hiruzen Sarutobi neglect this young man? Why did this individual, despite his apparent lethargy, consistently achieve top honors year after year? Why did they require 2 classes to compete for the bell? In the blink of an eye, Danzo reached a conclusion. Hiruzen Sarutobi was aware of this young man's uniqueness, yet remained unable to discern his true capabilities. The bell competition must have been an attempt to gauge Yuya's strength, but it was evident that he had failed to achieve his objective. At least in the third Hokage's eyes, Yuya's prowess was vastly superior to what Danzo currently understood. With this thought, Danzo's eyes glimmered as he eased his tone. Ahem, Yuya, while I may not have cared for you excessively over the years, I have at least refrained from causing you any harm. I believe there is no need for us to maintain this tense standoff, don't you think? Observing the silence of Ryu, Danzo hastily continued, I perceive that you, young sir, possess extraordinary talent and boundless potential. Moreover, my rapport with your father, Rugio, is quite amicable. Since you find yourself in a predicament, it is only reasonable and just for me to extend my assistance, is it not? After all, it is merely a matter of arranging a few things. How difficult could that be? Ryu, noticing the sudden meekness in Danzo's demeanor, moved a stool from the side and sat across from him. Oh, you certainly did not express yourself this way moments ago. It seemed you were intent on tormenting me relentlessly. Ah, young Ryu, a paragon of your generation. Why should you stoop to engage with an old relic like myself? My advancing years have led to poor sleep and, consequently, a propensity for nonsensical remarks. Should you require assistance, please do not hesitate to ask. Very well, I shall consider you perceptive. I had prepared to hold a memorial service for you tomorrow, but since you've spoken thusly, I shall abandon that notion. How they wish to arrange matters is of no concern to me. However, should dissatisfaction arise, I may pay you a visit at any time. At this, Danzo's face twitched involuntarily. Again? Surely not. My frail body cannot withstand one of your casual blows. Realizing this, Danzo nodded fervently. Indeed, indeed. I shall adhere to Mr. Zabuza's wishes and ensure everything is arranged properly. You may rest assured, young Ryu. Yes. Remember to keep my strength a secret. Tomorrow, I wish for Konoha to remain a tranquil place. Can you manage that? Rest easy. I will merely state that it is a practical exercise. No complications shall arise. Ryu was somewhat satisfied with this response and then turned to Bai and Zabuza. Should you have any requests, feel free to voice them. I trust that Lord Danzo will accommodate you. At this moment, Danzo wore an expression of grandeur. Young Ryu is correct. Arriving at the route is akin to returning home. Anyone who treats me with formality is, in essence, belittling my standing. Zabuza gazed at Ryu with gratitude. Thank you, young master. Do not mention it. You have aided me in the past. Now, I shall take my leave to rest. With that, Ryu vanished into thin air, leaving Danzo, who appeared dazed, alongside Zabuza and Bai, who were filled with gratitude. In that moment, Danzo understood that, while the members of Root still heeded his commands, he would likely have to act according to the whims of the young prodigy in the future. This seemingly simple arrangement of the two individuals was, in fact, a pivotal choice for Danzo. He could either continue to operate under Ryu's gaze or allow Root to fade from existence. Ultimately, upon grasping a portion of Ryu's formidable power, Danzo resignedly chose the former. After all, survival was paramount. One must endure before contemplating a reversal of fortunes. Yet, contemplating Ryu's terrifying capabilities, Danzo could not help but feel that hope had grown rather dim. He let out a long sigh. It seems the times have changed. Chapter 055. The significance of the Chunin exam. Early the following morning, the four strongest jonin of Konoha gathered in the Hokage's office. Sarutobi-Hiruzen, observing the four, spoke with a grave expression. The triannual Chunin exam is upon us, and this time it is to be held in our village, as you are surely aware. Seeing Kakashi and the others nod in affirmation, he continued, this iteration of the Chunin exam is unlike any before. It has gradually transformed into a reflection of the strength of our nations. The Uchiha clan massacre from several years ago has significantly impacted Konoha's overall power. The previous Chunin exam did not yield favorable results, leading to increased provocations from the four great nations at our borders, and their ambitions have begun to swell. Therefore, to prevent other nations from perceiving Konoha as weakened, this Chunin exam is of utmost importance. You must exhibit 120% of your effort. Do you understand? Understood. The four responded resolutely, exchanging glances of surprise at how pivotal a Chunin exam had become. Mike Guy, taking the lead, clenched his fists with fervor, his eyes ablaze with passion. Rest assured, Hokage-sama, youth is inherently a relentless challenge, and my team will undoubtedly astonish the other four nations. Sarutobi-Hiruzen, observing Guy's exuberance, sighed and waved his hand dismissively. All right, if you all comprehend the gravity of the situation, please inform your respective teams. As the four departed, Sarutobi silently lit his pipe, inhaling deeply before exhaling a dense cloud of smoke that enveloped him. A contemplative expression crossed his face, and he murmured, there remains an inexplicable unease within me. Could this Chunin exam potentially lead to war? Surely not. In the afternoon, at the back mountains of Konoha, Team 7 found themselves unencumbered by missions and once more gathered for leisure. With the wealth acquired from Kato, the exuberant Riku had generously procured a row of lounge chairs and sunshades, arranging them neatly by the lakeside. At that moment, the members of Team 7 reclined in their chairs, donned sunglasses, relishing the cool breeze and sipping chilled soda, living in an enviable state of leisure. Not far behind them, concealed in the foliage, Kakashi, Yuhi Kurenai, and Asuma observed the scene with envious expressions. Asuma couldn't help but comment, look at that, this is my Team 10. These guys truly know how to enjoy life more than we do. Kurenai, noticing Hinata's occasional glances toward Riku, remarked with a hint of bemusement, Asuma, your student Riku is quite the charmer. Even someone as shy as Hinata has fallen under his spell. Surely, you must have imparted some secret techniques to him? Otherwise, how could the proud Murakami sister be so infatuated with you recently? Asuma chuckled bitterly, saying, please, spare me the jokes. Whenever I think of that woman, my head starts to ache. Kakashi, meanwhile, observed the group of Ryua and the others, suddenly expressing his concern with a question. What if we ask them whether they wish to participate in the Chunin exams, and this bunch of slackers responds with a refusal? What then? Kakashi's words left Asuma and Kurenai momentarily taken aback. Upon reflection, they realized that in such a comfortable life, they too would be reluctant to take on the Chunin responsibilities so early. The three exchanged glances, and Kakashi, struck by a sudden inspiration, declared, in my opinion, let's not ask them, let's simply enroll them. After all, while this group may be a bit lazy, it seems that the lazier individuals possess a formidable strength. It should be fine. Asuma nodded in strong agreement. Yes, let them participate in the Chunin exams. I can no longer manage this bunch of rascals. Asuma lamented over his Team 10, realizing that none of the four were easy to handle. One was terrifyingly strong, another frighteningly intelligent. One was a girl who was hard to define, and the last was solely focused on eating. There was no point in discussing any of them. With such a class, even the third Hokage would be at a loss. By the lakeside, the carefree slackers were blissfully unaware that while they lounged and enjoyed the picturesque scenery and cool breezes, their teacher had already decided their fate. In the evening, the long-awaited gathering of everyone commenced the feast preparation. This time, Ryua brought an array of specialties from the land of waves, including specially prepared beef, rare wild boar, and various colossal seafood caught at sea. By dusk, a 5-meter-wide table was laden with an assortment of delectable dishes. Hinata counted carefully and found over 20 different meat dishes, along with more than 10 vegetarian options, and 3 large bowls of nutritious soup. Ryua raised a chilled soda, toasting, to our reunion, cheers. The crowd erupted in cheers, cheers. On a sweltering summer day, sipping on a cold soda felt truly refreshing to the core. Then, the boys embarked on their culinary battle at the table. This group truly exemplified the unspoken rules of dining, both above and below the table. However, Ryua's extraordinary prowess shone through. Despite attempts by Shikamaru, Choji, Sasuke, and Naruto to challenge him, he effortlessly countered their efforts. On the side, Ino and Hinata, having quickly filled their bellies, took turns assisting him, one gently peeling seafood and the other attentively serving him soup. The four single men looked on with envy. Naruto sighed helplessly. If only Sakura could treat me like that one day. Sasuke scoffed and shot a glance at Naruto. With your skills, do you dare to daydream? Damn you. Sasuke, take this. The onlookers chuckled at the sight of the two wrestling once more, thinking to themselves, reunions are truly wonderful. An hour later, Ryua and the others lounged on their recliners, clutching their stomachs and exclaiming how delightful it all had been. Seeing that everyone was in high spirits, Liu cheerfully remarked, well, now that we have eaten our fill and quenched our thirst, let me tell you about the upcoming Nin exams in a few days. Chapter 056. The Chunin exam approaches. Liu gazed at the curious onlookers and spoke leisurely. Naruto, Sasuke, you must do everything in your power to achieve ultimate victory. Otherwise, I assure you, I will find a way to relieve you of Kakashi-sensei and subject you both to rigorous training. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the two boys shifted dramatically. Recollections of the past flooded their minds, sending a shiver down their spines and igniting an unquenchable fire of determination in their eyes. Even if they were to perish in the Chunin exam, they could not afford to be eliminated. In unison, they clenched their fists and made a silent vow. Liu looked on with satisfaction at their fervor, then turned to catch a glimpse of Hinata, who had been watching him discreetly. With a warm smile, he encouraged, and Hinata, you must also strive to do your best. You are quite formidable now. Believe in yourself and know that you cannot be bested by anyone. Hinata, captivated by Liu Yu's gentle gaze, felt her cheeks flush crimson as she nodded softly in affirmation. As Liu Yu observed Hinata, a thought crossed his mind regarding an impending matter related to the Hyuga clan, Niji Hyuga. The mere thought of him sent a sharp glint through Liu Yu's eyes. Over the years, Liu had aided Hinata in honing her skills specifically for the Chunin exam, ensuring that Niji would no longer pose a threat to her. However, Liu Yu understood that Hinata's kind-hearted nature would likely lead her to show mercy in battle against Niji, which could ultimately result in her own detriment. After much contemplation, Liu Yu concluded that it would be prudent to confront Niji and teach him a lesson, thus alleviating the tensions before resolving any lingering issues. Then, looking at his Team 10, Liu Yu sighed in resignation. I know what you're thinking. Trust me, Asuma-sensei has already registered us, so you might as well abandon any thoughts of withdrawal. Shikamaru scratched his head, echoing a similar sigh of exasperation. Well, that's quite troublesome. Liu Yu felt somewhat powerless concerning his team, but he was confident that with his presence, no significant problems would arise. Observing the enthusiasm radiating from the other teams, he couldn't help but smile slightly. It seemed that this Chunin exam was shaping up to be quite intriguing. The following day, Asuma unexpectedly gathered Team 10. In the same clearing where their initial survival exercise had taken place, he looked at the lethargic quartet with evident discomfort and said, I called you here to inform you of something important. Recently, the Hokage summoned us and announced that the Chunin exam will take place in a few days, with the registration period approaching. As the expressions of the four shifted, Asuma continued, in light of your consistent performances, not only I, but even the third Hokage has great confidence in your abilities. Therefore, I have taken the liberty of registering you and have notified your respective families. Upon hearing Asuma's words, the four exchanged disdainful glances, their expressions laden with disbelief. I have never encountered a teacher so audacious. You assert your authority, and at the slightest disagreement, you invoke the name of the third Hokage. Does having a Hokage for a father elevate your status? For Liu Yu, it mattered little, as his mother had completely relinquished her care for him. Shikamaru, on the other hand, wore a grim expression as he lamented, this is troublesome. Now that my mother is aware, if we do not give our utmost effort, the consequences could be dire. In empathetic agreement, Ino and Choji nodded, casting forlorn glances at Asuma. Observing the pained expressions of everyone except Liu Yu, Asuma felt an inexplicable sense of satisfaction and chuckled. Well, the situation is as such. The time and place will be communicated to you shortly. Just as Asuma was about to take his leave, a sudden frown crossed his brow as he recalled the words of the third Hokage, his demeanor shifting to one of seriousness as he addressed the four. By the way, this upcoming Chunin exam is of great significance. To put it plainly, if your performance is lacking, the other four great nations will perceive Konoha as lacking successors, emboldening their actions. Noticing the spark of determination igniting in their eyes, Asuma continued, therefore, I implore you to exert yourselves fully in this exam. It is imperative that we showcase the prowess of Konoha to the candidates from the other nations. With that, he concluded, all right, you are dismissed. Having conveyed his message, Asuma vanished from sight. Watching his departure, the others instinctively turned their gaze to Lu Yu. To their astonishment, the signature languor that typically adorned Lu Yu's face had vanished, replaced by an unusual glimmer of resolve. I never expected the other four nations to be so arrogant. It seems we must show them our strength. The trio exchanged glances, silently mourning for the candidates from the four nations, lamenting their misfortune of facing Lu Yu. Time passed. Since receiving the notification regarding the Chunin exam from Asuma, Team 10 had not undertaken any missions. With leisure at their disposal, they spent their days fishing by the river and enjoying the gentle breeze. The affluent Lu Yu would often treat them to barbecues, leading to a life of untroubled indulgence. Alas, the joy of such times is fleeting. And soon the day of the Chunin exam arrived. Having been informed of the exam's schedule and location, Team 10 gathered at the doorstep of Lu Yu's home. Chapter 57. 12 Little Champions. Today marks a significant day for the genin. The Chunin exam has finally arrived. In the past few days, many unfamiliar faces have appeared within the village of Konoha, all of whom have traveled great distances to participate in this year's Chunin exam. In the morning, outside the residence of the Nara family, Ino and Choji stood at the entrance, patiently awaiting the emergence of Shikamaru and his younger brother. Before long, the door swung open, revealing Yoshino Nara, her countenance radiating warmth as she handed Shikaku a carton of fresh milk, embracing her son with affection. With a reluctant farewell, she advised, do your best in the exam, but do not overexert yourself. Above all, please ensure your safety. Shikamaru, observing the transformed demeanor of his mother, could only nod in resignation. As he departed, Yoshino's expression shifted dramatically. Her gaze turned fierce as she confronted Shikamaru, exclaiming, you little rascal, if I catch you slacking off during the exam, you shall face the consequences. Feeling the weight of his mother's intimidating presence, Shikamaru hastily caught up with his elder brother, exhaling in relief. Curiosity getting the better of him, he inquired, what on earth did you give Mom? Our treatment is vastly different. Shikaku took a sip of the milk, savoring its flavor before responding leisurely, oh, it's nothing much, merely a trifle. Noticing Shikamaru's disappointment, he sighed, it seems I have become the favorite. When will this ever end? Meanwhile, Ino and Choji observed the stark contrast in the brothers' family dynamics, momentarily speechless. It was astonishing to witness such disparity in treatment among biological siblings. As they walked down the street, the quartet unexpectedly encountered members from two other teams. Naruto's eyes gleamed with enthusiasm as he approached Shikaku. Boss, for this Chunin exam, can I use the secret technique you taught me? Casting a glance at Sasuke, who shared a similar eagerness, Shikaku smiled and nodded affirmatively. Of course, you may. The opponents in this exam are formidable, so do not underestimate them. As Naruto and Sasuke exchanged glances, they quickly retreated, chuckling nervously. The last thing they wanted was for their leader to seize the opportunity for another grueling training session. Subsequently, the boys gathered to engage in light-hearted banter, stealing glances at Shikaku from time to time. At that moment, Shikaku found himself flanked by Ino and Sakura on his left, while Hinata graced his right, exuding an aura of charm. Ino, gently peeling a banana for Shikaku, turned to Sakura with a fierce glint in her eyes, whispering, go pursue your Sasuke. Do not even think about encroaching on my Shikaku. Sakura, taken aback, opened her mouth to retort but surprisingly refrained, her thoughts remaining a mystery. The group soon arrived at the Ninja Academy, yet they did not head straight to the examination hall. Instead, they proceeded to the administrative building to submit their application forms. As they ascended to the second floor, they discovered numerous shadows standing in the corridor. It turned out that Xiao Li and Tian were engaged in a game of house with two ninjas. Upon witnessing this, Naruto felt no inclination to comment. Sasuke, however, narrowed his eyes slightly, his pupils emanating an eerie glow. This illusionary barrier created by Genjutsu should be dispelled promptly. Let us not squander time, for our destination lies on the third floor. The two Chunin stationed at the entrance, realizing they had been seen through, prepared to launch an attack on Sasuke. But in the next instant, they collapsed without warning. It was no jest. With Sasuke's current prowess, two mere Chunin posed no threat. His Sharingan had unleashed the Genjutsu the moment they initiated their assault. This brief display of skill startled Xiao Li, who was poised to intercept the two. prompting him to instinctively glance at Sasuke. As Shaoli turned, his eyes widened in astonishment, for at that moment, he beheld his goddess, Sakura Haruno. The straightforward Shaoli approached her and declared, "Hello, my name is Rock Lee. Will you go out with me?" Such a forthright confession left not only Sakura but also the onlookers, including Lu Yu and others, utterly dumbfounded. The bluntness of his declaration, coupled with his watermelon-shaped hairstyle and thick eyebrows, did little to endear him to anyone. Startled, Sakura took a few steps back, casting a pleading glance at Sasuke. Sasuke, with a stern expression, remained silent, while he indeed had no interest in Sakura. Witnessing a girl who constantly orbited around him being confessed to in such a public manner was undeniably embarrassing. Shaoli, observing Sakura's reaction, stroked his chin, deep in thought. Hinata, on the other hand, noticed another figure, a boy with Byakugan, much like herself. Beside him stood a girl clad in a pink qipao with a small collar. Representing the other 3 members of the 12 ninja, namely Niji Hyuga, Rock Lee, and Tian of Team Guy. Seemingly hearing Hinata's voice, Niji, who was gazing at Shaoli, turned his attention toward her. Upon making eye contact with Niji, Hinata instinctively lowered her head. At that moment, Niji approached her. "I did not expect you to dare participate in this CHNIN exam so soon after graduation. Your skills are mediocre, yet your audacity is commendable, Lady Hinata." Niji regarded the bowed Hinata with an impassive expression. Although he used respectful terms, his tone bore no reverence, and his gaze was laced with a hint of cold disdain. In Niji, Hinata seemed to harbor a sense of trepidation towards her cousin, yet she mustered the courage to raise her head and greet him again. Observing her timidity, Niji bluntly stated, "Lady Hinata, with your disposition, you ought not to be here, nor should you participate in this CHNIN exam. You are simply unfit to be a..." Before he could finish his sentence, an overwhelming aura surged toward Niji, abruptly silencing his words. It felt as if he had been ensnared by a paralysis technique, his every action coming to a sudden and jarring halt. A cold sweat instantly beaded on the foreheads of Sasuke and Naruto. Although the ominous aura was directed at Niji, the two were all too familiar with its presence. Turning to look, they indeed found that the nonchalance on Riku's face had vanished, replaced by a terrifying expression of malevolence. They both swallowed hard, unable to suppress the thought, could it be that the boss intends to eliminate this fellow? Chapter 58. The emergence of brilliance. At this moment, Hyuga Niji's complexion was ashen, cold sweat pouring from his forehead. Instinctively, he cast a glance towards Ryu, feeling as if the intensity of the other's gaze was akin to a colossal sword, pressing heavily upon his mind and rendering him nearly breathless. Hinata, noticing Niji's distress, instinctively glanced at Ryu's somber expression and gently tugged at his sleeve, prompting Ryu to momentarily relent in his pursuit of Niji. With a tender ruffle of Hinata's hair, Ryu murmured, "Do not worry, I merely intend to teach him a lesson." Upon finishing his words, Ryu began to stride slowly towards Hyuga Niji. At that moment, all eyes were drawn to the seemingly unremarkable yet slightly brooding figure of Ryu. He was indeed handsome. What was his intention? Would he engage in a confrontation? A cluster of onlookers could not suppress their curiosity, surprised that the Chunin exams had ignited with such fervor even before commencing, with indications of conflict arising at their very first encounter. Naruto and Sasuke exchanged glances at Ryu, instinctively beginning to mourn for Hyuga Niji. "Brother, it's over for you." Hyuga Niji gazed at Ryu in horror, utterly unable to comprehend that the overwhelming pressure he had just experienced emanated from the very person before him. Byakugan. As Sasuke observed Niji's actions, his expression morphed into one of sympathy. However, the instant Niji activated his Byakugan to stare at Ryu, his countenance abruptly shifted. "Humph." Niji emitted a low grunt, a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, his pallor as white as a sheet. He staggered backward several steps, fortunately assisted by Ten, who was swift to react. Niji's sudden transformation left the surrounding spectators in utter astonishment. What transpired? They had witnessed no physical altercation. How had he sustained an injury? Could it be that they were engaged in a battle of ocular techniques? Yet, the Byakugan had seen nothing amiss. It appeared as though Ryu had made no move at all. This individual seemed rather formidable indeed. Ryu furrowed his brow, observing the blood trickling from Niji's lips, poised to speak when he was interrupted by Hinata, who rushed over. With a pitiful gaze, Hinata looked up at Ryu and softly pleaded, "Ryu-kun, please spare Niji and I." "One to you?" Ryu, feeling a surge of frustration, wished to express that he had not lifted a finger. Niji's injury was of his own making. However, seeing that Hinata bore no blame towards him, Ryu pondered for a moment before conceding with a nod. Very well, I shall let it go this time. With that, Ryu turned and made his way towards the third floor, the others silently following suit. Sasuke cast a sympathetic glance at the dazed Niji, exhaling a sigh of exasperation. What possessed you to gaze upon Ryu's chakra? Such power is not for casual observation. Now you've certainly created a psychological scar. As Xiao Li observed the departing figures, he furrowed his brow. After a brief moment of contemplation, he suddenly called out to Tintin and hurried after Ryu and the others. Every day, I glanced helplessly at Xiao Li and the unconscious Ning Ci before me, my face filled with exasperation. These two fellows, is there not one who can ease my worries? Xiao Li's speed was impressively swift. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before Lu Yu and the others. Upon seeing the thick-browed, watermelon-shaped figure before them, Lu Yu and his companions instinctively halted their steps, intrigued by the encounter. I sincerely apologize for interrupting your time, Xiao Li began. Then fixed a gaze filled with determination on Lu Yu, proclaiming boldly, you must be the top student of this year's freshman. To gauge my capabilities, please consent to a duel with me. Lu Yu was not taken aback by this, given Xiao Li's passionate nature. It would have been peculiar if he hadn't sought a confrontation. However, Lu Yu furrowed his brow slightly. Regarding Xiao Li with seriousness, my emotions are rather unstable at the moment. Let us defer this to another day. Lu Yu's words were quite sincere. Having never crossed paths with Xiao Li before and feeling somewhat downcast himself, he feared that a careless strike could prematurely end this spirited young man's journey as a chunin. Yet, Xiao Li misinterpreted Lu Yu's goodwill. With his limited intellect, he recognized only the rejection and resolutely stated, no, please believe me, esteemed top student. Teacher Kai has said that a passionate battle can soothe all ill feelings. I implore you to accept my challenge. Naruto observed Xiao Li with a twinge of sympathy. What a naive fellow. Why would he challenge the formidable Lu Yu? Watching Xiao Li bow deeply at a 90-degree angle, Lu Yu sighed with resignation. Very well. Let it be so. Upon hearing Lu Yu's consent, Xiao Li immediately assumed a combat stance, one hand clasped behind his back while the other extended forward. His eyes ablaze with fighting spirit. As the two prepared to clash, the onlookers instinctively created distance, clearing a space for the impending duel. You may strike first. Lu Yu advised earnestly, for should I initiate, you shall have no chance. However, to the ears of the spectators, his words took on a different tone. Who is this guy? I hardly recall him, and he seems rather arrogant, lacking any semblance of a fighting posture while uttering such haughty words. I've heard he is the new top student, but it seems he rarely attends the Ninja Academy. Few seem to know where he spends his time. Is that so? It appears he is merely handsome, yet nothing particularly remarkable. Tian approached with a hint of concern, whispering to Lu Yu. Indeed, I didn't notice closely before. But this new student is rather good-looking. This individual is quite extraordinary. Xiao Li may find himself at a disadvantage. Niji, who had rushed over, observed Lu Yu with a tremor coursing through his body, as the chakra he had witnessed within Lu Yu was overwhelmingly terrifying. Furthermore, that formidable chakra exhibited an aggressive nature. Had Lu Yu not adeptly controlled the counterattack of his chakra, Niji might have suffered a severe impact to his brain, likely resulting in a vegetative state. Outside the arena, spectators buzzed with chatter, for the match had officially commenced. Upon hearing Lu Yu's words, Li Rock no longer held back. In an instant, his figure vanished from sight. What? This fellow's speed is astonishing. Just a single movement caused the brows of the top 9 competitors to twitch in unison. Only Lu Yu remained composed, standing firmly in place without a trace of panic, even going so far as to yawn leisurely. Konoha Hurricane. Xiao Li's figure suddenly appeared to Lu Yu's right, launching a kick aimed at him. Ino and Hinata, fraught with concern, watched as Lu Yu showed no inclination to evade, their hands clenching tightly. Sakura furrowed her brow at Lu Yu's unresponsive demeanor, reflecting inwardly. This guy is not as formidable as he seems. It appears he cannot withstand even a single move from that thick-browed watermelon head. Naruto, Sasuke, Shikamaru, Choji, and even Kiba gazed at Xiao Li with expressions of sympathy, particularly witnessing the smile gradually spreading across Xiao Li's face as he approached victory. They silently shook their heads. Poor child, in but a moment, you shall learn the meaning of folly. Your first mistake is being ostentatious. Has no one ever advised you against leaving yourself vulnerable in the air? Lu Yu remarked earnestly to Xiao Li. The next moment, Lu Yu extended his right hand, effortlessly grasping Xiao Li's incoming leg as he continued. The second mistake is to exert excessive force without absolute certainty. Otherwise, you will leave yourself open to your opponent's counter. Xiao Li stared in astonishment at Lu Yu, unable to fathom how his full-force attack had been effortlessly neutralized, let alone how Lu Yu had so easily seized the brief opening. Lu Yu smiled, applying sudden pressure with his right hand, causing Xiao Li to emit a pained cry, before stating, "The third mistake is to hesitate excessively in the face of unexpected situations. Hesitation leads to defeat." With that, as Lu Yu's words echoed, no one witnessed the exact nature of his actions. In an instant, Xiao Li, who had been right before him, suddenly found himself 10 meters away against the wall, slowly sliding down. Chapter 059. The arrival of the Bad Boys Brigade as the unconscious Xiao Li slowly slid down the wall and collapsed to the ground. All present were left in a state of bewilderment. If their earlier confrontation with Niji had left them in a fog of confusion, this battle between Lu Yu and Xiao Li could only be described as breathtaking. Especially notable was Xiao Li's speed of attack, which far surpassed that of the majority present, showcasing an undeniable mastery. Yet, this formidable expert was unable to withstand even a single move from Lu Yu, being effortlessly dispatched in an instant. The most terrifying aspect was that the onlookers could hardly discern how the opponent had struck. Inuzuka Kiba, observing the trembling Akamaru in his arms, helplessly stroked the dog's head, his mind swirling with tumultuous thoughts. Akamaru has never reacted this way before. Just how powerful is this individual? Sakura, who had previously underestimated Lu Yu, was now astonished, covering her mouth in disbelief as she instinctively glanced at the furrowed brow of Sasuke, silently contemplating. I had no idea Lu Yu had become this formidable. Surely, even Sasuke could not achieve such feats. Though Shikamaru and Choji were aware of Lu Yu's astounding prowess, each time they witnessed his actions, their lips involuntarily twitched. Have you ever considered our feelings, casually eliminating others? We had agreed to wallow in mediocrity together, yet now you have become so powerful. What are we to do? Lu Yu cast a glance at the astonished Tian beside him and smiled, reassuring her, that guy merely fainted for a brief moment. He will awaken shortly. So there is no need for concern. With that, Lu Yu disregarded the starry-eyed Tian and turned toward the third floor. The crowd parted automatically, gazing at Lu Yu with admiration. Upon reaching the third floor, it was not long before they encountered their respective guiding jonin, Kakashi, Kurenai, and Asuma. The men are of Team 10. Oh, quite punctual today, remarked Asuma, as Kakashi and Kurenai exchanged glances, their expressions darkening, bewildered by what their companion had endured recently, prompting him to commend even the basic act of arriving on time. The four nodded in acknowledgement. Since Kakashi and Kurenai were present, it was only fitting to show respect to Asuma. The three jonin looked on with satisfaction at their students, offering a few brief instructions before allowing them to enter classroom 301. As Asuma watched the 10 students depart, his gaze settled on the last figure, Lu Yu. A mischievous smile creeping onto his face. I cannot help but wonder what kind of storm that extraordinary slacker will stir during this examination. To be honest, I am quite looking forward to it. Kakashi nodded in agreement. Indeed, Lu Yu's abilities are beyond question. The teachers in charge of this exam are likely to have their hands full, as two individuals watched with keen interest as several others slowly departed. Mike Kai approached with a countenance marked by despondency. The trio observed this typically vibrant character in a rare state of disillusionment, prompting them to inquire with genuine concern, Kai, what has transpired? With a complex expression, Kai gazed at Asuma and lamented, Asuma, you have concealed your capabilities too well. I never anticipated that one of your subordinates possessed such remarkable prowess, effortlessly defeating my beloved disciple. Kakashi and Asuma exchanged glances, offering only a comforting pat on Kai's shoulder, remaining silent. At that moment, both could not help but think, what is this? We can confidently assert that this individual not only can defeat your pupil without a hint of doubt, but is also highly likely to triumph over you. Merely a basic skill. Remain composed. Meanwhile, a group of 10 swiftly arrived at the entrance of classroom 301. Lu Yu, casting a glance at the door, exhibited an unusual lack of lethargy. Observing the spirited demeanor of the other 9, he proclaimed with exuberance, the Bad Kids Brigade has arrived. Naruto, upon hearing this, chuckled mischievously and delivered a powerful kick to the classroom door. Bang! The force of the kick was considerable, sending the door flying far away and striking several candidates who were near the entrance. A few of the candidates, poised to voice their thoughts, were immediately intimidated by the imposing presence of the 10 individuals who entered the classroom. In mere moments, the resounding noise captured the attention of everyone inside, with most regarding them with unfriendly glares. Suddenly, a figure flashed to their side. "You little rascals, you've entered and instantly attracted the ire of everyone," Kabuto remarked, adjusting his glasses, allowing his gaze to linger momentarily on Sasuke before addressing the group with a smile. "Who are you?" Naruto asked, arms crossed, embodying the essence of a mischievous child, his expression unwelcoming as he scrutinized Kabuto. Energized by Liu Yu's earlier declaration, Naruto was resolute in his goal to eliminate all competitors. "I am Kabuto Yakushi, considered your senior," Kabuto replied, his smile appearing amiable, adorned with a Konoha forehead protector, quickly blending in with the group, save for Liu Yu, who feigned disinterest. Upon learning that Kabuto had participated in the Nin exams for the 7th time, the group's expressions subtly shifted before becoming even more invigorated. They craved a challenge. If it were too easy, it would surely lack excitement. Subsequently, Kabuto produced a collection of cards to introduce the various nations and ninja villages participating in the current examination. When he mentioned the Sound Village, he specifically noted that it was a newly established small ninja village. Upon hearing this, Naruto instinctively questioned, "So, that means the ninjas from this Sound Village must not be very strong, right?" His words, though casual, were met with Kabuto's awkward gaze, who stammered, that cannot be said definitively. In any case, everyone here is a highly talented ninja." Observing the peculiar appearance of the pouch, Liu Yu gazed around with great interest, then gently cleared his throat twice in the direction of Sasuke. Their long-standing rapport allowed Sasuke to instantly comprehend Liu Yu's intent, and with a cold smirk, he retorted, "What talent is that? It seems more like a rabble to me." Sasuke's words ignited palpable dissatisfaction among the trio of sound ninjas nearby. Exchanging glances, an intense murderous intent flickered in their eyes. Tosu coldly remarked, "Let's teach them a lesson and let them experience the terror of the sound ninjas." Chapter 060. All present are worthless. With a commanding voice, Toes summoned his companions, and in an instant, the 3 figures flickered throughout the classroom. In the blink of an eye, Sak positioned himself beside Sasuke, leaping high into the air. 2 shurikens launched from his hands, hurtling towards Sasuke. However, Sasuke's prowess far surpassed that of mere shurikens. Having spent ample time alongside Kiba, he perceived the act of throwing shurikens as nothing more than childish play. At that moment, Sasuke could not even be bothered to activate his Sharingan. With a casual flick of his right hand, he effortlessly caught the 2 shurikens mid-air. Is it truly possible to do this? Sak was utterly astonished. He recognized that the opponent's ostentatious display of capability indicated formidable strength, yet he had not anticipated such sheer terror. It is worth noting that the speed at which shurikens are thrown is immensely rapid, making mere evasion a challenge. Let alone catching them as effortlessly as Sasuke had done, an ability far beyond that of a Chunin. Simultaneously, Tos rushed towards Sasuke with remarkable speed. He swiftly formed hand seals with his right hand, while his left revealed a row of air vents, violently directing an attack towards Sasuke. In that fleeting moment, a primal sense of danger surged through Sasuke, his eyes radiating an eerie crimson light as his double Tomo Sharingan activated instantaneously. Without waiting for Tos to strike, Sasuke unleashed a kick propelled by his superior speed. The velocity of that kick was astounding. In the blink of an eye, Tos felt a searing pain in his abdomen, followed by being sent flying backward. With a resounding crash, the spectators turned their gaze, only to find that Sasuke had approached Tos and was now gripping his neck, lifting him against the wall with ease. Sasuke regarded Tos with interest, a cold smirk etching his features. "What's the matter? Are you still unwilling to accept your inferiority?" Sasuke's speed was so extraordinary that most onlookers scarcely comprehended what had transpired in that brief moment. Those who had managed to catch a glimpse of Sasuke's actions, including Lee, Neji, and Gaara, were left visibly shaken. They had never imagined that Sasuke possessed such formidable strength. Subsequently, the expressions in the eyes of the crowd reflected a palpable sense of wariness towards him. Tos' exposed eye brimmed with shock and resentment. Sasuke scrutinized Tos with a furrowed brow and coldly remarked, "You worthless scum from the Sound Village should learn to behave and keep your tails tucked in." At that moment, an explosive sound reverberated through the classroom, followed by a thick cloud of white smoke. Accompanying the smoke was a fierce voice commanding, "Silence, you bunch of worthless fools." As the smoke dissipated, the menacing figure of Marino Ibiki emerged, flanked by a group of supporting Chunin, making a striking entrance. Apologies for the wait. I am Marino Ibiki, the chief examiner for the first round of the Chunin selection exam. This dramatic entrance immediately captivated the attention of all present, observing their solemn expressions. Coupled with Ibiki's menacing demeanor, nearly everyone was rendered speechless, including Sasuke, who instinctively released his grip on Tatsu. However, Luyu remained unfazed, frowning at Sasuke's momentary lapse. He strode purposefully towards Tatsu. It was only then that Sasuke regained his composure, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he glanced at Luyu's approaching figure. From the look in Luyu's eyes, Sasuke astutely discerned a hint of discontent, prompting him to whisper, "Boss, I." Luyu gently shook his head at Sasuke, signaling him not to concern himself, indicating, "Allow me to handle this." Simultaneously, upon hearing Sasuke refer to Luyu as boss, the onlooking candidates were left bewildered. In the name of the Sage of Six Paths, this world is truly terrifying. Just moments ago, this individual had displayed sufficient power to instill fear. Now, it seemed that this seemingly unremarkable man, aside from his modest charm, was even more formidable. As Luyu disregarded him and approached the ninja from the Sound Village, Ibiki was taken aback. What an intriguing young man. He appears utterly unaffected by my intimidation. Ibiki initially intended to intervene, but suddenly realized that Luyu was confronting a ninja from the Sound Village, which gave him pause. He understood the significance of the CH Nin exams. Beyond the formal selection of CH Nin, it served to showcase Konoha's strength to the other four great nations. In recent years, Konoha had maintained a low profile, leading outsiders to mistakenly believe they could bully them. A mere Sound Village ninja? So be it. What do we have to fear from any nation? Let the chaos unfold. The louder, the better. Ibiki observed Luyu with keen interest, his intuition suggesting that this seemingly ordinary lad was anything but simple. Luyu furrowed his brow as he regarded Tatsu, whose entire head was wrapped in bandages, revealing only his left eye, while draped in a long, broom-shaped cloak and hunched over. The sight was utterly unappealing, diminishing Luyu's desire for further conversation, compelling him to take action instead. Bang! A dull thud resonated throughout the classroom, leaving the crowd bewildered, until a piteous cry erupted from Tatsu's lips. Looking around, they saw Tatsu's body crumple to the ground in agony, his figure curling into a shrimp-like posture, clutching his abdomen, his forehead pressed against the floor, his pale face glistening with sweat from the excruciating pain. Luyu merely cast a glance at him and coolly inquired, "What? Is it problematic to call you trash?" Tatsu's two teammates stood nearby, glaring at Luyu with fury, yet dared not take a step closer. Indifferent to the pair, Luyu lifted his foot and placed it upon Tatsu's back, casting a cold gaze over all the candidates present, asserting with authority, "Allow me to clarify. I am Nara Luyu of Konoha. Just now, this individual is Uchiha Sasuke, who remarked that the ninjas of the Sound Village are a rabble, and for that, I must extend my apologies to everyone." After all, Sasuke's statement was not entirely comprehensive. What I wish to express is that not only the individuals from the Sound Ninja Village, but everyone present here is utterly worthless. First and foremost, I must extend my heartfelt gratitude to the readers who have steadfastly supported me throughout these days. Without your unwavering encouragement, I might not have persevered. This book commenced on April 2nd, and now, on the 15th, I have journeyed through a span of 13 days. Aside from a fleeting desire to abandon the narrative for 2 days, my updates have remained relatively punctual. During a certain period, those of you who have been following this book closely may have noticed my profound despondency, a moment where I nearly succumbed to despair. Thankfully, your presence provided me with hope and inspiration. You are the very reason I continued my endeavor. Your words of encouragement resonate deeply within me, and I am open to all your suggestions and feedback. This book has transcended being a mere personal endeavor. It has become ours together. The decision to continue or cease is not solely mine to make. I owe it to you to respect your sentiments regarding this journey. Perhaps there may come a day when I find myself unable to write further, or when the majority of readers deem my writing unsatisfactory. At that point, it would serve as a fitting conclusion. To be candid, I did not harbor grand expectations for this book. However, writing is indeed a means for sustenance and providing for my family, so I cannot feign that my intentions are purely altruistic. As long as I achieve my personal goals, I shall continue to write, provided I am not placed in an uncomfortable position. When I initially contemplated abandoning this book, there was something I had long wished to express, but had kept to myself. Today, I finally have the opportunity to articulate it. In those first few days, The book's performance was far from satisfactory. A fellow author relentlessly mocked me, disrupting my mindset. Without comparison, there would be no pain. We launched our books on the same day, yet my metrics consistently fell short of his, which was disheartening. I genuinely considered giving up. However, those who know me are aware that once I commence writing on the first day, I rarely abandon my work out of respect for the support of my readers. Thus, I opted to release a chapter to solicit your opinions. Initially, I held little hope, as I was engulfed in melancholy. Nevertheless, it was you who illuminated my path with hope. In a single day, your support enabled my metrics to surpass expectations, allowing me to breathe a sigh of relief. I am sincerely grateful to all my supportive readers. Every word I share here is heartfelt. To be honest, I have momentarily embraced the role of a protagonist in a novel, relishing the chance to confront adversity with poise. And my driving force is none other than you. You are my pride. Now, I am exhilarated as my data has surpassed expectations, and for the first time in my life, my new book is being prominently featured. I am truly delighted. These past few days have been filled with immense joy, while others express their sentiments with tales of hardship upon launching. I find myself reveling in a sense of arrogance, which may seem somewhat ungracious. Nevertheless, this feeling is incredibly gratifying. The sensation of being supported is indescribably wonderful. Yet, I must acknowledge that before the launch, no one knows what the results will be. These statistics are merely a rudimentary benchmark. I sincerely hope that all the esteemed individuals will lend their support once more, allowing me to continue to triumph over my rivals post-launch. This is a pivotal moment, contingent upon the generosity of my esteemed patrons. I am resolute in my commitment to exert myself diligently, striving to meet your expectations. Lastly, I humbly request a final surge of support before the launch, and I seek subscriptions as well. If all goes according to plan, the launch will take place at noon on the 16th. Within 24 hours of the launch, I shall endeavor to produce 10 chapters with utmost dedication. Given the overwhelming support from everyone, any distractions such as tinnitus can be temporarily set aside. Of course, if any benevolent benefactor wishes to provide additional support, it would be even more appreciated. The author can assure you that this book will not be abandoned. It will be continually written. Now, regarding updates after the launch, if the initial subscriptions exceed 1,000, there will be 5 updates daily. If they exceed 2,000, there will be 6 updates daily. If they exceed 3,000, there will be 7 updates daily. Rest assured about the updates post-launch. I have already negotiated with my wife, who is 2,000 kilometers away. In the near future, there will be no conflicts, allowing me to focus on writing with peace of mind. Finally, I extend my heartfelt gratitude for your enduring support and companionship. Thank you immensely. Tomorrow at noon, let us meet without fail. Enjoy reading during the May Day holiday. Recharge with 100 and receive 500 VIP points. Seize this opportunity immediately. Promotion period, May 1st to May 5th. Chapter 61. My name is Nara Shikamaru, and I welcome you to battle. What I wish to convey is that not only the individuals from the Sound Ninja Village, but everyone present here, are nothing but trash. Shikamaru's audacious proclamation reverberated throughout the classroom, lingering in the air. His words plunged the entire room into an eerie silence. Hiss. Shikamaru couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath, staring at Shikamaru in astonishment. What in the world? This lazy brother actually possesses such commanding presence at times. I sense that what follows will be quite troublesome. Sasuke and Naruto stood beside Shikamaru, grinning with fiery determination in their eyes as they surveyed the examination hall, wholeheartedly approving of their leader's boldness. The Bad Kids Brigade ought to embody the essence of a Bad Kids Brigade. After all, the years of rigorous training they endured were certainly not for the sake of maintaining a low profile. Shikamaru-kun. In an instant, Ino and Hinata transformed into fervent admirers of Shikamaru, utterly astonished that their typically low-key friend could exude such charisma. Yet, this newfound audacity only served to enhance their admiration, as they internally hailed him as a treasure of a boyfriend. In stark contrast, the other candidates, upon hearing Shikamaru's brazen words, erupted in outrage. Nara Shikamaru, you say? Who does this upstart think he is, daring to act so arrogantly? So this is a ninja from Konoha, while his abilities are passable. His behavior is akin to a death wish. If I get the chance in the subsequent exams, I shall teach him a lesson in humility. Indeed, he merely possesses slightly superior speed. I fail to see what warrants such bravado. Aside from the majority who merely engaged in mindless banter, a significant number of onlookers directed glances laden with murderous intent towards Shikamaru. Among them, Gaara's hostility was particularly palpable. This individual certainly holds value as a target. Should I eliminate him, my existence will be rendered far more significant. The bloodthirsty Jinchuriki of the One-Tail felt his thirst for violence welling up. His gaze fixated on Shikahu with a disturbingly manic smile. Beside him, Kankuro wore an equally grim expression, as he was accustomed to being the one who bullied others. Aside from Gaara, he had never feared anyone. Yet, this little brat from Konoha dares to declare himself garbage. Kankuro absent-mindedly stroked the raven perched on his back, the urge to retaliate bubbling within him. Shikahu, unfazed by the murderous glares directed at him, cheerfully addressed the crowd, saying, "All right, stop staring at me with those wide eyes. If you possess any skill, let us see it in the exam. Once more, I shall introduce myself. I am Nara Shikamaru, and I welcome all of you to battle." With that, Shikahu kicked the stool beneath him towards his companion, turning to face Gaara and Kankuro. "You possess quite the intense gaze. However, I shall become your eternal shadow." Humph. Kankuro glared at Shikahu, unable to suppress his internal commentary. "Is that so? Just wait until you comprehend the terror of Gaara. You will be begging for forgiveness in the depths of hell." On the podium, Ibiki gazed at Ryua with admiration, unable to resist the thought. Nara Ryua, is it? A bold individual indeed. With just a few words, he has effectively placed Konoha in opposition to the other candidates, making this year's examination appear rather intriguing. Following Ryua's gaze, Ibiki unexpectedly spotted Naruto, overhearing a few chunin behind him quietly discussing. "Isn't that blonde kid Uzumaki Naruto? This rascal. Wasn't he the one who frequently defaced the Hokage rock in his childhood? Ah, yes. Now I recall, he is indeed the one. We were the ones who captured him back then. I've heard that when he attended the Ninja Academy, he often skipped classes. Yes, I believe it was Nara Ryua who led those truancies. Oh dear, it seems that with this group of troublemakers, even the third Hokage had his hands full. Things are starting to get interesting." Listening to his subordinates chatter, Ibiki scrutinized Ryua once more, finding him increasingly fascinating. He chuckled, having not paid much attention to the younger generation in a while, and now there was such an intriguing little fellow among them. In light of this, it appeared the examination rules would require some slight modification. Ibiki waved to the chunin, whispering something that left them in shock. With a cheerful demeanor, he reassured them, "Fear not, simply follow my instructions. I shall take responsibility should anything arise. After all, I am the chief examiner for the first round." With their agreement, Ibiki cleared his throat softly and began announcing the draw. The Konoha 12, with the exception of the girls, were seated much as they were in the original story, while Ryua's position felt rather like being amidst a garden of flowers. To his left was Ino, to his right, Hinata, in front sat Temari, and behind him was Sakura, with Tintin diagonally behind to the left. The exam papers were promptly distributed, and Ryua glanced over them, quickly realizing that these so-called questions were practically designed to encourage cheating. The 9 questions encompassed physics, language, mathematics, chemistry, code decryption, a discussion on ninjutsu, and the most daunting of all, the 9th question, which was related to quantum mechanics. Upon reaching this point, Ryua could not help but scoff. "Are you certain this is the Chunin exam and not the Hokage exam?" Simultaneously, the stern and imposing demeanor that had adorned Ibiki's face vanished, replaced by a more amiable expression. "All right, the exam questions are now in your hands. Allow me to briefly outline the rules. Pay close attention. Once I have stated the rules, no questions shall be permitted. In this examination, any acts of cheating or anything resembling cheating, once detected by the proctor, will result in a 2-point deduction for each instance. Those who engage in disgraceful cheating are merely sealing their own doom. As ninjas, you are expected to conduct yourselves as exemplary ninjas during this test." Ibiki continued to elucidate the rules and offered hints. Ryua occasionally wished to inquire, "Could you make your hints a tad clearer? It is astonishing that there exists an examination where one can cheat and yet not be penalized with a full deduction of points. Terms like disgraceful cheating and exceptional ninja serve only to suggest that one must be cunning in their deceit. However, even with such hints, my dear Naruto might struggle to comprehend. Truly a troublesome fellow." As Luyu observed Naruto's silhouette, he fell into contemplation. Furthermore, should even one member of the team receive a score of 0, the entire team would be deemed unqualified. Ibiki once again dropped a bombshell. "What did you say?" Sakura exclaimed, unable to contain her alarm. It was only natural for her to be anxious, for in her eyes, Naruto was destined to score 0. Sasuke regarded Naruto with a dangerous glint in his eyes. If this underachiever causes my elimination here, what wrath might you unleash afterward? In that instant, Naruto felt himself ensnared by two familiar menaces. With a sweeping gesture, Ibiki proclaimed loudly, "Now, the examination officially commences." In that moment, all present focused their minds, directing their attention to the examination papers. After all, the examination had only just begun. If they could complete it independently, no one would be foolish enough to risk cheating. Naruto took a deep breath, reminding himself, no need to panic. Although written exams are my weakest point, it is precisely during such moments that one must remain humble and composed, starting with the first question. Alas, the first question proved elusive. No matter. Perhaps the second question might yield something. The third, the ninth. Not a single question could he answer. Frustrated, Naruto twisted a lock of his hair, his expression one of despair, and could not help but begin to pray, hoping that should he be eliminated, his leader would be merciful. Meanwhile, the candidates remained oblivious to the fact that Ibiki, instead of closely monitoring them, had settled onto a chair with a relaxed demeanor, observing the examinees with keen interest. Chapter 62 The most peculiar first examination. Sunai Ibiki surveyed the anxious faces of the crowd below, unable to suppress a nod of satisfaction. As the captain of the Konoha interrogation force, Ibiki harbored certain professional quirks. Inflicting discomfort upon others was his greatest delight. Despite his earlier demeanor of cordiality, his tone and rhythm of speech amplified the pressure felt by everyone present. However, there was an exception. Ibiki's gaze swiftly landed on the figure of Riku, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He observed this intriguing individual embarking on yet another unconventional endeavor. At that moment, Riku displayed not a trace of tension, casually producing a piece of beef jerky from his pocket and chewing it leisurely. While his mouth was occupied, his eyes roamed freely, akin to an outsider, showing a keen interest in his surroundings. He glanced here and there, ultimately noticing Ibiki's unwavering gaze upon him, to which he responded with a friendly smile. After a moment of observation, Riku discerned that the scene before him diverged from his initial expectations. While both the candidates and the questions appeared to be in order, the examiners seemed to be the ones with significant issues. The surrounding chunin seemed to focus intently on the participants, occasionally jotting down notes. However, Riku, with his extraordinary eyesight, perceived a different reality. These individuals were merely putting on a facade. They were not truly recording anything or deducting points. Most were aimlessly doodling on their papers, seemingly to pass the time. A few, in good spirits, were sketching, while a couple of infatuated chunin wore mischievous grins, tilted their heads, and began composing love letters to their girlfriends. A glimmer of contemplation flashed in Riku's eyes as he quickly pieced together Ibiki's amiable demeanor and gaze. Along with the fact that Ibiki had not intervened when he had instigated trouble, a moment of clarity dawned upon him. Minutes passed, and the examination had officially reached a fever pitch. An increasing number of participants began to grasp the true essence of this examination. Consequently, the crowd displayed their diverse talents. Those lacking exceptional skills resorted to furtive glances and the crude method of passing notes as a means of cheating. They were oblivious to whether they were favored by the Sage of Six Paths, as several times they mistakenly believed that the proctor had caught them. Yet luck was on their side, and they remained uneliminated. Had they merely been detected once or twice previously? One candidate, noticing the proctor's inattention, leaned perilously close to another's ear, swiftly jotting down answers while reveling in his own cleverness. My stealthy glancing technique is unparalleled. How could a mere Konoha proctor detect my extraordinary abilities? Apart from these self-satisfied, bumbling ninja, the truly formidable individuals showcased their prowess, employing various ingenious methods to gather information. Riku observed the actions of his classmates with great interest. Shino released his insects, although their stealth was indeed commendable. Watching them struggle in the air to trace the number 8 made even Ruka anxious on his behalf. Inuzuka Kiba, with Akamaru perched atop his head, utilized its abilities to act as a telescope and a cheat device. Observing the seamless communication between the boy and his dog, Ruka felt an itch of restlessness. He inexplicably desired to startle Akamaru and witness what would unfold should the canine cease to function. However, upon reflection, considering they were all part of the same village, he deemed it inappropriate to play tricks on his comrades and thus abandoned the idea. Meanwhile, Sasuke calmly activated his Sharingan, adeptly copying the movements of a target chunin. Even the grotesquely unattractive Tosu showcased considerable skill, adeptly discerning others' writing solely by sound, revealing his prowess as a sound ninja. Yet, the most leisurely and carefree among them was undoubtedly Niji, whose Byakugan granted him unparalleled freedom to act as he wished. In contrast, the standout was Ino, who boldly employed the mind-body switch technique on Ruka, her cheeks flushed with excitement. Consequently, Ruka no longer felt bored. The two began conversing directly within their minds. All these individuals possessed exceptional talents, relying on either their unique bloodline limits or secret techniques. However, such abilities were rare, and for the majority of ordinary participants. The mirror positioned centrally on the classroom ceiling became a coveted battleground, as countless individuals vied to occupy this advantageous spot to catch a glimpse of the answers. In a moment, shurikens connected by wires flew chaotically, maneuvering the mirror in various directions. Ultimately, it was Tintin, a master of ninja tools, who emerged victorious. Seizing control of the mirror, after completing her own copying, she even assisted her teammate Lee in acquiring the answers. Once the two had finished, Tintin relinquished her hold on the mirror, prompting a renewed scramble among others. Ibiki watched with great delight, previously focused on how to outmaneuver this group of test-takers. He now adopted a more relaxed mindset, embracing the notion of not eliminating anyone. Observing the candidates utilize their diverse talents was indeed an entertaining spectacle. After all, Ibiki perceived hope for the revival of Konoha in Ruka's eyes. How could he allow this opportunity for Konoha's glory to slip away from these candidates? Engaged in conversation with Ino within his mind, Ruka suddenly focused intently, realizing that Gaara, who had remained silent until now, could no longer suppress his intentions and was finally taking action. He saw Gaara pressing his right hand against his left eye, his left hand forming a claw shape. As grains of sand flowed in his palm, gradually coalescing into a sand eye, the shifting sands then moved towards a target Chunin's desk, solidifying into a sand eye that swiftly recorded the answers. This particular Chunin was situated directly in Ruka's line of sight. At this point, Ruka could no longer remain idle. He gently spoke to Ino in his mind. "All right, Ino, it seems one could pass this exam even with blank answers. I shall entertain those sand ninjas for a while." "Okay," she replied. As Jingye withdrew from Luyu's thoughts, she covered her slightly flushed face with an expression of sheer delight. In such a solemn setting as an examination, the thrill of conversing with her beloved was undeniably exhilarating. Luyu offered a faint smile to Jingye, soon replaced by a mischievous grin. Ibi, witnessing Luyu's newfound initiative, assumed he was about to commence the serious task of gathering information and watched with keen interest. Eager to discern his methods, to his astonishment, Luyu retrieved a slender needle from his pocket and gently flicked it towards the direction of Gaara's sand eye. The needle pierced through the sand eye, and in a swift motion, the gust of his fingers rendered it to nothingness. With a thud, Gaara's body recoiled in his seat, his breathing quickening, and tears began to well in the corners of his eyes. Although his sand eye was not connected to pain receptors, the sight of a sharp object penetrating one's eye was an unbearable discomfort. "Damn it, who did this?" Gaara's expression darkened as he sat there. After a moment, he attempted to reform the sand eye in another attempt to cheat, only to have it mercilessly obliterated once more. This time, tears streamed down his face, confirming his suspicion that he was being targeted, and rendered him powerless, leading him to abandon all hope. How could this happen? He thought, feeling despair wash over him. His only remaining hope rested on Kankuro's puppet, yet he felt an unsettling doubt about its reliability. Gaara furrowed his brow deeply, observing Gaara's tear-streaked face. Luyu felt an inexplicable sense of satisfaction, having embarked on his first prank. Meanwhile, Ibi, who had witnessed the entire sequence of events from the podium, couldn't help but twitch his lips in amusement. This could certainly bore a grudge, yet his physical skills were quite remarkable, indeed intriguing. At that moment, Kankuro raised his hand to request a bathroom break. The examiner, transformed into a crow puppet, stood up, prepared to escort him to the restroom. In his previous life, Luyu had felt a pang of annoyance at this scene. Did this fellow truly believe that all Konoha ninjas were fools? Wouldn't anyone notice the addition of an extra colleague? As it turned out, Ibi had already seen through the ruse but chose to remain silent. Luyu smirked once more. As the pair approached the door, he produced an explosive tag from his pocket and, with a swift motion akin to a phantom, hurled it towards the puppet. Chapter 63. The highest elimination rate in history. The movements of Nara Shikamaru were astonishingly swift. Even Ibiki, who had been closely observing him, could only vaguely perceive a slight motion. With remarkable precision, Shikyu stealthily affixed an explosive tag to the rear of the crow. As Kanjiro approached the doorway, boom! The previously tranquil classroom erupted with a tremendous roar, startling the examinees engrossed in their illicit endeavors to the point of near cardiac arrest. Many clutched their chests, casting furtive glances at the vigilant proctors nearby, and upon realizing that they remained undetected, they turned their ire towards the site of the incident. At that moment, the examinees were astonished to discover that it was the examiner standing behind Kanjiro who had exploded. Most astonishingly, the examiner's body was not flesh and blood but an intricate assembly of mechanical parts, now engulfed in flames and slowly burning away. The majority of the candidates surmised that this phenomenon must be the fabled puppet, yet they could not fathom why it had detonated. Surely, the proctors from Konoha had instigated this explosion. Some furrowed their brows as they gazed at Kanjiro, murmuring after a moment, "Could it be that this is a tactic of misdirection, creating a great commotion here while simultaneously allowing cheating to flourish elsewhere? Indeed, the leaders of Sunagakure are ruthless." Misdirection, my foot. I nearly suffered a heart attack. I too am overwhelmed. Either silence reigns, or a cataclysmic explosion occurs. Who can withstand such turmoil? Meanwhile, Kanjiro, closest to the puppet, had sensed something amiss at the first sign and swiftly evaded the blast of the explosive tag. Despite this, he felt the shockwave, emerging from the incident with a face covered in soot, yet unscathed. As he gazed at the slowly burning puppet, Kanjiro was filled with despair. He cast a fierce glance around, hoping to identify the culprit. Though he understood the improbability of this endeavor, he instinctively searched nonetheless. Then, he caught sight of Nara Shikamaru, smiling meaningfully at him. In that moment, Kanjiro recalled Shikyu's earlier words, "A commendable gaze. However, I shall become the shadow that haunts you for a lifetime." Nara Shikamaru. Kanjiro seethed through clenched teeth, his murderous glare fixated on the indifferent Shikyu. Listening to Kanjiro's words, Gaara suddenly realized that the one who had been targeting him was undoubtedly this Nara Shikamaru. With this revelation, Gaara's murderous intent surged, his chakra swirling, causing the sand within his gourd to become restless. Yet, Shikyu remained unfazed, chuckling as he addressed the two. "Do not be hasty. We are merely at the beginning, and there is far more excitement yet to come." Both Gaara and Kanjiro, consumed by rage, were poised to strike. At that moment, Ibiki, who had remained silent until now, suddenly pounded the table and shouted, "Enough! Silence, all of you!" The young ninja of Sunagakure, unwilling to face immediate disqualification, obediently retreated to his seat at the command of Ibiki's thunderous roar. The two companions shared a fierce glare at Rui, reluctantly resuming their places. Throughout their lives, the presence of the one-tailed Shikako had kept Gaara and Kankuro at odds, yet in this moment, their objectives harmoniously aligned, seeking an opportunity to utterly obliterate Rui. "How amusing this fellow is. I find him delightful." Rui cast a glance at Ibiki on the stage, a faint smirk playing at the corners of his lips. However, this turn of events rendered the examination's purpose all too evident. After all, Kankuro had orchestrated such a blunder without facing disqualification, prompting knowing expressions among the onlookers. Consequently, the atmosphere grew increasingly charged, with various tactics emerging. Many previously timid candidates, fearful of disqualification for cheating, now dared to glance at their neighbors' answers. Only the ever-honest Naruto, seated in his place, anxiously scratched his head, uncertain of how to proceed. Rui observed Naruto in silence. This fellow certainly endured great hardships in his training, yet at times, he struggled to grasp the obvious. It seemed that a focus on mental training would be necessary going forward. Suddenly, Naruto felt an overwhelming pressure, realizing that Rui had cast a glance in his direction, leaving him to ponder the daunting training that awaited him. As the examination hall settled into silence once more, the trio from Sunagakure found themselves utterly bewildered. Gaara's eye was persistently disrupted, Kankuro's puppets lay in ruin, and as for Temari, she had always relied on Kankuro's puppets for her answers. Now, all their plans lay in shambles. The trio had arrived at the Nin exam brimming with confidence, only to find themselves ensnared in such a predicament during the very first round. With the first 9 questions left unanswered, they fidgeted restlessly, akin to ants on a hot pan, yet they remained at a loss as to what to do. Each passing moment felt like an eternity of torment. To make matters worse, Temari seized the opportunity to glance at Rui's paper, only to be astonished to discover it was completely blank, a clear indication of his nonchalant attitude. Unable to contain herself, she bit down hard on her lip, muttering, "This guy." Finally, 60 minutes into the examination, Ibiki, noticing the time, relinquished the originally intended 10th question. Rising with a forced smile, he addressed the candidates, stating, "You are the most formidable group of examinees I have ever encountered. Your performance in this examination has been nothing short of exceptional. Now, I declare that all of you have passed." With Ibiki's words echoing in the air, the candidates erupted in astonished cheers, their spirits soaring in jubilation. Naruto and the Sand Village trio took a heavy breath, secretly relieved. Ibiki cast a meaningful glance at the candidates, his cunning thoughts swirling. "Ah, revel in your joy while you can. If my intuition serves me right, you shall soon find regret in the upcoming second examination." At that moment, a sudden sound of something slicing through the air echoed. An unidentified heavy object hurtled towards them, shattering the window in an instant. Two shurikens embedded themselves into opposite walls, unfurling a curtain. The crowd gaped in astonishment, their eyes drawn upwards, where a stunning woman clad in a fishnet outfit made a dazzling entrance. Shino observed the attire of Mitarashi Anko and exchanged meaningful glances with Hinata and Ino, both of whom understood the wicked intentions behind this character's demeanor, their cheeks flushing with embarrassment. Anko pointed at the gathered candidates with authority, declaring, honestly, "Now is not the time for celebration. I am your chief examiner for the second round, Mitarashi Anko. Now, let us proceed to the next stage. Follow me." The bewildered candidates remained speechless, while Marino Ibiki thoughtfully stepped out from behind the curtain, quietly advising, "Take a look at the atmosphere." Anko's face flushed, and as she surveyed the room filled with candidates, it was her turn to be taken aback. Chapter 64. Seeking Revenge. "Do come find me." Hongdo gazed at the scene before her, momentarily speechless, her mouth agape. Then, in disbelief, she rubbed her eyes, surveying the sea of candidates below, failing to spot even a single vacant seat. With a face full of uncertainty, she turned to Ibiki and inquired, "What on earth are you doing? Even if your standards are low, there shouldn't be a single person remaining, right?" "Indeed, you are correct," Ibiki replied. "This year's group is exceptionally talented. I truly feel powerless." Hongdo looked at Ibiki with incredulity. "Do you take me for a 3-year-old? Such words can escape your lips? No matter how exceptional they might be, it is hardly conceivable that they are all so outstanding." Ibiki, seeing Hongdo's expression of disbelief, chuckled and reassured her, "Rest assured. I will explain this matter to Lord Hokage later." Upon hearing Ibiki's explanation, Hongdo lost the desire to inquire further. Turning her attention to the expectant candidates below, she playfully licked her lips and remarked with interest, "It seems the first exam was too easy for you all. However, fret not. In the second exam, I shall reduce the number of participants to less than 1/3. Her words instantly stirred a commotion. Did this teacher mean to eliminate 2/3 of the candidates outright? Such a rate of elimination seemed excessively harsh. Sakura instinctively furrowed her brow, acutely aware of her own capabilities. Though she bore the title of a chunin, her actual strength was not significantly superior to that of an ordinary person. Yet, at that moment, an image of Ryu confidently standing upon Toshi's back flashed in her mind. Remembering that she would likely be alongside Sasuke and Naruto, and that they would probably be paired with Ryu's team, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. Right, as long as that guy is around, I only need to play a minor role. Alright, the second exam begins tomorrow. The specific time and location will be relayed through your Jonin instructors. Now, you are dismissed." With a loud declaration, Hongdo turned and departed, leaving the candidates in a state of bewilderment. Is this truly the legendary main examiner for the second round? It feels exceedingly unreliable. The crowd was utterly perplexed as to why she had come all this way, what her true intentions were. At last, liberation. The candidates, having endured an hour of pressure, were suddenly elated, swiftly vacating the examination hall, filled with the joy of their success. Before departing, many cast lingering glances at Ryu, their minds still echoing his words from earlier that day. If given the chance, they would certainly seek to prove who the true underachiever was. Completely overlooked, Ibiki gazed at the suddenly vacant examination hall and murmured with palpable resentment, "These little rascals. I guided them all to success, yet not a single one has come to express gratitude." Adjusting the bench behind him, Ibiki turned and made his way towards the Hokage's office, pondering that the Hokage would likely be quite surprised by his decision. After finishing the exam, the first order of business was naturally to appease their appetites. Liu Yu, accompanied by the 9 young talents, marched towards the barbecue restaurant. Along the way, They fortuitously encountered Kakashi, Asuma, and Kurenai, the three new instructors. The affluent Lu Yu, upon spotting them, waved his hand grandly and proclaimed that he would treat them today, instantly garnering the favor of the three mentors. Kurenai observed as Asuma and Kakashi readily accepted Lu Yu's offer, initially taken aback, but after Kakashi whispered an explanation to her, she regarded Lu Yu with newfound interest. At that moment, Kurenai realized that Lu Yu must have dismantled Kato's stronghold, otherwise, he could not possibly have amassed such wealth so suddenly. This matter had been privately discussed between Asuma and Kakashi, had it been anyone else. The Konoha authorities would undoubtedly intervene to claim their share, and at the very least, Danzo would come to inquire. However, with Lu Yu as the target, the situation was different. His strength was unfathomable, and it was wise to avoid provoking him unnecessarily. While the two instructors would not impose upon his generosity, they certainly would not refuse a meal if he insisted on treating. The meal was thoroughly enjoyed by all, and Kakashi and the others first congratulated everyone on passing the initial examination, subsequently informing them of the time and location for the second round. The following day at noon, in the Death Forest, also known as the legendary training ground number 44, a total of 65 teams, comprising 195 participants, gathered together. Mitarashi Anko began to explain the content of the exam, her tone prompting Naruto Uzumaki to mimic her a few times. However, when Anko prepared to launch a kunai to reprimand Naruto, he effortlessly caught it. Surprised, Anko was then approached from behind by a figure who spoke in a low tone. "Examiner, do you require assistance in disciplining him?" Casting a glance at Snake Ant, Lu Yu's eyes suddenly lit up as if recalling something. Interrupted by Orochimaru, Anko dismissed the thought of reprimanding Naruto and proceeded to have the candidates sign the death consent form. "I shall reiterate, the Death Forest is fraught with peril. Should you wish to withdraw, now is the time. Once you enter, even if I wish to rescue you, it will be exceedingly difficult. This document signifies your acknowledgement of the dangers that may arise within. Should anyone perish as a result, we shall bear no responsibility." The crowd, unfazed by her warning, scoffed at the notion, believing the first exam to be merely of that difficulty and wondering how much more challenging this examination could possibly be. Subsequently, the candidates from the 65 teams swiftly signed the death consent form. The content of the second examination centers on extreme wilderness survival. However, this is not merely a typical survival challenge. It is an arduous training exercise revolving around the quest for scrolls. Each group is allocated a scroll, designated as the Book of Heaven, the Book of Earth, and a blank book. Indeed, due to the overwhelming number of participants, the introduction of the blank book significantly escalates the overall difficulty of this second examination. The candidate's task is to unite the books of heaven and earth and successfully reach the central tower. Should any group find themselves unfortunate enough to possess the blank book, it implies that they must seize one book of heaven and one book of earth from others. The ensuing conflict to procure these scrolls is unavoidable. Furthermore, the relationships among the various nations are not as harmonious as they may seem, and the fatality rate during these skirmishes is likely to be considerable. Consequently, the dangers that the Death Forest entails, as mentioned by Hondo, are trivial in comparison. She is already aware of the potential events to unfold but chooses to downplay them intentionally. Sasuke approached Deer Feather and whispered, "Shall we proceed as planned?" Deer Feather nodded and replied, "Indeed, it is time to demonstrate the prowess of our Konoha to the other major nations. Surely, there are many who have their eyes on us." Sasuke and Naruto, brimming with excitement, surveyed the hostile gazes directed at them. Merely a rabble, hardly worth our concern. Their disdainful expressions ignited fury in several onlookers, who vowed to teach these arrogant individuals a lesson once the examination commenced. The duration of the first examination is set at 1 hour, while the second spans 120 hours, equivalent to 5 days. After submitting their signed death consent forms, Team 10 discreetly collected their scroll and proceeded to the designated entrance number 7. In the final 5 minutes before the commencement, Deer Feather glanced at the blank book in her hand and then handed the scroll to Ino. At precisely 2:30 p.m., the staff responsible for the gate opened the iron door of entrance number 7. Deer Feather, intrigued, observed the other candidates who were fixated upon her. "As I have stated before, I shall not repeat myself. Those who wish to prove themselves may come seek me." With those words, Deer Feather gradually vanished into the depths of the forest amidst the seething gazes of the other candidates. Chapter 65. Sweeping Away. Encounter and conquer countless candidates watched as Lu Yu and his three companions departed, their teeth grinding in frustration as they silently vowed to find a few individuals to teach a lesson. Among them was the brooding Orochimaru. The thought of being humiliated twice in front of a mere child ignited a furious blaze within him. Yet, recalling his grand design, Orochimaru suppressed his murderous intent, casting a cold glance at Lu Yu. How intriguing. It seems there is another prey besides Sasuke. This boy's physique appears quite remarkable, he mused inwardly. In Orochimaru's mind, Lu Yu is already as good as dead. What could this fellow be thinking? Why must he so brazenly incite animosity? Temari observed Lu Yu's retreating figure, lost in contemplation. This boy is exceedingly arrogant. Although they were 4 in number, should a confrontation arise, victory seemed utterly unattainable. Kankuro stroked his chin, seemingly muttering to himself. Yet in truth, he was seeking Gaara's counsel. His puppet had been shattered by Lu Yu the previous day, and he had spent the night repairing it, barely rendering it operational. Moreover, after Lu Yu's recent remarks, had the rules permitted, Kankuro would have charged at Lu Yu in a furious clash. Gaara remained silent, but the air around him swirled with scattered grains of sand, emanating an icy aura of menace, his gaze dark and foreboding. Meanwhile, other teams had secured their scrolls, and as time elapsed, they too entered the forest of death. Team 7 was fortunate, acquiring the Book of Heaven. However, for Naruto and Sasuke, the content of the scroll was inconsequential, as they had already devised a plan the previous day. The omniscient Lu Yu had once again accurately predicted the exam's nature, and their objective was clear: sweep the area, encounter all, and conquer each one without sparing a single soul. Lu Yu proclaimed that they would demonstrate to the other 4 great nations what true prowess entailed. At this moment, Team 7, Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura, along with teammate Hinata, Kiba, and Shino, entered the forest of death in accordance with their plan. Although they entered through different entrances, both Sasuke and Lu Yu had Shino's insects tracking them. Moreover, under Lu Yu's strategy, Shino had discreetly disseminated insects onto each member, with few being perceptive enough to notice. Subsequently, as Teams 7 and 8 ventured deeper into the forest, guided by the insects, they swiftly advanced towards Team 10, led by Lu Yu. Within the depths of the forest of death, a small team moved rapidly. Gaara took the lead, his eyes gleaming with an unquenchable madness, wholly disregarding Temari and Kankuro beside him, speaking to himself. Now, I can finally prove my worth, can I? Upon hearing this, fear unmistakably etched itself upon the faces of Temari and Kankuro. Perhaps others do not comprehend the meaning behind my affection for Gaara, yet they are acutely aware of it. What means does Gaara possess to prove his worth? Murder. The more lives he takes, the more he can affirm his significance. Gaara, perhaps we should. Shinji, with a hint of trepidation on his face, mustered his courage to speak, attempting to persuade Gaara to prioritize the mission. As for those arrogant individuals, they could be dealt with after the task was completed. However, the moment Shinji began to voice his thoughts, impatience flickered across Gaara's visage, and he turned, glaring at Shinji with a murderous intent. Silence. Otherwise, I shall eliminate both of you as well. Gulp. Shinji swallowed hard, his expression stiffening as he regarded Gaara with fear, too intimidated to utter another word. Unbeknownst to him, Gaara had been provoked twice by Riku during the examination yesterday. At this moment, Gaara's heart yearned fervently to validate his worth, accompanied by an unfamiliar sensation of vengeance. Where's that person? Gaara's mind repeatedly conjured Riku's face, waves of murderous intent surging within him. This terrifying bloodlust instilled considerable fear in Shinji and Kankuro. Gaara was decidedly unhinged. Just then, fire style, great fireball technique. Boom. A colossal fireball, for meters in diameter, surged from the side towards the trio. Danger. Shinji sensed the intense heat radiating from the fireball from afar, his face paling as he instinctively shouted, halting his advance and swiftly leaping to the side. Simultaneously, Kankuro and Gaara reacted with equal swiftness to evade the attack of the massive fireball. Boom. The fireball barreled forward, cleaving a gigantic tree in half, sending thick black smoke billowing into the air. Once Gaara and his companions evaded the onslaught, they turned to face the direction of the attack. To their astonishment, Riku, leading a group of 10, appeared atop the surrounding branches, observing them with keen interest. It was Sasuke who had launched the attack, now wearing a cold smirk as he regarded the trio. Riku, noticing the intense murderous intent in Gaara's eyes, smiled faintly, Panda eyes, I knew you were searching for me. See, I have come to you. Upon witnessing Riku and his cohorts, a flicker of dread crossed Shinji's face. Nara Riku. Confronted by this formidable individual whose strength was unfathomable, Shinji sensed impending peril. In contrast to Shinji's fear, Kankuro instinctively glanced back at Gaara, now more apprehensive about his unstable brother. As anticipated, the moment Gaara laid eyes on Riku, his bloodlust became uncontrollable. Indeed, it is you. As long as I eliminate you, my worth will be magnified. Gaara spoke in a generally neurotic manner, a sinister, bloodthirsty smile creeping across his face, as grains of sand began to drift out from the large gourd on his back. I am Gaara. These people cannot be killed. Witnessing the murderous intent etched across Gaara's face, Temari, who had meticulously surveyed the 10 opponents the previous night, turned pale and exclaimed, Gaara, calm down. The identities of these individuals are quite formidable. We cannot act recklessly. Yet, her words fell on deaf ears, as Gaara's murderous aura only intensified. Observing this, Shikamaru remarked with a hint of amusement, Sasuke, you take care of that black-clad, painted cat, while Naruto, you handle the one with the panda eyes. As for the girl, use Genjutsu. Upon hearing Shikamaru's suggestion, both Naruto and Sasuke brightened, nodding in agreement, understood. In an instant, Naruto and Sasuke moved, swiftly positioning themselves before Gaara and Kankuro. Their actions caused both Temari and Kankuro to change their expressions, retreating to the side. This does not bode well. Gaara is on the verge of losing control. As she stepped back, Temari's complexion paled further, her gaze fixed on Gaara's bloodshot eyes in alarm. However, Naruto and Sasuke paid no heed to her concerns. Sasuke activated his Sharingan, ensnaring Temari in a Genjutsu within moments, before pursuing Kankuro. Meanwhile, Naruto, brimming with confidence, formed a series of hand seals and declared, Shadow Clone Jutsu. With a puff of smoke, hundreds of clones enveloped Gaara completely. Naruto furrowed his brow, observing Gaara's anomalous behavior, yet remained undeterred. I'm going in, Panda Eyes. As the impending battle loomed, the others watched with curiosity, while a glimmer of intrigue sparkled in Shikamaru's eyes as he murmured. He couldn't hold back for long. Orochimaru. Chapter 66. The First Fury, the bottom line of Ryuyu in the arena. Naruto and Gaara exchanged no unnecessary words and immediately began to test each other. Having undergone rigorous training under Ryuyu, Naruto was far from being foolish enough to charge recklessly at the onset. Instead, he utilized his shadow clones to hurl kunai and shuriken en masse towards Gaara, seeking to discern any weaknesses in his defense through the assault. This strategy, one that Ryuyu had often imparted to Naruto, proved effective. Gaara remained motionless as grains of sand autonomously formed a protective shield, effectively intercepting all incoming attacks from various angles. It was perplexing. Had he not cast any jutsu? Was the sand itself responsible for this defense? Observing the situation, Naruto furrowed his brow in contemplation while several clones surged forward, probing Gaara's strength. Ryuyu, on the other hand, suddenly turned his gaze towards a shadowy corner, where he keenly discerned a pair of orange pupils radiating a palpable aura of menace. A faint smile curled at the corners of Ryuyu's lips as he acknowledged the hidden figure of Orochimaru with a subtle nod, his lips moving ever so slightly. Orochimaru, taken aback by the youthful smile directed at him, never anticipated that a mere genin could perceive his presence. This boy possesses remarkable insight, and his strength appears formidable as well. Oh, is he attempting to convey a message through lip reading? Observing from the sidelines, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. The change in Orochimaru's gaze reflected a newfound respect for Ryuyu. This kid has guts. Is he planning to eliminate all candidates in one fell swoop? A glimmer of realization crossed Orochimaru's eyes. So that's why the first exam allowed all candidates to pass. Sarutobi-sensei truly is quite ingenious. With a flick of his tongue across his lips, Orochimaru regarded Ryuyu with an air of danger. Sarutobi-sensei, this lad is your ace, isn't he? What kind of storm would ensue if I were to eliminate him? How intriguing. Ryuyu, having observed Orochimaru's stillness, instinctively surveyed the surroundings. At that moment, Shino whispered to him, Ryuyu-kun, at least 7 teams have appeared around us. What shall we do now? What shall we do? Why, we shall repel them all. Ryuyu replied, glancing at his younger brother, Ryumaru. I hear you have been diligently training in my absence. You should have no trouble dealing with these minions, correct? Ryumaru scratched his head in exasperation. It's manageable if there are fewer of them. but with such numbers, it might prove rather taxing. Boom. Just then, a slight tremor rippled through the ground. Ryu and the others curiously looked over to find that Naruto had struck Gaara's sand shield with his spiraling sphere. The technique, designed to penetrate defenses, allowed Naruto to swiftly break through Gaara's protection, landing a solid blow on him in the blink of an eye. Gaara's emotional instability was further exacerbated by the unexpected ease with which his opponent breached the sand shield. In a moment of calculated intent, the Rasengan found its mark, striking Gaara squarely in the abdomen and sending him hurtling away. Thud, thud, thud. Gaara soared through the air, crashing through 3 trees before finally coming to a halt. Fortunately, his injuries were not severe. He had already donned his sand armor before the sand shield was forcibly dispelled. With some effort, Gaara rose to his feet, his bloodshot eyes fixed intently on Naruto. Meanwhile, Naruto stared in astonishment at Gaara, who appeared relatively unscathed. For the first time, he sensed the situation had become quite precarious. Despite employing the signature technique taught to him by his mentor, he had failed to inflict any damage, indicating that a protracted battle lay ahead. At that moment, a figure flashed into view. Kyuubi appeared between the two. Observing Gaara's unsettling demeanor, Kyuubi turned to Naruto and said, "This guy won't be easily dealt with. Allow me to entertain him while you and Shikamaru handle the surrounding distractions." Naruto nodded, instinctively scanning the area and noticing several small squads nearby. Without further ado, he followed Shikamaru in a sprint toward a designated direction. As Kyuubi watched Naruto and Shikamaru fade into the distance, his gaze returned to Gaara, who stood with arms crossed and a menacing expression. The diminutive figure, clad in a tight black outfit and bearing a large gourd on his back, was striking with his bright red short hair. A character inscribed with the kanji for love adorned his forehead, accompanied by dark circles around his eyes filled with bloodshot veins that betrayed a depth of hatred and murderous intent. Kyuubi, intrigued, remarked, "You seem particularly eager to kill me. What is the reason behind such fervor?" Gaara, his expression grim, replied, "Only by eliminating you can I prove my worth." Sand binding coffin. With Gaara's declaration, the battle commenced in earnest. Yellow sand erupted from beneath Kyuubi's feet, forming hands that sought to ensnare their legs. Yet Kyuubi was well prepared. The moment he sensed the sand's advance, his figure vanished from sight. In the next instant, Kyuubi appeared beside Gaara, his terrifying speed catching Gaara off guard. This individual seems distinctly different from the ordinary. With more participants arriving, it appears I lack the time to engage you further. Thus, swish,